Hey, what's up, mortals? It's Seraphim here with a new video for you. Welcome to part 1 of What If Deku Was a Dragon Slayer? I just wanted to greet you guys by saying, sit back and relax. You're in for a treat, so we begin. A 4-year-old Katsuki Bakugo and 2 of his followers stood over a cowering boy in the park. The young man was covered in bruises and dirt. It was clear from the fearful look in the boy's face that Bakugo had been bullying this poor child. This was the sight that met the eyes of the young Izuku Midoriya when he entered the park. The greenette trembled at the sight of the blond boy with the explosive hands, openly using his new acquired quirk. But no matter how fearful Midoriya was, something in him told him that he couldn't just stand by and let someone else be bullied. Before the Emerald Boy could stop himself, he ran over to the confrontation and put himself between the battered youth and Bakugo. "What are you doing here, Deku?" Midoriya's legs trembled like jello as he said, "You shouldn't use your power to hurt people, Kachan. If you don't stop, then I'll make you." "I'd like to certainly see you try, Deku." Bakugo then started to beat up Midoriya. When the cowering boy fell to the ground with tears in his eyes, Bakugo's 2 cronies joined in on the beatdown. Midoriya curled up into a ball to protect his face and chest. As the 3 bullies punched and kicked him, a voice spoke in his mind. The voice that spoke with a brutal tone that growled like wildfire, but it seemed to have eons of wisdom too. "Are you just going to let them beat you like that?" Midoriya was so dazed from being beaten that he didn't register how weird it was that he was hearing voices. The boy just said out loud in answer to the voice, "They're too strong. How can I fight back without a quirk?" "That is a lame excuse, tiny one. You don't need such insignificant power. You have the power of a fire dragon in you. Now quit your whining and use your power." With those words, Midoriya suddenly felt a burning inside of him. The burning feeling expanded in his belly like a balloon and crawled up his throat. It got to the point where the battered youth could not hold the feeling back anymore. The fiery power surged through Midoriya's tiny body and gave him greater strength than he'd ever felt before. With this strength, he managed to beat back the 3 bullies, but the power continued to claw at the boy's throat. Midoriya then opened his mouth and breathed out a huge fireball. The blast of the fire was so huge that it lit up the surrounding area like a second sun. The frightened youth somehow managed to have the foresight to aim the blast into the air, away from the 3 boys. Bakugo and the 2 creeps became so terrified of the display of firepower that the 3 ran off. Midoriya just stood there, spewing a huge pillar of fire. The young man wondered if it was ever going to end. Some of the trees and shrubs in the area started to catch fire. This concerned the emerald-haired youth. He silently prayed that someone would help him. "So this is the source of the fire I saw." Standing in the field next to Midoriya was a pink-haired man wearing shorts, sandals, and a vest over a bare chest. The man looked at the troubled youth shooting fire in the heavens with a quizzical look. "That is some firepower you have, kid, but you better turn it off before you burn the whole park down." Midoriya tried to form the words to tell the man that he couldn't, but the fire made it impossible. The pink-haired man just stood there, staring at Midoriya, his face getting more irritated with each passing second. "Well, if you don't want to turn off the fire, then I will. Stupid kid." Without a moment's hesitation, the pink-haired man took a deep breath, and the fire that Midoriya was creating flew into the man's mouth. The man continued to consume the fire until even Midoriya ran out of fire. Midoriya then fainted from exhaustion. The rose-headed man walked over to the unmoving boy. "Hey, you okay, kid?" The man shook Midoriya to wake him up, but the boy was completely out of it. "Oh no, did I kill him? Looks like I overdid it again." The fire-eating man quickly picked up the boy into his arms and ran off to get help. A short while later, Midoriya woke up lying in a large bed. In the next room, a wild argument can be heard. Midoriya heard the voice of the fire-eating man from the park, and the voice of a very angry woman. "Natsu! You're lucky that kid didn't die from all the magic you drained from him." From the sound that came next, Midoriya figured that the woman hit the pink-haired man named Natsu, apparently on the head. "Ah! Come on, Lucy. If I hadn't done that, the kid would have burnt down the whole park. What was I supposed to do? The woman Lucy took a deep breath and then relaxed. Are you sure he's a dragon slayer? I may not be as good as understanding magic types as you, but I know dragon slayer magic when I see it. Okay, I believe you. It was a good thing you brought him here. The hospital wouldn't have known how to deal with this type of power. The arguing pair then entered the bedroom where young Izuku was laying. The young boy went to stand as the two adults entered the room. The first was a pink-haired man, the one that had eaten Midoriya's fire. The second was a beautiful young woman with long blonde hair and a beautiful smile. How are you feeling, little one? Who are you two? Where am I? The pink-haired man responded to the question with a scary amount of enthusiasm. Don't tell me you forgot about me already, kid. I am the awesome fire warrior that saved you in the park. The reaction scared young Izuku. The blonde lady saw this and quickly punched the pink-haired man in the kidneys. This caused the pinkette to pass out cold on the floor. Midoriya silently wondered what was wrong with these two. Forgive him. He has way too much energy for his own good. And to answer your question, my name is Lucy Harphelia, and the loud one is my husband, Natsu Dragneel, and you're in our home. He is the man from the park? So all of that wasn't a dream. I almost burned down the park. The emotional child's eyes filled with tears. Does that make me a villain? I don't want to be a villain. Natsu picked himself up off the floor and he placed his hands on top of Izuku's head and tousled it affectionately. If having firepower makes you a monster, then so am I, little man. The puppy man then raised his fist into the air and set it ablaze. So, you have a fire quirk like me? I don't have a quirk. My firepower comes from magic, just like yours. You, my boy, are a dragon slayer wizard. Dragon slaying wizard? The green-eyed couldn't wrap his young mind around those words. What are you talking about? Lucy then slapped Natsu upside the head. You're confusing the kid, Natsu. Lucy then turned back to Izuku. Listen to me, Izuku. There's a lot to explain. Lucy then explained everything about magic and the Dragon Slayer's powers. So, a long time ago, dragons taught humans how to use magic, and they taught them a style of magic to kill dragons? I'm so confused. Let me simplify it. When you released your fire for the first time, you heard a voice, didn't you? Yeah, it sounded old but fierce, and not at all human. That was the voice of Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. Ever so often, Igneel will judge someone of being worthy of the power of the dragon. He then empowers that person with his own magic. That person becomes a dragon slayer, a warrior capable of killing the mightiest of legendary beasts. I have the power of a dragon? What kind of question is that? You shot fire from your mouth. Of course you do. And believe me, kid, you're strong. I could taste it in your fire. Yeah, how did you do that? Is that a Dragon Slayer power? Yes, it is. We can consume our elements to recharge our strength and power. But you can't eat your own fire, though. Why not? You just can't. The conversation over fire eating was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lucy left Natsu and Izuku in the bedroom to answer the door. It turned out to be Inko Midoriya. Lucy had called Inko to come and get Izuku when Natsu brought him home. You must be Inko. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. Where's my son? He's resting in the bedroom. I'll take it to him now. Back in the bedroom, Natsu and Izuku heard the ladies coming. Listen, kid, when your mom comes in, just tell her that your quirk activated. But that would be lying. Isn't lying something only villains do, sir? That is true. But just think about how confused you were when we told you about magic. Do you want to put your mom through that? Izuku shook his head no. Inko burst into the room and went straight for Izuku, wrapping him in a fierce hug. The worried woman was glad to see her little baby was safe and sound. Are you okay, Izuku? Inko rushed over to embrace her son. The poor woman had been worried sick since Lucy called her and told her what happened. I'm fine, Mom. These two took really good care of me. That's good to hear. But who are you two? I was so worried about Izuku that I almost forgot to ask. No problem. We are heroes. Both Lucy and Natsu took out their official license. Natsu's license labeled him as the Flame Dragon hero Igneal. Lucy's official hero name was the Star Hero, Celestia. I'm grateful to both of you heroes. Of course, but why did you bring my son to your home instead of the hospital? Well, when Natsu found the boy, he was emitting a large amount of fire and heat. He felt it would be safer to bring him here than the hospital. You see, this house is also completely fireproof since Natsu here is also a fire user. Oh. Okay. You see, Miss Midoriya, your son's power is a lot like my husband's. It is? She is right. And if it's all right with you, ma'am, I would be happy to train your boy to control his new power. With your permission, of course. That is a very generous offer. Let me think about it. I would like to take my son to the hospital first to make sure he's all right. Of course, there's no rush. My offer is open-ended. Lucy handed Inko their business card with their contact information. Inko thanked the two and took Izuku to the hospital. After several days of testing, Inko and Izuku sat in front of a doctor to get Izuku's test results. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, we found that your son has a fire quirk. This is not unexpected since our records tell us that your husband can breathe fire. But our tests also show that your son is completely fireproof. His skin can resist high temperatures and he shows no signs of weakness to high heat. Frankly, his power is not like any of the fire quirks that I have seen. Really? Is it that unusual? Well, quirks have the ability to evolve as they pass down, but I've never seen such a leap in power. I would suggest that he be given a quirk counselor. The boy seems to have enough control over his power now that he will not be a danger to himself and others. I give him my full permission to return to his normal life. Okay. Thank you, Doctor. After that, Inko and Izuku went home. Over the following weeks, Inko had several discussions with Izuku, his quirk counselor Natsu, and Lucy. It was agreed that Izuku could train with Natsu to gain better control of his power, but Inko only agreed to this if Lucy was present during the training. Natsu's overly enthusiastic nature kind of scared Inko. Lucy agreed to these terms and told Inko she understood. The blonde knew that her husband could go overboard. She promised to keep him in line. With that, Izuku started training under Natsu to learn how to control his Dragon Slayer powers. Years later, we find Izuku in his middle school. A teacher stands in front of the class holding a stack of papers in one hand. Well, I should hand out these papers so that you can see your occupation you would be good for. The teacher then threw the papers into the air. But what's the point? I know you all want to go to the hero track. At that exclamation, the students in the class started to show off their wide assortment of quirks. Yes, you all have some fine quirks, but you know the rules, no using a quirk on campus. Don't let me in with these losers, Teach. Bakugo sat with his feet on his desk, a cocky look on his face. I'm gonna be number one, but these losers will be lucky if they get sidekicked by some busted D-lister. Bakugo then jumped on his desk to proclaim his superiority. The other students gave Bakugo angry glares and berated him for belittling them. You shouldn't talk others down, Bomb Boy. With an attitude like that, you're more likely to end up as a villain. Bakugo's eyes turned toward the back of the classroom where the voice came from. Sitting at his desk was Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy leaned back in his seat with a confident smile on his face. You have something to say to me, Deku? I just did. And you can forget about being number one as long as I'm around. That spot will be going to me. Watch it, Deku. You may have that stupid fire quirk, but it doesn't make you better than me. Deku stood up and jumped into the air. The confident teen landed on the desk behind Bakugo's. This action allowed Midoriya to look Bakugo in the eye. My power is better than yours, because I beat you on all of the mock tests, and I plan to make it into UA. Bakugo got back into Midoriya's face, literally. Oh no you don't, Deku! I'm gonna be the first one in this lousy school to get into UA! I will leave you and everyone else in my ashes! You'll be the one left in ashes, splatterbrains! Midoriya, Bakugo, I see you two have signed up for the UA entrance exams. Well, that makes sense. The two boys continued to make angry faces at each other while standing on the desk until the teacher told them to get down. Later that afternoon, Midoriya was packing his bag when Bakugo and his cronies approached him. "We need to talk, Deku." "I have nothing to say to you, Kachan." "Do you really think a loser like you can pass UA entrance exams? Why would they take someone like you when they could have someone like me?" "Don't you have a high opinion of yourself? The fact is, Kachan, I registered to take the test, and I'm taking it, unless you want to try and stop me." Bakugo set off an explosion in his left hand. The blonde boy thought that it would frighten Midoriya. The only reaction that the green had was to inhale the flames from the explosion and gulp them down. "Your fire may be sour, Kachan, but I can still devour it like candy, so bring it on." Bakugo turned to leave. "Maybe another day, stupid fire-eating freak." With the confrontation out of the way, Midoriya packed up his bag and headed out. The confident boy knew that his master Natsu and Lucy would not like it if he was late. As Midoriya walked, he flipped through one of his notebooks. The notebook he was reading was full of ideas for new uses of his fire magic. Midoriya was so engrossed in his notebook that he started talking out loud. "It is true that Master Natsu's fire-based combat will help me beat down bad guys, but it'll not help me capture and pursuit. I need to work on those aspects if I stand any chance to getting into UA." The boy was so lost in thought that he only noticed the figure in the shadows in the last second. The pine-haired boy jumped out of the way as an arm made of strange green liquid made for a grab at him. "You almost had me." Suddenly Midoriya grabbed his nose and howled in disgust. "Ugh, what are you made of? You smell like a love child of sewage plants and garbage dump." The squirming figure came out into the light, revealing a villain made of a green fluid. "Watch your mouth, kid. Just for that, I'm gonna make you suffer, and then I'm gonna take over your body." Midoriya had no idea what this villain was talking about, but he figured that it was a good opportunity to try out a new move that he had been working on. The sludge villain made an advance on Midoriya. The intelligent boy raised his hands and set them ablaze. The green-eyed boy then used his fire to create a wall between him and the villain. The villain's hand hit Midoriya's fire with a sizzle, but the villain seemed more annoyed than hurt. "So you're a fire user. This is great. With this firepower, I can take down that muscle-bound fool that was chasing me." The villain tried to slip around the firewall. Midoriya saw this and reacted. The Dragon Slayer manipulated his fire and had it close around the slimy villain. The fire quickly condensed and formed into a bubble of spinning flames with the villain on the inside. "What's the big deal?" "Do you like it, villain? I call this my hell cage." Just then, a nearby sewer grate popped off and a large muscular man appeared. "Have no fear, because I'm..." It was then that the man noticed the young boy holding a villain in a bubble of fire. "Hey, you're All Might. That is so cool. I would love to have an autograph, but could you help me with this guy? I don't think I can keep this cage up much longer." All Might was dumbfounded by the sight of the villain in the fire bubble. But the bro hero quickly reformed and helped Midoriya. The two placed the sludge villain into a pair of bottles that All Might had. "You are All Might. I'm your biggest fan. Can I have your autograph?" All Might signed the boy's notebook. "That is an interesting ability you have, young man. But you should not have used your power in public like that. But since you were defending yourself from a villain, I will let it slide. What's your name, young man?" "My name is Izuku Midoriya, All Might, sir." "Well, Izuku Midoriya, you have a great power there, but be careful how you use it. If I had not come along, it was more than likely that the villain would have gotten away, or worse, completed his attack on you. Keep that in mind going forward." All Might then went to leap away when Midoriya stopped him. "Sir, one more thing. Can I just ask you one more thing?" "Of course! I'm always happy to answer a fan's question." "Do you think I have what it takes to be a hero like you?" All Might rubbed his manly chin in deep thought. Considering your actions today and the power you displayed, I think you have what it takes to be a marvelous hero someday. But you still have a long way to go. So, train your mind and body hard, and your dreams will come true." With those inspiring words, All Might leapt away to take the villain to the police station. Midoriya had been so surprised by All Might's arrival that he didn't realize that he was late for training. The green teen didn't get to ponder this for too long when he noticed that Natsu had appeared nearby. The fiery man had an angry expression on his face. The pink-haired man leapt toward Midoriya and punched him in the face. The loud man then grabbed Midoriya's collar and started asking him, "Where have you been? You were 10 minutes late. Lucy and I were so worried." Natsu's vigorous shaking left the emerald-eyed teen very dizzy, but the confused young man did his best to explain why he was late to the training. Natsu stopped shaking the boy after he explained. "Oh, that's what happened. Why didn't you say so?" "I tried to, Master, but you wouldn't stop shaking me." Natsu got a mischievous grin on his face. "Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I overreacted. Well, come on. We need to get to the training grounds. It's a very important day." Natsu grabbed Midoriya around the waist and ignited 2 huge pillars of fire under his feet. The 2 dragon slayers then flew into the sky like a rocket. After flying a short distance, Natsu landed on the beach where he and Izuku had trained for the past 10 years. Lucy was waiting for the 2.
"It's about time you got here. What happened, Izuku? Why were you late?"
Midoriya then told Lucy about his run-in with the sludge villain and about his meeting All Might.
"Well, that explains it. I'm glad you weren't hurt, Izuku." "So, Master Natsu told me we had something important to cover today." "Well, it's not so much something that we have to cover as something we have to tell you." "You do the honors, Natsu. He's your student after all."
"Well, Izuku, we wanted to tell you that you completed your training as a Dragon Slayer!" Most people would be overjoyed to hear this, but Izuku was panicked.
But Master, I can't even beat you in a fight yet. How can my training be completed? There's still so much I need to learn."
"That is true, but you've mastered the basics. At this point, you need to take charge of your own training. You need to take the power of the Dragon Slayer and make it your own. If I continue to train you, your techniques would be nothing more than a copy of mine." Midoriya was confused by this explanation. He was used to this by now. Midoriya had learned long ago that Natsu was an on-hands trainer. The Pinkette had taught Midoriya how to control his power through harsh hand-to-hand combat. It was a hard way to learn. Many days, Midoriya would go home completely drained and covered in bruises. Though the method was severe, Midoriya learned to control his powers quickly. At this point, he matched and even outdid Bakugo in the quirk test. Lucy saw the confused look in the pine-haired boy's eyes.
"We know that this is a shock, Izuku. But we enjoyed training you these last 10 years. We know it's your dream to become a great hero like All Might. We believe that you have everything you need to pass the UA exam. There's only one more thing you need from us."
Lucy reached into the bag she had in her side and took out an old book. She placed the volume gently in Izuku's hands.
What's this, Master Lucy?" "That book contains advanced Dragon Slayer magic. It'll be up to you to master them."
"But don't worry, kid. You've not seen the last of us. We plan to keep our eyes on you and your progress. After all this time, we think of you as family, and you don't abandon family." Natsu jabbed his fist toward Midoriya. A smile broke out across the teen's face as he bumped his fist against his master's.
"I will continue my training, Master Natsu, and I'll get stronger than you."
Natsu smiled at the boy. "I look forward to seeing your progress once you get stronger. We can fight again and see if you've surpassed me."
"One thing before you go, Izuku. Be aware that you are not the only individual in this world that has been blessed by the dragon. It is likely that during your training you will meet other Dragon Slayers. Be prepared. Some of them are not friendly."
"She's right, kid. And some of them are just as strong as me, if not stronger. So train hard. You might have to fight those guys one day."
"I'll keep that in mind, Masters. Thank you for all your help."
Midoriya then left the 2 wizards and walked home. As the young man walked home, he got lost in thought. Midoriya knew that he needed to train even harder than he had in the past 10 years if he was going to get into UA. The fire boy took out the notebook and began outlining the training regiment. Midoriya was so engrossed in his notes that he didn't notice that someone was approaching him until he ran into them. This caused Midoriya to drop his notebook.
I'm sorry."
Midoriya looked up to see that he had bumped into a young girl.
"It's all right. Just watch where you're going next time."
Midoriya looked the girl over and realized how cute she was. The girl was short with a slender figure. Her hair was dark blue and pinned up in pigtails.
"What are you staring at?"
Izuku had been so surprised that he realized he was staring.
Sorry about that. I was just thinking that you were really cute."
The girl blushed mildly at the comment.
Oh, thank you. But still, don't stare. People might think you're a creep or something. Sorry again. By the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya.
The polite boy bowed in her direction. She pressed her lips for a moment before answering.
My name is Wendy Marvel. It's nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya.
After a brief conversation with Wendy, Izuku went home to finish plotting out his training regimen for the next 10 months. The Granette figured in his recovery times and studying for the written exam. When he had it written out, Izuku realized that he had himself on a pretty tight timetable, but he had come this far and was not about to give up. Izuku trained hard over the preceding months. Natsu and Lucy did check in on him every so often. Natsu checked to make sure he was keeping up his physical training. Lucy made sure he was studying enough. And before Izuku knew it, the day of the entrance exam had arrived. Izuku entered the UA campus. The green teen felt that he had entered a temple. After all, the boy practically worshipped heroes. And so many of the top heroes in Japanese society had received their training from this place. Izuku was so entranced by the setting that he tripped over his own feet. The boy would have hit the ground face first if someone had not caught him by the collar. Watch where you're going! It is bad luck to trip over yourself. Once Izuku collected himself, he got a good look at his savior. Wendy? Izuku! The two then said at that same time, while pointing a finger at each other, What are you doing here? The flustered boy took a moment to collect himself. I am here to take the UA entrance exam. What a coincidence! So am I! Move it, you two! There are people trying to get through here! Izuku gritted his teeth in frustration. He knew that voice also. Kachan, come to see me get the top score? You can forget that miserable Deku. I'll be getting the top score, you hear? Wendy committed under her breath. Everyone in the courtyard hears you. The bomb-handed youth and the fry-breathing boy glared at each other menacingly. After a long moment, Wendy and Izuku stepped aside to let Bakugo through. Izuku turned back to Wendy. So, Wendy, you want to be a hero? That's the plan. And since UA is the best hero course there is, I figured I would take the exam and get in. I know what you mean. Good luck. You too. The two UA hopefuls entered the testing site to see what surprises were in store for them. After entering the auditorium, all of the students were welcomed by the voice hero Present Mike. Welcome to our awesome entrance exam! Today, you all will be fighting various robots. The sheet in front of you shows the types and points values of each robot. There are 3 types that will give you points from 1 to 3 based on their level of difficulty. Midoriya was fanboying out of the sight of Present Mike. Suddenly, a blue-haired boy stood up. Sir, you said that there were 3 types of faux villains, but the sheet shows 4 types. This is not some kind of oversight that we can accept from the #1 school in the country. The blue-haired boy then turned towards Midoriya. And you, with the unkempt hair, stop fanboying out and take this seriously. Your jabbering is disturbing the rest of us. Thank you, test taker. Your complaint has been registered. You see that the 4th robot type is worth 0 points. They are used as an obstacle for you to avoid. You could fight them, but there's kinda no point. Thank you, sir. All right, with all the explanations finished, let's get out there. All of the students left the auditorium in an orderly manner. After getting changed, all of the test takers gathered at their assigned testing fields. Midoriya was busy psyching himself up when he noticed Wendy nearby. He watched the skinny girl take deep breaths and talking to herself. The plain-looking teen thought it would be a good idea to wish her luck on the test. Before he could take even a single step, a hand grabbed his shoulder. When Midoriya turned to see who the hand belonged to, he was shocked. It was the blue-haired boy from the auditorium who had chewed Midoriya out for being a fanboy. It looks like she's trying to focus on the task at hand. What were you looking to do? Distract her and cause her to fail the test? Before Midoriya could respond to the serious boy, President Mike yelled over the crowd. Go, go, go! What are you kids waiting for? There are no start signals in a real battle. Suddenly, everyone was running. Midoriya knew that speed was going to play a huge part in this test. So, the boy knew he could not mess around. The blazing teen took off running into the battlefield. As the blazing youth zipped through the streets of the fake city, the first robot he came across was a one-pointer. Midoriya knew he needed to act quickly. Midoriya was a ways off from the target, so he knew he needed a long-distance attack. So the boy placed his hands in front of his mouth and took a deep breath. Magic circles appeared in front of his hands. The energetic boy yelled out, "Fire Dragon's Roar!" The one-pointer was consumed in a massive fireball. The robot was then reduced to a smoking pile of melted metal and ash. And so it went. Midoriya rushed around the field, destroying robots when he found them. He also managed to save several other test takers who got into trouble. As the fiery teen blasted his way through the battlefield, he eventually came upon a familiar face. Midoriya came upon the scene of Wendy being attacked by a three-pointer. The pine-haired youth was about to rush in to help the blue-haired girl, until he was frozen in place by a shocking sight. Wendy stood before the robot and a magic circle appeared before the small girl. She then yelled out, "Sky Dragon's Roar!" Suddenly, a powerful vortex of wind burst into being. The whirlwind sent the robot flying through the air. The automation crashed into the ground and collapsed like a soda can. Midoriya was surprised to see that the young girl he had met was in fact a dragon slayer. The boy just stood there in his lower jaw scraping the ground. Natsu had told Midoriya that there were other individuals with dragon slayer powers, but the green teen did not expect to think that he would meet one so soon. He also never thought that the dragon slayer would be so cute. Before the confused teen could collect himself, Wendy noticed him and ran over. "Well, hello there, Midoriya. I guess the fact that I'm a dragon slayer is in the open." "I can see that. So, you can control and use wind?" "Right. You are a fire dragon slayer, so you control fire? I am a sky dragon slayer, so I use wind." "Okay. You don't by chance know my masters Natsu Dragneel and Lucy Heartfilia?" "As a matter of fact, I do. They found me before you. Lucy helped me get control of my powers. When I told Lucy that I planned to go out for UA, she asked me to look out for you." "Why would she do that?" "Lucy told me that you're the kind of person who would risk life and limb to help someone. She also said that you are the kind that always finds yourself in trouble, just like Natsu. So, Lucy wanted me to look after you." At the young girl's words, Midoriya got a sheepish look on his face. "Of course, I was trying not to agree to any of this until I met you. Lucy arranged for me to meet you incognito." "You mean, that day we first met? Lucy set that up?" "Yes, she did. I told her I would not look out for anyone unless they were a nice person." "So, was I nice?" The girl blushed mildly and then responded, "Well, I am here, aren't I?" "Huh, I guess you are." The confused but happy boy smiled at the blue-haired girl. "Listen, how about we stick together for the rest of this test? No telling what the UA staff has in store for us." "I like the way you think of Midoriya." The two dragon slayers ran off to find more robots. In the control room, surrounded by monitors, All Might, in his weak form, sat watching the test with Principal Nezu to his right, and Lucy Heartfilia to his left. "Are these two young people you told us about, Miss Heartfilia?" "Yes, they are, Principal Nezu." "Well, you certainly did not undersell their skills. I can't wait to see what they do next." "I would be interested to know what kind of training you put them through to get these results, young lady." "Well, I trained the girl. My husband trained the boy." All Might thought quietly to himself. Both of these young people had the strength to be his successor. He knew that the Midoriya had the character, but the #1 hero would not make this decision lightly. Whoever he chooses would bear the weight of the world on their shoulders as the new symbol of peace. Even with that thought, All Might was glad to see that this new generation of heroes had such potential. "Of course, the test is not over yet. They still have a big hurdle to overcome." "True, All Might, but even so, it looks like this is shaping up to be a fine year at UA High School." Back on the battlefield, Midoriya and Wendy tore through the fake city. They used their fire and wind attacks to blast robots apart when they found them. The two even managed to save several other examinees who were in over their heads. As Midoriya and Wendy destroyed a pair of 3-point robots, Wendy asked Midoriya a question. "By my count, I have 50 points. How many do you have, Midoriya?" "I have 52. That should put us in good shape to pass the test. But let's see if we can get a few more just to be safe." "Good idea." The two Dragon Slayers took off to find more points. As the two exited the back streets and entered the main street, the ground shook. Suddenly, the loud grinding of gears reverberated throughout the battle stage. Rising up from the ground was their humongous 0-pointer robot. "That thing is huge! How can we beat something like that?" "President Mike said that it would be best to avoid 0-pointers. I can see now why he said that. Let's run, Wendy. We have enough points to pass. I completely agree. As the two teens turned to retreat, a feminine voice full of panic could be heard. Ow! My ankle! Someone help! Midoriya turned back and saw a pretty brunette girl trapped under some rubble. The concerned teen figured the girl got trapped by the debris from a falling building when the zero-pointer emerged. Wendy saw the look in Midoriya's eye and knew what they had to do. Midoriya, you take care of the robot. I'll help the girl. Really, Wendy? But you were set on running away a minute ago. That was then. This is now. Besides, you're going to help the girl whether I go or not, right? Yes, I cannot run away when others need my help. That's what I thought. Your fire pack's more of a punch than my wind. You stand a better chance of damaging that behemoth. I can get the girl clear. Judging from the way her leg is bent, it is probably broken. I can do more for her if that is true. Really? How is that? No time to explain right now. Get going. Midoriya did not think twice. The determined youth charged the zero-pointer, while Wendy went to free the brunette. Midoriya had no idea what he was going to do. He knew that his standard melee attacks would not work. He also doubted that his Fire Dragon's roar would do anything against a foe that big. Midoriya thought hard and only came up with one option. Midoriya had not mastered this move yet, and it drained a lot of his magic, but he had no choice. The blazing boy then jumped onto the zero-pointer's body. Midoriya then climbed up the giant's shoulders. Midoriya then focused his magic power into his hands. Suddenly, a ball of super condensed fire appeared between the boy's hands. Midoriya then raised the ball over his head and chanted all of the magic he had left into it. The ball expanded to a massive size. Midoriya then yelled out, "Fire Dragon! Brilliant Flame!" The blazing youth then brought the giant fireball down on the giant's robot's head. The fire was so hot that it melted the robot all the way down to its chest. With this, the robot stopped moving. Midoriya, being completely drained of power, fell unconscious and started falling towards the ground. Having no robot to stand on, the knockout teen would have hit the ground with a massive impact, if not for the intervention of Wendy and the girl the two Dragon Slayers saved. It turned out that the girl, whose name was Ochako Uraraka, did have a broken ankle. Wendy got her free and gave her some light healing with her cure magic. She told Ochako that it was only sprained, not wanting to reveal that she had a second magic type. Just as Uraraka was thanking Wendy for her help, the zero-pointer exploded in a shower of fire and metal. But the girls were more worried about the fact that Midoriya was falling at incredible speed. I could use my quirk on him and if it got more height. I can help with that. How? Hold on. Wendy then used her wind magic to surround Uraraka in a whirlwind. This wind funnel lifted the pink-cheeked girl off the ground towards Midoriya. When she met up with Midoriya, the brunette slapped the green-haired boy across the face. This immediately rendered the teen weightless. Uraraka then grabbed the boy as Wendy lowered the two to the ground level. Uraraka then released her power and upchucked rainbows from the strain of overusing her quirk. President Mike then yelled out, "And that's the end! All of you cool cats that can please exit the testing field. For those that can't, no worries. We will be providing awesome medical services." Suddenly, an elderly woman in the doctor's office outfitted appeared on the battlefield.
Great job, kiddos. Even if you did not pass today, you are all winners in my book. If anyone is in need of medical treatment, over here, ma'am. What is going on, ladies? Excuse me, ma'am, but are you a doctor or something? No need for excuses, child. I am the youthful heroine Recovery Girl. Now, let's see those injuries.
Wendy and Uraraka asked Recovery Girl to check on Midoriya before them. After all, the boy was unconscious and looked very beat up. Recovery Girl looked the boy over. The elderly hero was shocked to find that he was perfectly fine. He was unconscious, but all of his wounds were very superficial. The kindly woman looked at the two girls. Both young ladies were hovering over Midoriya with worried expressions.
No need to worry, my dears. Your friend will be fine.
But that big fireball, and he looks so beat up. Are you sure, miss?
I am sure. Most of his wounds are minor scrapes and bruises. As for him being unconscious, he's just exhausted. I will move him to my clinic for observation, but he will have to heal slowly. I cannot use my power on him in this condition. Why is that? My power just accelerates the healing process. If I use it on him right now, he might die instead of heal.
If it's all right, miss, can I go with him?
Recovery Girl saw the concerned look on Wendy's face.
Of course, child. That is no problem.
Me too. He did so much to save me. I just want to be sure he's all right. Uraraka, you need to get checked out first. Plus, Recovery Girl probably won't like too many people in her clinic.
I can speak for myself, and no, I would not want that.
Recovery Girl then gave a sweet look to Uraraka.
Let me look after you, child. That ankle is not very serious, but it does need looking after.
The healing hero then called in for some robots to take Midoriya to the clinic to rest. When the two Dragon Slayers arrived at the clinic, they were met by Lucy Heartfilia.
Lucy, what are you doing here? I was in the observation room watching the exam. You two did really well.
Thank you, Master.
If I do not miss my guess, you came here to heal Midoriya. Yes, I figured my cure magic would be more than Recovery Girl's power. Or at least, I figured it couldn't hurt to try. After all, I'm still learning how to use that power. Well, you better get to work then.
Right. Wendy bowed to Lucy and then started to work on Midoriya. As her bluish-green magic followed over the green-haired boy, his bruises healed. It turned out that Recovery Girl was right. Wendy was amazed that Midoriya had very few injuries after a big attack like that. I guess that can be put down to Natsu's hard training. The biggest problem that Midoriya had was that he had completely depleted his magical power, but that would recover with time. In fact, Wendy could feel the plain-looking boy's power already recovering.
I guess you are right about Midoriya here, Master. He does have a bad habit of overdoing it. More than likely he gets that from Natsu. I love the guy, but he can become a one-man wrecking crew when someone is in trouble. That is why I wanted to pair you two up. Really, Master? Yes, individuals like Midoriya need someone to watch their back. The fact that you're a Dragon Slayer with healing powers was a godsend. Does that mean we passed the test? That I do not know, Wendy. I was allowed to observe, but I had no influence over the results at all. You will just have to wait and see like everyone else.
It was at this point that Midoriya woke up.
I feel like a train hit me. No train, my friend, but you certainly did a number on that 0-pointer. Are we really friends?
Wendy was taken aback by the question.
Do you think I would be that worried about someone who isn't?
Wendy then grabbed a pillow and smacked Midoriya across the face with it.
Try and give me some warning when you're going to do something crazy like that. Okay, deal, friend.
Midoriya extended his fist to the girl. She laughed at the gesture, but returned it with a soft bump.
Okay, you two have been through a lot today. Go home and rest. No training for the next few days, okay?
Wendy turned to leave, but came back into the room.
Quick, Midoriya, give me your phone.
The confused boy reached into his pocket and produced the device.
Wendy took it and quickly punched several buttons. That is my number. Call me when you feel better.
The charming girl then blushed, thinking that this statement was too forward.
I mean, for training. Yes, training, and only training. It's not like I find you cute or anything. I mean, you are so strong. I figured it would help us both, you know?
Before the innocent girl could get more flustered, Midoriya responded.
That is a good idea. Plus, I have a feeling that you have a few things you could teach me as well.
He then gave the girl a confident smile.
Okay, I look forward to it.
Wendy then turned and left the room. After resting a little while longer, Midoriya collected his things and went home. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in another part of UA. Principal Nezu and All Might were deep in conversation.
What do you think of the test, old friend? Did anyone catch your attention?
There were a few, but I still have not made my decision. One for all is a huge responsibility. Choosing the next holder cannot be taken lightly. I will continue to observe this progress and see who is deserving.
A fair decision. Just keep in mind that this is a decision that you can no longer put off. You have been a great champion of the people, All Might, but your injury can no longer be ignored.
I know that, Principal, and I thank you for this new job, and giving me the opportunity to find a worthy successor. I know they roam the halls of UA.
Of course. You are not the only one concerned about society.
The two educators were interrupted by a knock at the door.
Are you expecting someone, Principal?
Why, yes, I am. In addition to hiring you, I have also taken the liberty of hiring another instructor.
Is that really necessary, sir?
Necessary or not, the paperwork is complete, and she will be starting at the same time you are. Isn't that exciting?
The mouse man then turned to the door.
You can come in.
The door opened to reveal a tall woman with crimson hair, wearing armor and a blue skirt.
It is not nice to keep people waiting. After all, you asked me here.
All Might quietly freaked out at the sight of the stern-looking woman.
You are right. I am sorry. The principal turned back to All Might. All Might, have you met the equipped hero Titania? It is only proper that you introduce me by my hero name. But since we are going to be working together, you both may call me by my real name, Urza Scarlet.
It had been several weeks since Izuku Midoriya had completed the UA entrance exam. Over that time, he had been anxiously waiting for the results to come in. To distract himself from this, the nervous boy busied himself with training. He had met Wendy several times and learned more about the Sky Dragon Slayer. Midoriya had even gotten some good ideas for a new move to use. The most annoying thing that happened during these weeks, besides not hearing from UA, was his mother's sudden interest in his new friend Wendy. The loving woman wanted to know everything about the girl. What did she look like? What kind of personality did she have? Did she have a boyfriend? All of these were questions that Inko bombarded the green teen with. It was true that Midoriya had not had many female friends growing up, or indeed any female friend. The flustered teen had never been very good with girls. He had mainly focused on his Dragon Slayer training. It felt it was more important to not burn down his house than to get lucky. One night, Midoriya was staying in his dorm when Inko came busting into the room with an envelope in her hand.
Izuku, you got a letter from UA. I think it's your test results.
The frantic woman hurriedly handed over the envelope and left the room. Midoriya held the envelope in his hands for a moment, fearful of the contents. Finally, he ripped open the envelope and a small disc fell out. Booyah! I'm here as a projection!
All Might?
That's right, Izuku Midoriya, but just so you know, this is a recording and I cannot actually hear you. But never mind that. I am here to tell you that you passed the written exam with flying colors. But I know you're more interested in how you did on the practical. Well, good news! You received an exceptional 55 villain points on the exam. This is a very good score, but it is not your whole score. There were other factors being considered. Midoriya and Wendy figured this was the case. When the two had met up for training over the past weeks, Wendy had mentioned that the practical test seemed to focus sorely on combat. The witty girl thought it was weird. Midoriya pointed out that they probably had some kind of secret scoring system, taking different qualities into account. After all, if the test was only about fighting fake villains, then the school would only end up with only the best fighters. You see, young man, you are not only being rated on your combat skills, but how you acted during the test. A panel was watching how you performed during the battle, and you were rewarded resume points if you had behaved as a hero should. After all, what kind of hero course would UA be if we did not take such qualities into account? I am proud to say that you, Izuku Midoriya, were awarded an awesome 90 rescue points. That gives you a grand total of 145 points. That's the second highest score. All Might pressed a remote, which displayed Midoriya's score and the score on the other students that passed. Midoriya could see that he got a higher score than Bakugo, who came in third, which the fiery teen was over the moon about. But Midoriya was surprised to see that Wendy Marvel had gotten the top score. The peppy teen figured this was because the blue-haired girl rescued Uraraka from the debris and then helped the brunette to save him from falling to the ground. One last thing. You should know that I'm doing this video because I am UA's newest teacher. Midoriya could not believe this. The number one hero was going to be teaching at UA? The green-eyed boy did not know how to process this. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Izuku Midoriya, welcome to the Hero Academia. You have made it into UA High School. The overjoyed teen shared the news with Inko. The two had a long cry after. After the waterworks had ended, Midoriya texted Wendy to let her know. The girl texted back quickly and congratulated him on passing. The green-haired boy then returned the sentiment by congratulating her on getting the top score. After several minutes, Wendy messaged a thank you for the warm feelings. Both friends agreed that they would meet up at UA for the first day. That way they could wish each other good luck. Of course, when Izuku told Inko, the woman got a knowing look in her eye. She was happy to see that her son had found a friend that he could go on this new adventure with, but she would need to keep her eye on this girl. Izuku may be growing up, but he was still her baby boy. On his first day at UA, Izuku got dressed in his school uniform and said goodbye to his mother. On the train ride to the campus, the worried teen wondered what kind of people his fellow students would be. At least he would know Wendy, but he had no idea if the two of them would be in the same class. Midoriya did his best to relax as he exited the train. Midoriya and Wendy met at the front gate of the UA campus, like they planned. Wendy greeted her green-haired friend with a full voice of excitement.
Midoriya, today we start our hero training. I hope you're as excited as me. Oh, I definitely am. By the way, Wendy, which class are you in?
The ecstatic girl pulled out her schedule.
This says I'm in 1A. What about you? Me too. Now I'm really excited. Really? So when you told me you were excited before, was that a lie?
Midoriya got flustered at this question from Wendy. The plain-looking teen was still not used to having a girl for a friend, but he could just tell from the impish look in Wendy's eye that she was just fooling around.
No,
I was excited, but also worried. But I'm really glad we are going to train together.
Why is that?
Well, it is just that I have really liked training with you the past few weeks. Wendy's face suddenly blushed fiercely. Do you really mean that, Midoriya? Of course I do. Would I say it if I didn't? Oh, I have really enjoyed my time with you too. Wendy then nervously cleared her throat. We should probably get to class. We don't want to be late on the first day. The two dragon slayers made their way through the hallways. Both kids came to a giant door with the 1A written in red letters. Midoriya wondered if there were giants roaming the halls. Otherwise, why would the staff need such a large door? Well, here's the class. Yeah, I'm sure everyone here is nice. Wendy nodded in agreement. Midoriya slid the door open and was confronted by a not-so-shocking sight. Bakugo had already gotten into a fight with the blue-haired boy from the exam. The two people Midoriya did not want to see were in his class. You got something to say to me, Four Eyes? All I was saying is I cannot allow you to disrespect our upperclassmen by putting your feet on the desk. All talking stopped as Wendy and Midoriya entered the room. Several students exchanged hushed whispers. Bakugo audibly grounded his teeth in frustration. Well, if it isn't the two highest scores, we did not get off on the right foot. My name is Tenya Ida. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is my friend, Wendy Marvel. Before anyone can introduce themselves, a tall woman entered the doorway. The woman was dressed in a blue skirt with a blouse and black boots. That is enough noise. Everyone take your seats. It is time to begin class. Who the hell are you, tomato head? Before the foul-mouthed Bakugo could react, the crimson-haired woman zipped across the room and pinned Bakugo against the wall. The woman had her forearm placed on Bakugo's neck, and the bombastic boy's feet were dangling in the air. My name is Urza Scarlet. I'm your homeroom teacher, and if it isn't apparent yet, I will not tolerate disrespect. She then glared daggers at Bakugo. So, are we going to have a problem, or are you going to behave? Bakugo tried to answer, but he was unable to make a sound. The spiky blonde pointed to his neck. Oh, right, sorry. Urza removed her arm from Bakugo's neck. The foul-mouthed youth fell to the ground in a heap. After coughing for a few seconds, Bakugo replied, I apologize, ma'am. I'll watch my mouth from now on. Good. Now to get to business. The adamant woman extended her hand with a flash of yellow light. A stack of uniforms appeared in the woman's hands. Change into these gym uniforms and meet me on the practice field. Not wanting to get pinned to the wall, of course, or worse, the students went to the locker rooms to get changed. Today, you are going to partake in a quirk assessment test. It is important that I understand where you are in your development for me to train you effectively. But miss, our orientation, we're gonna miss it. You don't have time for that nonsense. You came here to be heroes, right? All the students nodded in agreement. You have 3 years at this high school to become heroes who can combat the evil festering in this world. So show me that you have what it takes. All the students answered with a group, yes ma'am. Midoriya, what was your farthest softball throw in middle school? About 80 meters, I think. Urza threw the green-eyed boy a softball. Now try it using your power. Midoriya wondered how he could use his power in this task. He quickly realized that Miss Scarlet was trying to get them to use their powers in different ways than they'd used them before. The thoughtful boy could not help but feel that he had seen the crimson-haired woman somewhere before. Midoriya thought for a long moment. Then he got an idea. Midoriya channeled his magic power into his hands. The boy then took a pitching stance and made his throw. When Midoriya's hand started to move, a jet of blazing fire exploded from the back of Midoriya's hand. The stream of blazing energy propelled the ball higher and farther than the ingenious boy could have ever done normally. Urza looked at her phone. The serious woman turned the screen towards the class. The reading on the screen said 190 meters. Up to this point, you have taken many tests, but you haven't been asked to use your powers in a tangible way. Use these tests to better your understanding of how your powers work. Cool, it's a physical test, but we get to use our quirks? This'll be fun! Urza got a fierce look in her eye. Fun, is it? Well, how is this for fun? The person coming in last place will be expelled. All the students gasped in shock. Expelled? But it is our first day and we all worked so hard to get here. This isn't fair. Are natural disasters fair? Or villain attacks? Of course not. But it is the job of a hero to combat that unfairness. If you are going to be stopped by a little test, then you don't deserve to be here. Show me and yourselves that you belong here. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. With the services Skillshare provides, you can get access to many in-depth tutorial videos on basically anything you want to learn. Each class that they have is bound to help you with your creative endeavors. Do you want to learn how to make videos like this one? Do you want to learn how to write scripts or edit audio? Skillshare has you covered. And with our link, you can have a 14-day free trial. So what are you waiting for? Click the link now and get 14 days worth of classes for free.
Link is in the description below. Midoriya and the others did not like the fact that this could be their first day and last day at UA. But they all knew that Miss Scarlet was right. If they wanted to become heroes, then they would have to face worse consequences than expulsion. So all of the students prepared themselves for the events ahead. While he was certainly concerned about Urza's threat of expulsion, something else was also eating at Midoriya. The intelligent boy knew that one of UA's claims to fame was that all of the teachers were pro-heroes. Alright, let's get these events underway. As Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka lined up for the 50-meter dash, a small starter pistol appeared in Urza's hand. Wendy saw this and displayed a level of fangirlism that put Midoriya to shame.
It is you! I did not recognize you without your armor! You're the re-equipped hero, Titania!
Urza responded to this enthusiasm with a flat tone. I was wondering who would be the first to notice. Good job, now run. Urza fired the starter pistol. The three teens took off running. Both Ida and Midoriya got pretty high scores, and Uraraka did alright. And so the events went on. Midoriya did very well in the long jump, long distance run, and sit-ups. Wendy also did marvelously seated toe touch, 50-meter dash, and sidesteps. Both students got high scores in the ball throw, but were eclipsed by Uraraka, who got an infinity score. But the two elemental teens were wondering how they ranked compared to their new classmates. Alright, you should already have some idea of where you rank, but here are the final scores. Erna then pressed a device that projected the list of scores onto a hologram in the air. Midoriya and Wendy managed to come in 4th and 3rd, respectively. While the two Dragon Slayers were glad that they did not come in last place, the two were shocked by the two that came in 1st and 2nd. In 2nd place was Kaminari, a blonde kid with a lightning bolt in his hair. Both Midoriya and Wendy had a hard time believing that the goofy kid was that good, but they did not exclude it. After all, both teens knew Natsu Dragneel, who was a bigger goofball than Kaminari would ever be. But one of the strongest heroes that they had ever seen, and in the top spot, somehow was Momo Yaoyorozu. After noticing the top spots, their eyes went to the bottom spot. The student name occupying the last spot was Toru Hagakure. The class did not need to see the girl's face to know how she was feeling. The invisible girl replied with a choking sob in her voice.
No, this can't be. Why me?
Urza pressed the button on her device again, and the list disappeared. Oh, by the way, no one is getting expelled. Every student's jaw dropped, except Yaoyorozu. That was a clever deception I used to get you to perform your best.
I am surprised you all did not figure it out earlier. I guess I should have said something.
Every student thought to themselves, that would have been nice. An important piece of information to know. In this timeline, Koji Koda did not get into UA. Since Wendy got 1st place on the entrance exam, the Any Voice boy did not make the cut. Be prepared to start your training in earnest tomorrow. Before you leave today, grab a class syllabus and read it before tomorrow. That is all. Midoriya and Wendy looked at each other knowingly. While both of them knew the UA would be a challenging experience, they did not think that it would get this serious this quickly. But the two did not come to UA to take it easy. Smiles of excitement spread across the two elemental teens' faces as they realized the challenges before them. After the students of U1A got changed, they met back in the classroom. The group decided to introduce themselves since they did not get the chance at the beginning of the day. The only one who abstained from the social interaction was Bakugo. He commented that he had no interest in getting to know a bunch of extras. Midoriya decided to ignore Bakugo's antisocial behavior and got to know his classmates. Wendy was by Midoriya's side as the two interacted with the members of Class 1A. The skinny girl thought that everyone was nice enough, but she didn't have a problem with the girls. Looking at all the other females of the class, the blue-haired teen started to get jealous. Almost all the girls had such feminine features. The girl wondered how there could be so many girls with huge melons in one class. She also did not like how the girls were paying so much attention to Midoriya. While all of these thoughts went through Wendy's mind, Uraraka spoke to her with a quizzical tone.
Wendy, are you okay?
Wendy was shocked out of her train of thought.
Oh, I'm fine, Uraraka. Why do you ask? You were just looking at Midoriya with an angry look on your face. Oh, I was just lost in thought. By the way, how do I put this? Are you and Midoriya together?
The pink-cheeked girl then made a couple of suggestive hand gestures. It took Wendy a moment to realize what Uraraka was asking. When she did, the blue-haired girl's face turned ruby red.
We're just friends. We have not known each other long enough for that. What makes you ask something like that? I was just wondering. I mean, you two seem really close is all.
Wendy thought hard about the explanation to give Uraraka.
Well, we both have elemental power sets, and our masters knew each other. But I will admit, it is strange just how well we get along after only knowing each other for such a short time. I'm not surprised. There's something unusual about him, isn't there? I cannot argue with that statement.
Midoriya appeared in front of Wendy and Uraraka.
Hey, Wendy! Ida and I are going to walk to the train together. Do you girls want to join us?
That sounds like a good idea. Let's go. I agree. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you a question all day, Midoriya. What does Deku mean? Midoriya got an uneasy look on his face. That is a name that Kachan would call me to make fun of me. Bakugo would make fun of his own classmate? That is unforgivable. That is bad. But I think that Deku would be a great hero name. She has a point, Midoriya. It is a short, snappy, and unusual. Just like you. Are you saying I'm weird, Wendy? Of course you are. But that is what makes you so cool. So lean into your weirdness. Make it your strength. She has a point. Plus, the name is really cute. The praise from the two girls made Midoriya's face turn a glowing shade of red. Okay, Deku it is. Such a quick change. Did you not just say that the name was an insult? The group shared a laugh and then went to the train station. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in the principal's office. In attendance was Lucy Heartfilia, Urza Scarlet, and Nezu. So, how did your first day go, Miss Scarlet? Everything went fine, sir. My class has a lot of potential, but there is a lot of wasted energy. Are there any ones that stand out to you? It is early for that, but there are a few that strike me as having the seeds of great power in them. Well, that sounds promising. Nezu then mused to himself for a few moments. Do you know why I hired you as a homeroom teacher, Miss Scarlet? I would assume it is because you have several students that have magical powers. You are very perceptive. It was hard to miss the fact that Lucy and Natsu's students were in my class, and that a few others have high magic powers as well. So, you know both Miss Heartfilia and Mr. Dragneel? The number of individuals who can perform magic has been decreasing as quirks have become more widespread, so those of us that do practice it know of each other. In fact, I was Lucy's maid of honor in her wedding to Natsu. How nice. But I asked you two here to talk about Wendy Marvel. Miss Heartfilia tells me that the young lady has healing powers in addition to her air magic? That is correct. Though I have not seen her use this power yet, I would guess it is because Lucy told her not to do so. Magic users can learn several different power sets. Masters like Lucy and myself will tell our students to only use one power set at a time, especially if they work as a hero. Using multiple powers draws too much attention. Magic users were unfairly targeted as pawns of All for One in its heyday. Many were killed or imprisoned. Such dark days. I do not think we could ever undo all of the harm done during the dark days. But I wanted to ask, how strong is Miss Marvel's healing powers? The girl's potential is great as I have ever seen, but it will take time for her to reach her full power. As I thought, I would like to have her place in additional training on a recovery girl. Do you think that would be helpful? The two ladies looked at each other. Then Lucy spoke. I do not think that would be as helpful as you think, Principal. Why is that? Recovery girl's powers and Wendy's are so different. Anything the youthful heroine could teach Wendy would not be applicable. But don't worry. If Wendy continues to be around Midoriya, she will get plenty of practice. You think so? Yes. Midoriya is a lot like Natsu. He would not think twice about getting beaten to hell to save someone. Well, let's hope it does not come to that. But I will do as you two wish. Thank you, Principal. I am interested to see what this year has in store for us. Class 1A spent the day going through academics. It was a shock for the students to find out that a hero course had such rigorous book studies. But soon the afternoon arrived, and it was time for them to undertake the hero part of their academia. The students were sitting in the classroom waiting for the hero studies class to begin. Suddenly, the door slid open and All Might entered the room with a goofy pose. The blonde hero then shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am here, coming into the room like a hero!" Every 1A student was shocked and elated at the number one hero's presence. Midoriya was the first to state what everyone else was thinking. All Might really is a teacher at UA this year. How awesome is that? We get to learn from the number one hero. This is going to be an interesting year. Good afternoon, students. You have all come here with the goal of becoming pro heroes. You should all know that walking the path of a hero can be dangerous. You will face the worst that humanity has to offer. But your teachers will do our best to prepare you for the end. But keep in mind that there are some things that cannot be taught, only learned. A grim mood settled over the class. All realized that he probably went a little too heavy-handed. So, I am going to be pushing you hard out of the gate. The plucky hero held up a card that had the words combat written in red. Today, we will be undertaking battle training. All of the students got super excited. This was what most of them thought about when they thought of hero work, beating down bad guys and saving people. All Might pushed a button on the remote, and shelves holding numbered briefcases emerged from the wall. If you kids are going to be learning to be heroes, then you should dress the part. These cases contain your hero costumes. The paperwork you turned in had a place to design these snappy outfits. Get changed and meet me on field beta. The kids entered the training field all decked out in their costumes. Midoriya's costume consisted of a sleeveless green shirt, green shorts, and red sandals. The fiery teen also had a white scarf wrapped around his neck. Wendy noticed how Midoriya's costumes showed off his lean but well-muscled body. The blue-haired teen felt her heart race a little at the sight of the green-haired boy's toned physique. The Sky Dragon Slayer was jarred out of her hormone-driven fantasies when Midoriya spoke to her.
Wendy, your costume looks great. It really suits you. Oh, thank you, Midoriya. It really did come out well.
Wendy's costume consisted of a green leotard that had a scale pattern. The neck of the leotard had an arrow pattern that was highlighted in light green and yellow. The outfit had no sleeves, but Wendy wore 2 gold armbands on her upper arms. The air user also wore knee-high boots, and on her back was a pair of white wings that had a feathery appearance to them. Uraraka saw the 2 friends talking and approached them.
Hey guys, you look so good. I should have been more clear on my design. This tight fit is not really my style.
As Midoriya could not disagree with the pink-cheeked girl, the costume left little to the imagination. In fact, Mineta could be seen giving the suit a thumbs up.
This design is really cool, Uraraka. The space theme is a great match for your gravity quirk, and the colors really show off your cuteness.
Uraraka did her best not to blush at the compliment from the well-muscled boy. Wendy, on the other hand, did not like that Izuku had complimented Uraraka's costume more than hers. The girl's jealous streak started to eat at her. Then Wendy wondered why she was feeling jealous. I mean, it was not like she liked Midoriya or anything. I mean, he was only her friend, right? Before the breezy girl could get too deep into thought, All Might spoke.
You all look magnificent. So, let's get this exercise started.
The number 1 hero took out a slip of paper from his pocket.
A team of villains have hidden a bomb in one of the surrounding buildings. It is the hero's mission to capture the villain and the bomb before time runs out. If the heroes are captured by the villains, or if time runs out, then they will have failed the exercise.
That must be the backstory.
It seemed like the plot of some old action movie. Sir, wouldn't it be more realistic if we fought in the open?
No, it wouldn't, Miss Yaoyorozu. I can understand why you would think that, though. The media often shows conflicts between heroes and villains taking place in open spaces in the middle of the day, but this is not the normal. Most interactions between heroes and villains take place indoors, shady back rooms, and abandoned warehouses. This exercise would give you all a better idea of what a real hero work is like.
The Class 1A students all nodded in understanding. While All Might may have acted goofy, his lessons were well thought out.
For this exercise, we'll be split into teams of 2. One team will play the villains, and the other will play the heroes. I will now name off the teams.
Midoriya had hoped he would be teamed up with Wendy or Uraraka, but he was paired with Denki Kaminari. Wendy was paired with Kyoka Jiro, Uraraka got paired with Toru Hagakure. All Might then took 2 boxes and drew out 2 balls to decide which teams would play the heroes and which would be the villains. The number 1 hero drew the first 2 teams. Midoriya and Kaminari would be the heroes, while Bakugo and Ida would be the villains. Both teams prepared for the trial ahead. Midoriya and Kaminari stood outside of the building where Bakugo and Ida had hidden their bomb. Midoriya had a sour face as the 2 boys laid out their plan.
Is something wrong, man? No, why do you ask? Then you should tell your face that.
Midoriya was taken aback by Kaminari's straightforward comment.
It is just that I was hoping to be paired with Wendy for this exercise. She's that petite little girl with blue hair, right? I can see why you'd want to be paired with her. She's super cute. That has very little to do with it. So, the fact she's cute has a little to do with it. Okay, maybe a little. I knew it!
Kaminari then gave Midoriya a thumbs up.
Look, I would have liked to pair with a girl too. Maybe that Jiro girl or Yaoyorozu. But we are teammates now. Isn't one of the goals of this training to see how you work with people you don't know? You have a point, Kaminari. You know, you're a lot smarter than you look.
The blonde boy responded in a joking manner.
Ouch, man! That was really hurtful. So, how are we going to take care of these 2? Kacchan won't wait for us to attack. As soon as we enter the building, he will likely attack us. I do not know how we are going to deal with Ida's speed. Just leave Ida to me. Really, Kaminari? Yeah, I got the feeling that you have businesses to settle with Bakugo. I also got the feeling that you can't handle him. Okay, let's do this. That's what I like to hear.
Both boys entered the building through an open window. The 2 of them moved through the hallways quickly, surprised that they had not met any resistance, mainly in the form of a foul-mouthed ashen blonde. But that did not last long. As Midoriya and Kaminari got close to the middle of the building, they saw that Bakugo was waiting for them. Kaminari then spoke quietly.
Looks like you were right. Yeah, that must mean Ida is defending the weapon alone. I'll find another way up there to get the weapon. Okay, good luck.
Kaminari then made his way back down the hallway. Midoriya did not know if Kaminari could beat Ida. The electric teen had outperformed him on the quirk assessment test, but still, Ida was just so fast. Midoriya shook himself out of this thought. The fiery teen knew he had to deal with Kacchan first. And then, that was going to be the Herculean task. Midoriya decided on the direct approach. The green teen walked out from his hiding place and stared Bakugo down.
I'm surprised that you decided to face me like this. I thought you'd be too chicken.
Of course. I plan to fight you, Kacchan. After all, I have nothing to fear from you.
Bakugo's eyes glowed red with rage.
Let's see if you think that after I beat the crap out of you!
The explosive teen launched himself at Midoriya. Bakugo then brought his right hand up to hit the pine-haired teen with an explosive palm strike. But it was for naught. Midoriya intercepted Bakugo's strike and caught it with his hands. The green teen decided to exploit Bakugo's mistake and slammed him into a nearby wall. The Dragon Slayer used so much force that Bakugo actually flew through the wall and landed in the next room. The wind was knocked out of the spiky teen's lung when he landed on the floor.
Still think you can beat me down so easily, Kacchan? I have control of my new power now. If you plan to be the #1 hero, then you're going to have to get through me.
Don't get cocky just because you got one lucky hit in, Deku!
Call me Deku all you want, Kacchan. From now, Deku is the name of a hero.
Bakugo used his explosion to fly through the air once again. The two boys battled back and forth for several minutes. Neither of them were able to get the upper hand. Midoriya knew that he could not afford to hold back. The flame youth knew that if he held back, then Bakugo could run out the clock. Midoriya knew he had to whip out some of the powerful attacks that Natsu taught him. Midoriya channeled his magic power into his fists. As the Dragon Slayer attacked the spiky blonde, he yelled at the top of his lungs,
"Fire Dragon Iron Fist!"
Midoriya struck Bakugo with 5 or 6 slamming punches. As the explosive teen stumbled back, Midoriya finished by redirecting his fire into his right foot. As the determined youth brought down a kick wrapped in fire on Bakugo, Midoriya shouted,
"Fire Dragon Talon!"
If Bakugo had been anyone else, he would have passed out, but these strikes only seemed to make Bakugo even angrier. Bakugo did not like that Midoriya was causing him so much trouble. Bakugo knew he was not weak, but he could not bring himself to admit that Midoriya was this strong. Bakugo lifted his arms up and pointed the barrel of his grenade-shaped gauntlet.
Let's see how tough you are, Deku!
Bakugo placed his finger in a giant pole pin.
These gauntlets aren't just for looks. It lets me store my sweat up and create bigger explosions.
After hearing this, All Might spoke to Bakugo over the earpiece he gave them before the match.
Young Bakugo, that is dangerous. Don't do it. He'll be fine as long as he dodges.
Baku then unleashed a super powerful explosion. The attack ripped through the hallway, leaving a big hole in the side of the building. The hallway was engulfed in smoke as the explosion ended.
That should have finished you off, nerd.
Fire Dragon Flame Elbow!
Midoriya hit Bakugo with a super powerful punch. This attack finally caused Bakugo to pass out on impact. Midoriya then took out the capture tape that All Might had given him and tied Bakugo up. This took the explosion boy out of the fight. Back in the control room, All Might and the other members of Class 1A were waiting for the smoke from Bakugo's attack to clear.
Can't we get a different angle or something?
I'm afraid the smoke has blocked all the cameras. Don't worry. It looks like the smoke is clearing now.
All Might and the students were dumbfounded at what they saw. Midoriya was standing over a hog-tied Bakugo. The fact that made everyone's jaw hit the ground was not that Midoriya beat Bakugo, but that Midoriya looked unharmed by Bakugo's massive explosion. Mina Ashido was the first one to express everyone's shock.
What is going on? I know Midoriya is strong, but how did he not get roasted by that blast? He looks totally unaffected.
Yaoyorozu then spoke up.
Well, he is not completely unharmed. If you look closely, you can tell that he did take the concussive force from the attack. It looks like his costume got ripped in places from the Psyad force, but I have no idea how he avoided the fire.
It was Wendy's turn to speak up.
He probably ate it. He did what now? Midoriya's power lets him produce fire and consume it. He can then use that fire he eats to replenish his energy. He can really do that? Wow, I had no idea his quirk was so powerful. Indeed, but the fight isn't over yet. They still need to capture Ida and the bomb.
All Might was so amazed by Midoriya's takedown that he was surprised when Kaminari spoke to him through his earpiece. "Hey, All Might! Ida's wrapped up and I have the hands on the bomb. That means we win, right?" All Might and the other students looked at the screen that showed Kaminari's location. The electric youth did have Ida wrapped up in the capture tape, and he was leaning on the bomb with his arm crossed. Jiro was the first to recover from her shock. How did that idiot stop Ida? Yaoyorozu then made a suggestion. "All Might, sir, back up the video time a few minutes."
That is a good idea, Miss Yaoyorozu.
All Might backed up the recording to 5 minutes in the past. The film showed Kaminari arriving at the room where Ida had hidden the bomb. The electric blonde was hiding behind a pillar watching Ida do his best impression of a villain. Kaminari tried to contain his laughter at the sight of the foolish and over-the-top impersonation. Ida overheard the laughter and turned towards the bolt-haired teen. Ida then spoke in a villainous tone, or his idea of it. "I know who you are, hero. You will not capture this weapon. My villainy will not be stopped. Wahahaha!" All of a sudden, Bakugo's explosion rocketed the whole building. Ida looked around the room, wondering what was going on. Kaminari saw this as an opportunity. The sparky teen disappeared from sight in a flash of electrical power. Before Ida could wonder where Kaminari went, the speedy teen received a massive electrical shock from behind. This caused Ida to pass out and fall to the floor. As Ida's body settled to the floor, Kaminari's body appeared from a cloud of electric energy. The zappy teen then tied up Ida with the capture tape, and then leaned against the bomb. Kaminari then pressed his earpiece to call All Might. Many of the students could not believe their eyes. The only student who was not nursing a severe case of shock was Wendy. The blue-haired girl could tell from the images that Kaminari was not using a quirk. Wendy was no expert on quirks, but she knew that most electric quirks only allowed the user to store the released electricity, not become it. Wendy could also tell from the images that Kaminari was using magic. The power he was using seemed familiar to Wendy, but she could not place it at that moment. All Might finally got over his shock and spoke.
Well done, boys. The winners of this match are Midoriya and Kaminari. All students gather in the observation room so we can go over the match.
After a few minutes, Midoriya, Kaminari, and Ida made their way to the control room. Bakugo was taken to Recovery Girl.
Can anyone tell me who the MVP of this match was?
Yaoyorozu raised her hand. "Sir, the MVP of this match is Tenya Ida. Allow me to explain. Bakugo was so focused on fighting Midoriya that he left Ida to defend the weapon alone. Bakugo also underestimated Midoriya's strength and was soundly beaten because of it. Midoriya fought well against Bakugo, and using his ability to eat fire helped to lessen the damage from Bakugo's full power attack. But both boys showed a lack of understanding of the exercise. If the weapon had been real, such explosive attacks could have set off the device. Finally, Kaminari did finish off Ida and capture the device, but only after giving his position away to the enemy. Ida was the only one who took the exercise seriously. He made a plan and executed it." All Might and the rest of Class 1A was left speechless by the dark-haired girl's analysis.
Well, you did miss a few points. Ida could have loosened up a little bit, but good job. Now, let's move on to the next match. The rest of you students keep the comments we made about Group 1 in mind moving forward.
The rest of the matches unfolded much like canon. Even though Uraraka was paired with Toru Hagakure, the two girls could not counter the icy powers of Shoto Todoroki. Meanwhile, Wendy and Jiro managed to win their match. Wendy also gained a greater respect for the punk rock girl.
Great job, everyone. You all managed to get through the exercise with no injuries, minus young Bakugo. You all have shown extraordinary potential. I look forward to seeing your progress.
So positive. It is nice to hear Miss Scarlet is a real buzzkill.
The other students nodded their heads in agreement with Asui's comment. All Might gave his students a big smile.
I am glad that I could bring such overwhelming positivity to my alma mater. Now, let me show you kids how a hero makes an exit. Like he has somewhere to be!
The muscular man ran away from the students at full speed, kicking up a dust cloud behind him. Ojiro replied to this scene with a gloomy voice. Man, I'll never be able to run that fast. 1A went to the locker rooms and got changed. The teens then met back in their home room. The students then exchanged their thoughts on how the training went. Eventually, Bakugo entered the room almost completely wrapped in bandages. He told the others that he was fine and then left. Wendy had been silent as the others exchanged pleasantries. Finally, the wind user could not take it anymore. The slim girl walked over to where Midoriya and Kaminari were talking with the others. "You two come with me." Wendy then grabbed the two boys' arms and dragged them out of the room. Jiro commented on this scene with a flat tone. Man, Wendy seemed like the calm and cheerful type. I had no idea she had such a take-charge personality. The blue-haired girl dragged the two boys into an isolated part of the hallway. Okay, Kaminari, spill it. You're a wizard, aren't you? So presumptuous. What makes you think I'm a wizard? Wendy got irritated at the blonde boy's dismissive attitude. Don't give me that, bolthead. There's no way you could do all the things you did during the matches if you weren't. Plus, now that I am close to you, I can sense the magic power emanating from you. You really are perceptive. I thought I'd be able to hide it a bit longer, but yes, I use lightning magic. Really, Kaminari? Who's your master? My master was a man called Laxus Dreyer. Both Midoriya and Wendy's faces were masks of shock. You really trained under Laxus Dreyer? Natsu told me he was the one and only wizard that was stronger than him. He told me the guy was a beast in battle. All true. Training under the guy wasn't easy, but it is because of this method that I am as strong as I am now. Midoriya still did not know what to think of Kaminari, but the fact that he was trained by a wizard that scared Natsu did make the brunette respect him. Isn't it weird that the three of us are in the same class? I don't think it's a coincidence. I mean, our teacher is a magic user. So you noticed that too, Wendy? I have suspected it for a long time. Titania has always been one of my favorite heroes. Really, Wendy? Wendy got really flustered at the question. Don't act so surprised, Midoriya. We all have our role models. I mean, what girl wouldn't want to be like Titania? She is powerful and extremely beautiful. Midoriya smiled at the blue-haired girl. It is nice to hear that someone else looks up to someone the way I look up to All Might. I know that you'll be a hero greater than Titania one day, Wendy. Thanks, Midoriya. Well said, Midoriya. The three students were shocked to see that Urza Scarlet was standing next to them. The three wizards had been so deep in conversation that the armored hero was able to sneak up on them. You three have not yet reached your true potential yet. It is well within reason that you could surpass me and your masters in 3 years. And to answer the first question you asked, it is not a coincidence that you three are in the same class. While wizards are rare nowadays, we are valued nowadays by the hero community for our power and abilities. While we had no direct influence on the entrance exam, Lucy and myself are close friends with the principal. When you three made it to the hero course, me and Lucy asked that you three be placed in my class. Really, Scarlet-sensei? Yes, Wendy. Keep in mind that Lucy, Natsu, and Laxus have high hopes for you three. The three of them felt it would be best if I were put in charge of your training from this point. The three teens were touched by this new information. Midoriya was the first to speak. This is so touching. Don't worry, Miss Scarlet. We won't let you down. I know you won't. You three have more potential than any wizard I've seen in years, but you are still a long way off, so do not slack on your training. The three then replied at the same time, Yes, ma'am. After returning to the classroom and giving the others an explanation for her actions, Wendy, Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka walked to the train together. As Midoriya approached the UA campus from the train station, a strange sight caught his eye. A large group of adults were swarming the UA entrance. It was not until he got a closer look that he saw that the large group were reporters. Midoriya had never seen a group this big before. As Midoriya got closer to the gate, a group of 5 reporters rushed him and placed microphones in his face. Young man, what is it like having All Might for a teacher? Yeah, how is the number one handling his new responsibilities as a teacher? Midoriya answered no questions and bolted for the gate. Some of his classmates did answer questions. Kaminari especially hamed it up for the cameras. Urza Scarlet came upon this scene and got fire in her eyes. What is going on here? Miss, can we get a few words with All Might? So, this is what is going on. All Might is not on campus today. Now go away. You have disturbed my students enough. Urza then led the students at the front gate inside. One reporter got very pissed off at being told to leave. Hey, we are members of the press. We have a right to be here. The woman tried to step over the UA threshold and nearly missed getting cut in half by the UA barrier. Class 1A gathered in their homeroom. Urza stood in front of the classroom at the lectern. Good morning, class. Today you will be attending to a matter of extreme importance. The whole class was worried about this task. Every student held their breath out of fear. Everyone wondered if Urza would threaten to expel the whole class if they failed. The crimson-haired hero stood with a fiery gaze locked onto the students. Finally, the steely-eyed educator spoke in a calm tone. Today, you will be choosing a class representative. Every student gave a relieved exhale at this news. While picking a class representative would just be a normal classroom activity at any other school, this is UA. Being chosen as the class representative would show hero agencies that you have leadership skills, and it could be easier to get into internships and jobs at powerful agencies. Every student was gunning for the position. A massive argument broke out between all of the students. Bakugo and Midoriya got so fired up. that the two got in each other's faces and started hurling insults at each other. This made the other members of Class 1A laugh. Urza, ever the disciplinarian, grabbed both boys by the shoulders and slammed them into opposing walls. The other students quickly settled down, not wanting to anger the crimson-haired warrior. With the sudden silence, Tenya Ida spoke up. Everyone, I think we should vote for who we want to be the representative. Suyu Asui replied to Ida's idea.
But we just met each other. How do we know who we can trust with a position like that?
Yeah, and wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves, Ida? Most people will, but anyone who receives more than one vote must be worthy of leading us.
He has a point. I like the idea.
Me too. Let's do it. So, everyone cast their ballots. The students that ended up with the most votes were Midoriya with 3 votes and Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Ida stared at the results with his teeth gritted in frustration. Unfortunately, the bespectacled boy had received no votes at all. Well, I cannot argue with the system I chose. Midoriya stood in front of the classroom completely dumbfounded. The green-haired teen had no idea how he had received 3 votes. Yaoyorozu, who stood next to Midoriya, wondered how the Dragon Slayer got 3 votes also. Bakugo sat in the front row, his eyes blazing with indignation.
This is crap! I demand a recount!
Wendy exhaled in annoyance. Why would we do that, Bakugo? Did you really think anyone was going to vote for you?
Watch it, pigtails! You may have gotten the highest score on the entrance exam, but I can still kill you.
Good luck with that. Urza interjected before the rest of the class could take pop shots at Bakugo. Alright, Midoriya is the class representative, and Yaoyorozu is the vice representative. Suddenly, the lunch bell rang. Okay, students, we will finish the selection of class officers after lunch. As the students were heading toward the cafeteria, Bakugo placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. The green teen turned towards the spiky blonde.
What is it, Kachan?
Bakugo replied to Midoriya's question with a calm tone.
We need to talk, Deku.
Wendy, who was standing close by, grew concerned.
Is everything all right, Midoriya?
Midoriya, too, was concerned by Bakugo's tone. In all the years that Midoriya had known the bomb-handed youth, he had never used a tone like that. The emerald-eyed boy turned toward Wendy and replied,
Yeah, everything is fine. Go ahead and save me a seat in the cafeteria. I will join you and the others later.
The other students cleared out of the room, leaving just Bakugo and Midoriya alone.
Well, what did you want to talk about, Kachan?
Just shut up and listen, Deku. This is going to be hard enough to say without your sass.
Bakugo then ground his teeth in frustration. It was clear to Midoriya that whatever the red-eyed youth had to say was hard for him. After several minutes of silence, Bakugo finally said something.
Izuku. You're as good as me, maybe even a little better. I wanted to apologize for all the crap I've given you over the years. Most of it was uncalled for.
Wow, I never thought I'd hear words like that come out of your mouth, Kachan. But thank you.
Yeah, well, don't get used to it. I realized after you beat me the other day that I have a lot to learn. Acting like I'm the best will not make me the best.
That is true. There's so many strong students in this school. If we are going to surpass All Might, then we'll have to train even harder than we did before.
Bakugo nodded at the brunette's statement.
The fact that I recognize you as my equal means I will only expect the best from you. After we graduate from UA and become pro heroes, you and I will fight it out for the #1 position.
Midoriya smiled at his childhood friend.
Sounds like a plan, Kachan.
Midoriya then left the room and walked towards the cafeteria. After getting his lunch, the upbeat boy then joined Wendy, Uraraka, and Ida at a table they had saved. Wendy smiled at the sight of Midoriya joining them.
Midoriya, is everything okay? Bakugo didn't give you a hard time, did he? No, he didn't, Wendy. He was actually nice. Well, nice for Bakugo anyway.
Midoriya then explained the conversation that he had with the hot-headed youth. Wendy was glad to hear that nothing ominous had happened.
Well, that is good to hear. Does that mean he's going to be nicer to you now? I wouldn't hold my breath. If anything, it means that he'll be even harder on me, because he sees me as an equal. But it is nice to know that he thinks so highly of me.
Uraraka then replied in a cheerful tone.
Bakugo's not the only one to recognize your abilities, Deku. After all, you did win the election for class representative.
Yes, well done, Midoriya. I'm not surprised. Considering your high marks on the entrance exam and your performance in the combat training, it is no wonder that people would see you as a leadership material. That is why I voted for you.
I'm surprised to hear that, Ida. It was obvious that you wanted the position too. Yeah, and you look like a representative. I mean, you got the glasses and everything. Uraraka, I don't think you should be deciding important matters based on someone's eyewear.
Ida clears his throat.
Well, wanting a leadership position and being ready for it are two different things. Being around the Tenya family agency growing up taught me that.
Uraraka then got a quizzical look on her face.
Ida,
I've been meaning to ask about your family. Both Izuku and Wendy also got questioning looks on their faces.
Admit it, you're super rich.
Ida took a deep breath and answered in a deflated tone. I was hoping to avoid mentioning my family. It tends to make things more difficult socially when people find out who my family is. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Wendy all stared at Ida with huge eyes, all of them wondering what the bespectacled boy was hiding. Have any of you heard of the turbo hero Ingenium? Izuku exploded with excitement at the mention of the hero's name.
I know all about him. Ingenium is a super popular hero with over 35 sidekicks working under him in his Tokyo agency.
Ida then stood up with a huge smile on his face. He is my elder brother. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero's code. I hope to one day be a hero just like him. Seeing this excited energy from Ida made Midoriya smile. The green teen could see that Ida looked up to his brother just like he looked up to All Might. Suddenly, an alarm started to sound throughout the cafeteria. All of the students started to panic and flee from the giant space. Wendy spoke in a panicked tone.
What is going on? I have no idea, but I know a way to find out.
Izuku grabbed the sleeve of a fleeing student and slammed him against the wall.
Tell me what is going on. What does that alarm mean? That is the stage 3 alert. Okay, is that bad? All I know is that there have not been a stage 3 alert in all 3 years here. So, it must be something bad.
Midoriya released the panicked student from his grip and he ran off. The group was heading to evacuate too, when Wendy spoke up.
Guys, let's wait a minute. I got a feeling that something is not right here. She has a point. Let's take a look around outside the windows first.
The four friends each took a different corner of the now empty cafeteria. While the room did not give a total view, the windows in the giant space did give an overview of most of the campus. Wendy noticed something odd.
Guys, look at this.
The other three students gathered around the window Wendy was looking out of. Ida replied in a shock. Are those reporters? That's what it looks like to me. We need to tell everyone. They are all acting like this place is being attacked by villains. The four classmates ran toward the hallway. When Midoriya threw the door open, he and the others were shocked by the sight that met their eyes. All of the other students were in a panic. The hallway was jam-packed with students. Many of their classmates were being pressed against the walls.
We need to act fast. If this continues, then they're going to hurt each other. What should we do? Ida, I'll use my wind powers to lift you above the crowd. You should be able to get their attention then. Tell them that they're in no danger. That is a great plan, Wendy. But couldn't you just levitate yourself above the crowd just as easily?
The young Dragon Slayer blushed at his statement.
I can't do that, Ida. I'm wearing a skirt. If you haven't noticed, that would get everyone's attention in the wrong way. Also, I'm not that kind of girl.
Ida and Midoriya blushed at the thought their male teenage minds conjured up. Ida then shook his head to get rid of the mental image. The blue-haired teen then replied with an affirmative tone to his diminutive classmate. Okay, Wendy, let's do it. Wendy surrounded Ida with a whirlwind. The girl with pigtails then maneuvered her classmate over the crowd. As Ida hovered in the air, Midoriya and Uraraka gave him a thumbs up. Ida then spoke in a loud voice. Everyone, there is no need to panic. There is no emergency. A bunch of reporters got onto the campus somehow. We are students of UA. We need to show everyone what that means. After hearing this speech, all of the students in the crowded hallway calmed down and exited the hallway in an orderly fashion. Back in the 1A classroom, Midoriya and Momo stand in front of the classroom. The green-haired youth then speaks to the class. Okay, we need to pick the class officers. But before we do that, I need to say something. Midoriya takes a deep breath to calm himself. Guys, I think that Wendy Marvel should be the class representative. During the emergency, she was calm and collected. She saw that something was wrong and led me, Uraraka, and Ida to find out what was going on. She then came up with a plan to get our panicking classmates under control. If that does not make her a good leader, then I don't know what does. Kirishima was the first to voice his opinion. He has a point, guys. Wendy was very manly during that emergency. I am good with her leading our class. What do you guys say? Ida spoke up next, making several robotic gestures as he spoke. Yes, if Wendy had not acted, then who knows what would have happened. I, for one, would be proud to be led by her. The blue-haired girl was touched by admiration for her leadership skills. Wendy had to use all her might to keep from crying. Even with all the effort, she was still tearing up a little bit. Thank you, guys. Urza Scarlet had been standing off to the side, watching this touching scene play out. Finally, the fiery redhead could take no more of it. I am pleased to see that you think so much of Miss Marvel's abilities. The weapon master then glared at Midoriya with a blazing look that would melt iron. But you are all wasting time. I do not care who's the representative. Just pick one already. With that shock, the class all agreed that Wendy would be the representative and Momo would be the vice representative. Although, Momo was a little embarrassed that she had to answer to a girl that got no votes. However, the girl with the dark ponytail succeeded to the wish of her class. After all of the students had gone home and the sun was setting, Principal Nezu and several UA staff members were standing outside looking at a section of the UA barrier that had been destroyed.
So, this is what caused all of today's trouble? Let us be glad it was just reporters that broke in and not villains.
Midnight was crouched down, looking at the destroyed section of the barrier.
It looks like this section was turned into a pile of rust. Surely it would be easy to track someone with a quirk like this. According to my sources, there has not been anyone that has registered with a power like that, but I am more concerned by what the action means. How so, Principal? Well, a person with a power like that comes here only to destroy a section of the barrier? It doesn't make any sense. I have a feeling that there's more to this action, but whether it is a single action or a declaration of war is yet to be seen. We must prepare for both possibilities.
The principal then stroked his mousy chin in deep thought.
I fear the dark days are ahead of us.
And his fellow Class 1A students all gathered in their homeroom without fanfare. Their calm start to the day was a welcome relief to the students after the hassle of the reporter invasion of the previous day. As the first bell rang, Wendy, the new class representative, told all her classmates to get to their seats. The blue-haired girl and the other students knew that Miss Scarlet would not be happy if she found the class in disarray when she arrived. Knowing that the stern woman often solved with force, the students of 1A did not want to press their luck. Even Bakugo, who didn't listen to anyone, got to his seat. He probably had no wish to be punched through a wall again. Urza slid the door open and walked into the classroom. The fiery redhead scanned the room and gave a satisfied nod at seeing that her students were prepared for class. The tall woman then took her place at the lectern to begin class. Good morning. Today we have a special class. The way Urza accented the word special made every member of Class 1A stutter in fear. In the back of their minds, the students all wondered if their reaming teacher would threaten them with expulsion. Today, we will be going to an off-campus location. The powerful hero then held up a card that had the words rescue written in a stylized font. Today's class will be about rescue. While combat with villains gets most of the media attention, it is just as important that you understand the methods and manners of a rescue operation. You never know when you will have to render first aid or protect civilians from harm. Today's training will give you a better understanding of these practices. The crimson-haired warrior then pressed a button on the lectern. The shelves holding the students' hero costumes emerged from the left wall of the classroom. I know you are all super amped about costumes, but be aware that you have not gotten used to them yet, and they could restrict your movements. Go get changed and meet us at the bus stop. After the students got changed, they met at the bus stop, just like Urza instructed, loaded up the bus, and they were off to the training site. As the bus rolled along, the students were surprised to see Midoriya, Kaminari, and Wenny bent over in the fetal position. All three looked like they might lose their lunch at any second. Jiro was the first one to speak her mind. Are you three okay? You look really sick. Midoriya managed to not vomit when he responded. I don't know, but I think I'm suffering from motion sickness. I've never had it before. Same here. I've never felt like this on a bus before. Glad I'm not the only one suffering. Urza overheard the teens and figured she'd better give them an answer. It is probably because they can channel natural energies through their bodies. Individuals with power sets like that tend to have high body and spatial awareness. Unfortunately, someone with this hyper-awareness can get motion sickness very easily. Urza knew the real reason for the teens' discomfort was because they were Dragon Slayers. While Kaminari had not used any Dragon Slayer spells, she knew the bolt-headed teen had been trained by Laxus Trayer. It would make sense that Kaminari would have been trained in the ways of the Dragon Slayer. Urza figured that the blonde teen had not shown off that part of his power because Laxus told him not to. Laxus tended to only use his Dragon Slayer powers when he got serious. Of course, Urza was surprised that these three were getting their sick from the bus ride. She felt bad for her students, but knew that this was a good sign. The more powerful a Dragon Slayer got, the worse their motion sickness got. Urza was so lost in thought that she only saw that the bus had arrived at the last minute. The wild-eyed woman cleared her throat and spoke with a firm tone. We are here, boys and girls. The tall woman then motioned for the students to exit the bus. After exiting the bus in an orderly fashion, the students were met by the Space Hero 13. Suddenly, Uraraka exclaimed at the sight of the space-suited hero. Wow! I can't believe 13 is one of our teachers! She's one of my favorite heroes! Midoriya was shocked to hear the pink-cheeked girl get excited. It's weird to hear you get so excited, Uraraka. The short girl got a little embarrassed by Midoriya's comment. I like how she's so effective at saving people, and her quirk is awesome. As the students talked about how cool it was that all the teachers at UA were pro-heroes, Urza pulled 13 to the side and asked a question. Where is All Might? I thought he was supposed to be here. 13 held up 3 fingers as she spoke. It seems he overused his quirk on the way to work this morning. He is currently resting back at UA. He told me that he would join us after he rested for a little bit. Urza got an irritated look on her face. That man is an idiot. Running around stopping small-time criminals in his condition? I'm going to give him a piece of my mind later. 13 then gave the 1A students a short talk about how dangerous their quirks really are. She told the students to keep in mind that even quirks that seem harmless could be used to kill if not used properly. After that sobering lecture, 13 led Urza and the students into the dome behind her. The students all went wide-eyed at the sight of the interior of the dome. The whole place was subdivided into areas that looked like scenes from a disaster movie. 13 then explained the interior setup to the students. I designed this place to simulate all kinds of disasters. It is the perfect place to train young heroes how to handle rescues in a disaster. And I call this place the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. As surprised as the kids were by the interior, they were more surprised by the name of the facility. All of the students thought, it is the same initials as Universal Studios Japan. Suddenly, a dark and ominous shadow appeared in the middle of the USJ. As the shape solidified into the shape of a doorway made of darkness, just as the doorway took shape, a skinny young man dressed in black walked through the portal, followed by a large man with a bird beak. Several more portals opened and more strange figures emerged. Kirishima looked at the growing group in the middle of the dome with great confusion. Is that part of the exercise? Urza had been watching the scene and was panicking inside. She finally spoke up when her students started to move toward the ominous crowd. Stay back, all of you! This is not an exercise! Those are villains! Sensei, what should we do? Get to the door and exit the building. 13 and I will take care of these villains. With a flash of yellow light, 2 swords appeared in Urza's hands. The armored woman then leaped into the middle of the assembled villains and began laying waste to the group. Urza took out most of the villains with a single slash of her sword. That sight was an awe-inspiring for many of the students. Wendy broke her classmates out of their awe-induced paralysis. Guys, we need to do like Miss Scarlet said. The blue-haired girl then led the members of Class 1A back towards the doors. Before the teens made it to the doors, they were intercepted by a man who looked like he was made of shadows and smoke. The sinister figure stared at the youths with glowing eyes. After a few minutes, the Stygian figure spoke with a voice that sounded as evil as his appearance.
Hello, heroes. We are the League of Villains. We have come here to kill All Might, but I see that he is not here. Funny. We were told that he would be here.
Midoriya and Bakugo got fiery looks on their faces. Neither boy thought that these villains could kill the number 1 hero. But just the words were enough to get the boys to rush to the shadowy evildoer. Before the boys could land their attacks, the villain engulfed the 2 brazen young heroes in a blanket of shadows, sending the fiery teens to parts unknown. What did you do to my friends, you giant will-o-wisp?
The same thing I'm going to do with the rest of you, mini-heroes. Be gone!
The Shadow Man wrapped all of the students throughout the facility. Elsewhere, Midoriya flew through darkness and emerged into a crumbling building. The flaming fist that was meant for the shadowy villain collided with a dilapidated wall. Midoriya managed to dodge the debris coming down from the ceiling. That was a close one. I almost got buried there. Suddenly, a pile of rubbish started to move. The high-strung Izuku panicked, thinking that something was wrong. Ah! What is going on? Suddenly, Bakugo emerged from underneath the pile. Kachan, what are you doing under there?
The ceiling caved in on me when my attack went off.
Okay, looks like we are in the earthquake zone.
Of course it is, you idiot! Quit saying obvious stuff!
Before Midoriya could respond to Bakugo's explosive rhetoric, the two were attacked by a group of villains.
Look at this, Izuku. We have guests.
The 2 boys went to work. Midoriya lit his hands and feet on fire. The force of the grenette's attack knocked out villains left and right. Bakugo also finished off bad guys using his explosive combat style. Before long, the floor of the room was covered in passed out bad guys.
I don't like being underestimated.
I know what you mean. These villains look intimidating, but they barely have any control of their powers.
If I had to guess, there are probably only 2 or 3 guys who are actually dangerous.
I'd say the portal villain, the hand guy, and the big one with the beak are the ones you're talking about.
No joke, Greenlocks!
The 2 boys' back and forth banter was interrupted when a familiar figure came crashing through the wall into the room the 2 boys were in. As the figure landed on the ground in an unconscious heap, Bakugo realized that the person laying in front of them was Kirishima. Before Midoriya or Bakugo could move toward the spiky-haired boy, a large villain entered the hole that Kirishima left in the wall. The villain tried to speak, but Bakugo and Midoriya acted quickly. Both boys delivered powerful blows to the villain's face. Bakugo using his explosions, and Midoriya using his flaming fist. With that, the villain was knocked out. The 2 rivals then turned to check on their rock-skinned friend. Kirishima laid unconscious on the dirty floor of the wrecked building. From what those 2 hotheads could tell, their red-eyed friend had no serious injuries. Midoriya grabbed Kirishima's shoulders and shook the teen violently. Wake up, Kirishima! This is no time to sleep! Tell us what happened to you! Kirishima did the best to answer, but Midoriya's constant shaking made the red-haired dizzy. Kirishima spoke through the violent jerking. I'll tell you, Midoriya! Just stop shaking me! Midoriya got a shocked look on his face and released his grip on the firm-skinned teen. Sorry about that. Kirishima caught his breath and answered his two classmates. I was right behind you two when you attacked the portal dude. I guess I got teleported to this location with you, but I found myself in a different part of the building, surrounded by villains. I managed to fight off most of them, but that last one attacked me from behind. That was when I came flying into this room. Bakugo huffed in irritation. Then the teen spoke in his usual loud and angry manner. Well, at least you aren't injured. Come on, we need to get back in the front gate and take out that shadow bastard. Should we try and find our classmates first? You know, strength in numbers and all that? Midoriya went over to the window, closed his eyes, and started to sniff the air. If you want to waste time trying to find everyone, then go ahead. I want to end this. That portal jerk is their way in and out. We take them out, and this will save everyone. Midoriya opened his eyes and turned back the conversation. While I don't agree with this tone, he has a point, Kirishima. The longer his attack goes on, and more of our classmates will get hurt. Besides, most of them are in groups, and if all of the villains are on the same level as that one, then our classmates can handle themselves. Whoa, you two are really manly. You both really believe in our classmates. Well, count me into your plan. Just one thing, Midoriya. How do you know our classmates are in groups? Izuku replied matter-of-factly. I smelled them. Say what now? Green Bean here has a sense of smell that would put a dog to shame. Speaking of which, are any of our classmates still by the front gate? Yes, they are. It is hard to tell from this distance, but they seem to be holding the portal villain at bay. Good. Listen, both of you. Kirishima, you and I will take out the portal villain. Midoriya, you head toward Urza-sensei and see if you can help against the hand guy and the bird jerk. Both Midoriya and Kirishima nodded in agreement, and with that, the three classmates ran toward the main gate. As the three drew close to the front gate, Midoriya split off from his red-eyed compatriots and headed toward the major battle in the center of the dome. Midoriya approached the conflict quietly and got a read of the situation before jumping in. What the green teen saw shocked him to his core. The ground was littered with villains. All of the criminals had cuts and bruises all over their bodies. Midoriya figured this was from fighting Urza. He knew his teacher was a powerful wizard. He also knew that her main power was called Requip. This power allowed her to change out weapons and whole armors. The villains never stood a chance against Urza. Her power and fighting style was perfect for handling large groups of enemies. Of course, the teen was more shocked by the fact that Urza was struggling against the large bird villain. The fierce redhead hacked and slashed at the beast. But he just regenerated. Urza was also breathing very heavily, and her body was shaking slightly. Midoriya figured the armored woman had used a lot of magical power. If she kept going like this, she was going to pass out. That would leave her vulnerable to the villains. Midoriya was pulled out of these thoughts when he heard a voice. The voice spoke very quietly. If the forceful teen's hearing was not as powerful as it was, then he would not have heard it. Midoriya, over here! Midoriya looked around and saw both Wendy and Kaminari hiding behind a nearby rock. The fire-breathing teen crept over to his friends. How did you two get here? I was with Sue and Mineta. After we dealt with a group of villains, I came back to see if I could help. I sent Sue and Mineta to find and help the others. Similar story here, except I was with Jiro and Yaoyorozu. We also had to do with a large group of bad guys. The girls and I agreed that I should come here and they would find the others. So what now? Midoriya thought for a moment and then spoke. I think we should wait before we get involved. Is that a good idea? I mean, look at Scarlet-sensei. No, Midoriya's right. Titania's fighting style is all about brute force. We might get in the way if we jumped in now. As the three wizards were discussing what to do, they suddenly heard the voice of their teacher scream in pain. When the three looked over, they saw the hand villain holding Urza back. The black-clad baddie had his hands on the warrior woman's elbow, and the flesh was breaking away from her body. This left the muscle exposed, and Urza could barely hold on to her sword now. Midoriya now knew that the three had to intervene. If they did not, then the villain would likely kill their headstrong teacher.
Urza Scarlet retreated several feet from the hand villain, who announced that his name was Tomura Shigaraki.
You are a cool customer, Titania. I would expect nothing less from the woman they call Ruby Blitzcrank. But there's no way you can match Nomu's strength with those injuries. After all, Nomu was designed to be the anti-symbol of peace.
These injuries will definitely make it harder to fight, but a true warrior never gives up. Besides, I have to protect my students. I have been charged with their safety.
With those bold words,
Urza renewed her attack against Nomu. Unfortunately, it did not go very well. The injuries to her elbows diminished the power of her slashes. Before, she was easily able to lop one of the creature's arms off. Now, she could barely cut through the creature's thick black hide. Shigaraki laughed at the bladed hero.
For such a show, I can at least send you out of this world like a warrior.
The gray-haired villain turned to his monstrous sidekick.
Nomu, finish her off and then kill the children.
Over to the side of the battlefield, 3 of Urza's students watched the battle with growing concern. Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari knew that if this battle continued, then their teacher might get killed. That idea supered the youths into action. Midoriya looked at his comrades with a determined expression.
Kaminari, you're the fastest of us. Use your speed to get behind Shigaraki and knock him out with your lightning. Wendy, use your cure magic to heal Sensei's wounds. I'll hold down Nomu.
Wendy looked at her green-haired friend with a determined look.
Good plan, Midoriya. I'm with you.
Kaminari gave the 2 Dragon Slayers a thumbs up. I'm in too. Let's do this. The 3 students rushed onto the scene and did as planned. Each of their magic users was determined to protect their teacher and their friends. Kaminari used his lightning body spell to get behind Shigaraki. The electric youth then zapped the gray-haired villain until he passed out. Funny, I figured a creepy-looking dude like this would be able to take more juice than that. Guess you should not judge a book by its cover. Now, let's make sure you cannot cause us any more trouble. I've wanted to use this spell for some time. The electric teen focused his magic power, and a magic circle appeared on the ground underneath Shigaraki. Kaminari then shouted with a firm voice, "Lightning magic! Paralysis binding!" With those words, ropes of electric energy appeared around the handed villain. Wendy rushed over to Urza and checked her teacher's injuries. The small girl had seen the injuries inflicted from a distance, but they looked even worse up close. The skin of both elbows had been dissolved, for lack of a better word, and the muscle was way more damaged than she thought. Wendy was amazed that Urza could still move her arms at all after receiving an injury like this. The blue-haired girl silently wondered to herself if Urza was even human. With those thoughts running through her mind, Wendy set to work healing her teacher with her cure magic. Midoriya wasted no time going on the attack. The fire-eating youth lit his hands on fire and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fire Dragon! Crimson Lotus!" The green-haired youth unleashed a barrage of flaming punches against Nomu. The creature just stood there and took the fiery blows. Midoriya's fists left burning dents in the creature's black hide. The creature then started to advance on Midoriya, the burning wounds healing, but slowly than his other wounds had. Nomu then ran at Midoriya, raising his massive fist to deliver a punch to Midoriya's gut. The powerful man managed to maneuver in such a way so that the blows only hit half of him, but the attack still sent the grenade flying through the air. Midoriya landed a few feet away. Midoriya managed to get his feet under him. I think that blow cracked my ribs. This Nomu guy might just be as strong as All Might. I can't let this thing hit me square on or I'm finished. As Midoriya rambled to himself, Nomu advanced on him at shocking speeds. The bird-faced villain raised his right fist to deliver another blow against the fire user. Midoriya braced himself for the attack, thinking that it was going to hurt, but no attack came. When the Dragon Slayer looked up, the right side of the creature's body was coated in ice. The green teen then saw a trail of ice and followed it with his eyes. Sure enough, running through the battlefield was Shoto Todoroki. Using the break in the creature's attack, Midoriya leaped out of the giant humanoid's path and joined his classmate.
Thanks for the save, Todoroki.
No problem. I'm just glad I was able to get here in time. The exchange between the 2 students was interrupted when Nomu broke free of his ice confinement. This caused the creature's frozen limbs to break free from his body. Nomu fell onto the ground in a heap. The destructive being's arms and legs started to regrow. Todoroki maintained a calm demeanor. This is bad. How are we supposed to stop this thing? It can regenerate, but it has a weakness against fire. My blows before healed much slower. That makes sense. Most regeneration quirks don't work well on burns and scars. If we burn his legs and arms away, then that should disable him long enough for the authorities to come and arrest him. That is a good plan. But can you generate enough fire on your own to do that? No, but you can use fire on your left side, right? I don't use my left side in battle. Really? Why? The adamant youth got an angry expression on his face. He replied to his classmate with a guarded tone. It's a long story. Midoriya spoke to the bi-colored teen in an annoyed but adamant voice. Well, we don't have time for that now. If we don't do this, Todoroki, then this thing has orders to kill all of our classmates. Do you want their blood on your hands? Todoroki stared at his left hand. Thoughts of his father, the flame hero Endeavor, followed through his mind. With these thoughts, all of the anger and hatred he had for the man turned his blood into magma. But then, the enraged boy saw Midoriya before him and his teacher being healed over to the side. The sight brought a sense of calm back to Todoroki. The elemental boy then thought of his classmates fighting for their lives against the villains. He knew he had no choice but to follow Midoriya's plan. There was no way of stopping this beast. Todoroki looked at Midoriya with a determined gaze. Okay, but just this once. That is good for now. I'll take the right, and you take the left. What are we waiting for? Both boys charged up their firepower. Midoriya focused all of his remaining magic power into his Fire Dragon Roar attack. Todoroki's left side started to glow a reddish yellow. The bi-colored teen channeled all of that power into his left hand. As the two heroes in training reached their max power, Nomu finished regrowing his right side. Midoriya and Todoroki wasted no time and unleashed two powerful streams of fire. The waves of fire hit Nomu with a blistering force. The mindless beast tried to charge forward, but was unable to break through the awesome burning display of the two 1A students. The flames of the two youths were so bright that the area was blanketed in a blinding light. After several minutes, the light subsided and the scene was revealed was shocking. Nomu laid on the ground, missing both of his arms and legs, as well as most of his torso. Todoroki and Midoriya had fallen to their knees. Both of the teens were completely drained of energy after such an attack. A short distance away, Wendy, still healing Urza, had witnessed the display of firepower.
Great job, you two. Now I need to do my part and heal our master.
Back at the front gate, Bakugo and Kirishima had captured Kurogiri. The two boys had then had Sero use his tape to secure the villain. Just as the boys finished tying up the shadowy villain, the front door of the USJ burst open. All Might walked in with a stern look on his face. The number one hero had run over here to fight the bad guys, but was shocked to find that the leader of the attack had been captured. Bakugo saw All Might standing there with a shocked look on his face, and spoke in a choky tone.
Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help us with this guy?
This comment by the brazen youth broke the muscular man out of his thoughts. The tall man walked over to check on the villain. Turned out that the boy did a good job of restraining him. The number one hero showed his students his approval by giving them a thumbs up. Not too long after All Might's arrival, the other UA staff members and the police arrived at the USJ. The rest of the stray villains were rounded up and arrested. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were placed in a reinforced transport van and were taken to police headquarters. Detective Tsukuichi took charge of the scene. After greeting his friend All Might, the detective went to work. Alright, everyone make sure that the lead villains are transported to the precinct for holding first. I will wait to question them first. The dapper man then turned to Principal Nezu. Principal Nezu, I wanted to tell you that we will be conducting a full investigation into the incident.
I understand, Detective. You have my full permission to proceed. If anyone gives you trouble, just send them to me.
Thank you for your cooperation. Wendy spoke up at this point.
Sir, what about Miss Scarlet?
No need to worry, young lady. Your teacher is doing fine. She still has several broken bones, but I'm told that most of her injuries were not as serious as they should have been. All in all, I would say she'll be back teaching in no time. Wendy and the other 1A students sighed in relief. All of them had been worried about their teacher. Even after Wendy's healing, the red-haired woman was still in bad shape. Wendy started to cry at this thought.
If only I was able to use my healing power better, then Miss Scarlet wouldn't be in the hospital right now.
Midoriya and Kaminari walked over and put their hands on the small girl's shoulder. This action caused the female Dragon Slayer to look up at her friends.
Wendy, this isn't your fault. Those villains had very destructive powers. Our teacher was lucky that you were there to render first aid to her.
He's right, Wendy. You were awesome. Mina Ashido butted in with her usual perky enthusiasm.
I totally agree. You were awesome. By the way, why didn't you tell us that you had two quirks like Todoroki?
Wendy then got a worried look on her face.
Well, it isn't that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that I focused on training my air powers to get into UA. My healing powers work very slowly. I figured that wouldn't be much use in becoming a hero. I'm afraid you're very wrong in the line of thought, Miss Marvel.
Principal Nezu walks up to the blue-haired girl with a knowing look in his eyes.
While your healing powers may have not helped you get into UA, they are not useless at all. Even if they're weak right now, that does not mean that they cannot get stronger. The power to heal others is a rare one in this world. From that Recover girl told me, even with Urza's superhuman levels of durability and strength, she would have still been in the hospital for a month. But using your power, you cut that time in half. From now on, train your healing powers with the same vigor that you train your combat power.
Wendy tried her best to stop crying, but the praise from her friends and the principal was too much. It took the emotional girl several minutes. Finally, Wendy managed to reply in a shaky and raspy voice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. You are most welcome.
Nezu then turned to face the whole class.
You 20 have been through quite an ordeal today. Please expect my apology for that. After the police have gotten what they need, I want all of you to go home and get some rest.
Class 1A responded with a group, "Yes, sir!" Later that day, a convoy of armed trucks was moving the captured to the holding facility. The lead truck was carrying Shigaraki. The gray-haired man was sitting in the back of the vehicle, alone with his whole body restricted by a giant cuff-like device. Shigaraki was fuming at the fact that he had gotten captured by a bunch of kids. He was even more angry that All Might never even showed up. As the man sat stewing over his massive failure, a symbol appeared on the wall. The design looked like a Z with an I in the middle. Shigaraki's eyes went wide when he saw the symbol. The thin man knew what the symbol meant. Shigaraki's mouth went dry as he spoke.
Master Seraph?
A voice spoke through the symbol with an even tone.
Tomura, I see that you have failed in your mission to kill All Might. Not only that, but you got yourself captured.
So, are you here to gloat?
Shigaraki never liked this man. He was a partner of his master's. He had known Seraph for a long time, but he did not trust him.
Yes, but I'm also here to release you.
Why would you want to do that? You hate me after all.
I only hate one person in this world, Tomura Shigaraki, and it is not you. But to answer your question, your master still has use of you. My partnership with him is essential to my goals. That is the reason I am spending my time retrieving a spoiled brat like you from the consequences of such a terrible man.
I hope you don't expect a thank you.
What would I do with your thanks? Now hold on. Suddenly the truck swerved to the left and crashed into something. Shigaraki was thrown to the floor of the truck. The impact caused the angry man to black out for a minute. When he awoke, the dark figure of Seraph stood on the back door of the truck. The principal decided to give Class 1A 3 days off from their studies. The bear dog decided to do this in light of the attack on the USJ, and the escape of Shigaraki and Kurogiri from police custody. This time allowed the police to gather the information they needed from the students and staff. Nezu and the UA staff took the break to discuss what measures they were going to take going forward. Midoriya used these days to recuperate from his injuries. Turned out that the green-haired boy had received several fractured ribs from his fight with Nomu. Thankfully, Wendy offered to help heal him up. After 2 hours of healing and a day of sleep, Midoriya was back to normal. On the second day of the break, Midoriya was in his room writing notes in his notebooks, like a fiend. The attack on the USJ gave the students of 1A a first-hand look at the evil they would face when they graduated from UA. Midoriya knew that he needed to train even harder. Wendy and Recovery Girl had ordered Midoriya to not do any physical training over the break. So, if the green teen could not train his body, he would train his mind. At some point, the studious boy's mind turned towards his classmate, Todoroki. Midoriya wondered why the two-toned boy would refuse to use half of his power. Midoriya did not know, but from the look on the serious teen's face, it must have been a very painful reason. Midoriya finally decided that he would not push the subject. After all, Midoriya barely knew Todoroki, and he did not feel comfortable making such an inquiry. The intelligent teen was so lost in thought that he nearly jumped out of his seat when he heard a knock at his door. Ah! Who is it? Inko Midoriya opened the door.
Izuku, you have a guest!
The loving woman had tears in her eyes. Izuku became concerned when he saw the tears in his mother's eyes.
Mom, what is wrong? Did something bad happen?
Inko wiped her eyes.
Everything is fine, Izuku. Like I said, you have a guest. Okay, well, who is it? I'm not expecting anyone.
Izuku got a quizzical look on his face as he rubbed his chin in confusion.
Well, she said her name is Wendy Marvel. She's the girl you're always going on about, right?
Izuku smiled at the news that Wendy had come to visit him.
Wendy? Really? I wonder what she's doing here. Well, the easiest way to find out would be to come out and ask her. Good idea.
Izuku got off the bed and walked towards his bedroom door.
By the way, sweetie, is there anything going on between you two? What do you mean, Mom? It is just that you were really happy to hear that she had come to see you. And she's really cute.
Izuku blushed at his mother's comments.
Well, she is my friend, so of course I'd be happy to see her.
Inko rubbed her chin and looked at her son with a knowing glance.
Okay, Izuku. Well, just promise your mother you'll be careful. After all, she seems like a really nice girl. She is. She's also kind, supportive, caring, and thoughtful also. Interesting that you seem to know her so well. Good luck.
The woman then led the now ruby-faced Izuku to the living room, where Wendy awaited the two. Wendy had come to Midoriya's home to check on the boy. While her cure magic had healed the boy's fractured bones, she wanted to make sure that the green-haired boy was taking it easy like the recovery girl told him. She knew the boy well enough to know that he would take any opportunity to train, a lot like Natsu in that way. Wendy saw Inko come down the hallway, with Izuku behind her. Wendy immediately got concerned when she saw how red his face was.
Midoriya, are you okay? You look like you're running a fever.
The small girl placed her hand on his forehead. This only made the boy turn even more red. Izuku shook his head to remove the thought his mother had placed there. When he had calmed down a little, he replied, I'm fine, Wendy. I just had a lot on my mind. What are you doing here? I came to make sure you're doing what Recovery Girl instructed you to do. I know how you are. Midoriya was surprised by this answer. I promise I've not done any training. The only thing I've been doing is homework and studying. Okay, that's good to hear. The pigtail girl paused and thought for a moment. Just so you know, everyone else is fine. It seems like they only got minor cuts and bruises. Everyone is determined to get back to training. I'm glad to hear that. How do you know that, Wendy? The tiny girl pointed her finger at Izuku. Did you forget that I'm the class representative? I feel it's my part of my job to make sure my classmates are doing well. You certainly are taking your position seriously. Of course I am. Everyone put their faith in me to lead the class. I'll do everything I can to make sure our class performs better. I know you can do it, Wendy. Izuku paused for a moment. He was unsure if he should say this, but he decided to say it anyway. I'm really glad you came to check on me, Wendy. I'm always happy to see you. Wendy got a mild blush from the Grenette's admission. That's really sweet of you, Izuku. I enjoy seeing you, too. It was at this point that Inko came back into the room. Miss Marvel, how about you join us for lunch? I wouldn't want to impose, Miss Midoriya. Nonsense. It wouldn't be an imposition at all. Besides, I'd like to get to know one of my son's friends. Okay, then. Sure. Excellent. Let me go get the food started. In short order, Inko prepared a delicious lunch. The three sat down to enjoy the food in each other's company. Meanwhile, in a hidden bar, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Zeref stood before a flat-screen television. The television was blank except for the words, "Sound only," displayed in purple text across the black screen. Suddenly, a deep, calm voice spoke through the speakers of the television. The voice had a malignant tone to it, but it had no emotion.
Well, you failed, Tomura.
It wasn't my fault, Master. Those little punks were way stronger than they should have been. They should not have been that strong.
It would seem that UA has several students that could prove very dangerous.
Let me have another shot at them, Master. I'll not fail again. I will destroy them all.
No. Going after the children again would be foolhardy. For now, Tomura, I think about the ways that you must improve. This is all a game. Fail as many times as you need to. This is all for you, my boy.
Thank you, Master.
Now, if you would go to your room, I need to speak with Zeref for a moment.
Whatever you say, Master.
Shigaraki left the room with a look of absolute hatred on his face.
Now, Zeref, thank you for your assistance.
Our partnership made it necessary for me to act. But I do not see what you see in that boy. He is filled with far too much hatred.
Tomura will serve his purpose. Now, about our deal. We need to discuss our next steps.
I would agree. While Tomura did not kill All Might as planned, he did accomplish the first step. The dark-haired man mused for a moment. You do play the long game.
Hopefully we can both get what we want out of this plan.
Let us hope so, or you will not get the prize you seek. After the 3-day break ended, the members of Class 1A gathered in their homerooms. The biggest question on the students' mind was who was going to be teaching them. All of the students knew that Urza was in rough shape after the USJ attack, so most of the students figured that someone else would be covering their class. These wonders would be answered as the classroom doors slid open. The open door revealed that there would be no substitute. Urza stood in the doorway, but in an unusual condition. She was covered in bandages from her head to her toes, and both of her arms were in casts. Tsuyu Asui was the first to speak.
Miss Scarlet, it's good to see that you're okay. Ribbit.
Mina Ashido got a freak-out look on her face. The pink girl spoke in a worried tone. You call that all right? She looks like a mummy. Mineta then broke in with an unwelcome privy comment. Yeah, but she's a really hot mummy. Out of nowhere, a sword appeared. The tip was pointed at Mineta's chest. The bald-headed boy was naturally freaked out. Urza's glare was so fiery that the students could see it even from beneath the bandages over her eyes. The crimson-haired woman then spoke in a stern tone. Watch your mouth, great boy. Mineta sat in his chair, his whole body trembling with fear. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. With that apology, Urza made the sword vanish.
Thank you all for your concern, but my condition is unimportant. The truth is, your fight is not over with. The whole class was shocked at this statement. Some of them hoped that they would not have to face more villains, while other students were curious about their teacher's choice of wording. In a flat tone, Urza replied to the students, "The UA Sports Festival is coming." This comment made the majority of the class jump from their seats in excitement. Mineta was the only one who remained fearful. "Oh, this is really bad. I'm gonna die." "Mineta, don't you know how important the school festival is?" Mineta responded in a panicked voice. "Of course I do, stupid. I just don't want to get murdered." Important is putting it mildly, students. Ever since quirks became the norm, athletic competitions like the Olympics fell by the wayside, most being seen as pointless in a world with superpowers. For anyone in Japan who cares about competition, they're watching the UA Sports Festival. Pro heroes will also be watching and attending the festival. Perform well and these agencies might recruit you. Urza let that information sink in before she continued. You have 1 chance a year, and 3 chances in your lifetime. I would strongly encourage you to not waste this opportunity. Jiro was bothered by something during this talk. Sensei, is it a good idea to hold such a public event after the USJ? That is a valid concern. The administration believes that holding the sport festival will show that UA is still strong and secure. Plus, this is an event that the whole country looks forward to every year. We cannot just cancel it. I guess you have a point. Of course, the security will be greater than in years past, so hopefully it will go off without a hitch. So don't slack on your training. I expect you all to perform at your best. Good luck to you all. At the end of the day, Wendy slid the door open as the class prepared to leave. The petite girl was surprised to find a whole crowd of students standing outside the door. What is going on here? What are all of you doing here? Bakugo walked up and replied to the brunette's question. They're here checking out the competition. After all, we are the class that foiled a villain attack. Of course they're gonna check us out. Bakugo walked up to the group without any fear. Move it, extras, and let me through! This statement caused the whole crowd to become enraged. Bakugo, you're making all of them mad at us. Apologize immediately. No way! We're not here to make friends. None of these people matter. The only thing that matters is getting the top spot. The crowd parted as Bakugo calmly walked away. Kirishima responded to this scene with tears in his eyes. That exit was so manly! After a few declarations of war, the other Class 1A students were able to leave the room. Over the following weeks, the students upped their training. All of them knew that none of the students were going to take it easy. While Bakugo had made an enemy out of everyone, his statement had lit a fire under his classmates. None of them wanted to be known as the weak link. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. Class 1A was waiting for the start of the events. Todoroki walked up to Midoriya. Midoriya, I think when it comes to power and capability, we're the strongest in this class. I plan to show that my strength is greater. Midoriya was shocked by the statement, but the brunette responded with vigor. You can certainly try, Todoroki, but I don't plan on taking second place. I'm aiming for the top. Kaminari responded to this exchange. Boy, there are a lot of declarations of war being made lately. But you two aren't the only ones aiming for gold. I plan on getting it too. Wendy then spoke up. That goes for the rest of us, Todoroki. None of us plan on holding back in this, so bring your A game. Todoroki looked at the faces of his classmates and saw the determination in their eyes. However, the bicolored teen's face showed no emotion as he replied. Have it your way. My best is what you'll get. Class 1A was told to make their way to the field, and they did so. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The UA Sports Festival has come again. Let's introduce these awesome first years. You know this crew is the class that has stopped a villain attack. It is the indomitable Class 1A! President Mike then took it in turn to introduce the other first-year classes as they entered the field. All the students stood probably on the stadium field. All of them were energized for the day ahead of them, but also a little nervous. After a very short pause for effect, Mike made another introduction. Now that you've met all the students, I'm pleased to introduce the referee for the first-year competition, Midnight! The R-rated hero walked onto the stage in the center of the field. Many of the boys wondered why she was wearing such a revealing costume, as they waited for her to speak. Welcome, everyone. Before we begin, we have the first year's pledge. This honor goes to Wendy Marvel. Wendy walked slowly up to the stage, cowering all the way. Mina Ashido saw this and asked Midoriya, who was standing in front of her, a question.
Midoriya, is Wendy okay? I mean, her whole body is shaking and her eyes are glossed over. I think she's nervous. I don't think she's ever spoken in front of a big crowd like this. Oh, that makes sense. I feel for her. Wendy got up on the stage and approached the microphone. Midnight lowered the microphone for her. The blue-haired girl stood in front of the device, her whole body trembling with nervous energy. She took a deep breath and started to speak. I just wanted to say... Thank you. Wendy Marvel stood at the mic, her body shaking like a leaf. The girl tried desperately to calm herself, but that only made her more nervous. Then she looked out at the crowd of UA first-year students. Over to the right, she caught sight of Izuku Midoriya. The boy locked eyes with the blue-haired girl. The determined and fierce look in the green boy's eyes made all of the nervous energy in Wendy's body melt away. A surge of confidence flooded the tiny girl's body. She took a deep breath and delivered her speech. I just wanted to say that a lot has happened to us this year. Hero training has been way harder than we expected, but this has just made all of us more determined to become the greatest heroes we can be. The determined girl then looked back at the UA students and looked each of them in the eyes. Everyone, let's show the people here and the ones watching at home what UA students are made of! Let's go all out! Plus Ultra! The students from the other courses exchanged looks with each other for several minutes. All of their faces then broke out in smiles and began cheering. Many of them commented that Wendy did not look impressive, but she was actually really fiery. Her classmates were not surprised by the blue-haired girl's speech. They knew that underneath Wendy's friendly demeanor was the heart of a real fighter. All right, a moving pledge from Wendy Marvel of Class 1A. Now, let's get this party started. Let's see the first event. Midnight snapped the whip she held in her right hand. When the whip cracked, the big screen flashed with words and images, and finally landed on the words obstacle course. President Mike then explained, All right, dudes and dudettes, this event is a race where you will face several surprises, so let's get to it! All of the students gathered around the exit to the field. As the horn sounded for the race to begin, the teens all rushed the doorway and many became stuck. That is when Todoroki made his move. The elemental teen unleashed a burst of ice. This froze many of his competitors in place. Todoroki then took off running towards the next obstacle. Unfortunately, Todoroki's freezing attack did not work as well as he thought. Most of his classmates saw the attack coming. So while the bicolored team did get a head start on his competitors, most of the Hero Corps students managed to dodge the ice wave. Midoriya saw the ice wave coming and channeled his firepower into his feet and shot into the air. The Dragon Slayer then flew out of the tunnel and landed outside the stadium. Wendy landed next to Midoriya. The Grenette looked back and saw that all of Class 1A had used their powers to dodge the Frosty Teen's assault. Midoriya gave Wendy a knowing nod. Without a word, the pigtailed girl returned the nod with a determined look on her face. Both Dragon Slayers took off in pursuit of their icy classmate. Todoroki dashed forward, but was stopped by a large group of robots. So, these are fake villains that we had to face during the entrance exam? I can see why these things would have caused them so much trouble, but I wish they had given me something more challenging. After all, my father is watching. Todoroki quickly glazed behind him. He saw that many of the Hero Corps students had avoided his ice attack. This fact disappointed the serious teen. The bicolored teen released another large wave of ice that coated the robots in a layer of white and froze them in place. Todoroki used his momentary pause to dash ahead once again. Midoriya and Wendy were members of a small group of students that approached the frozen robots. The group thought they could use this to bypass the obstacle, but it was not to be. Todoroki had frozen the robots when they were off their balance. The fact is, this caused the robots, especially the big zero-pointers, to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Midoriya noticed this at the last minute. Wendy! Everyone look out! Fortunately, the blue-haired girl was standing next to Midoriya. The green teen pushed the small girl out of the way at the last minute. The collapsing robot giants buried Midoriya under a mountain of rubble. Uraraka and a few other Class 1A students saw the disaster. Oh my gosh, was that Deku I saw? Wendy responded with a panicky voice. Yeah, he pushed me out of the way at the last minute. I hope he's okay. Suddenly, a large area of metallic rubble began to glow. Then a huge stream of fire erupted out of the rubbish heap and shot into the sky. The scene made the students and the onlookers gasp in surprise. The fire stream left a giant hole in the metal mound. Midoriya jumped out of the hole. The green teen's eyes were a blaze of fury. His whole aura radiated anger. Midoriya then yelled at the top of his lungs in a furious voice, That bicolored jerk! That could have killed me! What kind of person buries a guy in frozen metal? As the Dragon Slayer spoke, steam started coming out of his ears.
He's going to pay for this! Get back here, Todoroki!
Magic circles appeared under the teen's feet, and he took off into the air on 2 streams of fire. In a surprised tone, Uraraka replied,
Okay, I guess he's okay.
Wendy answered her friend in an exasperated tone.
So it would seem.
Both Wendy and Uraraka waded into the robot field.
I've never seen Deku like that. He's usually so laid back and calm. I wonder what made him go off like that. I fear that it is a personality trait he picked up from his master Natsu.
With that explanation, the girl and the there fought off the robot and continued the race. Up in the stands, Lucy and Natsu sat watching the spectacle. They had been given their seats by Nezu, so the two could watch their students in action. Lucy looked at her husband with a displeased look.
You've been a terrible influence on that boy, Natsu.
Natsu started to sweat under his wife's menacing gaze.
Well, you can't blame the kid for getting upset, Lucy. I mean, that icy guy did drop all that stuff on him. Who wouldn't get upset at that?
True, but he did not have to act like that. As the couple argued, Urza came to sit by them. Well, it is nice to see you two getting along. Both Natsu and Lucy got shocked looks on their faces. Lucy spoke to her friend with a surprised tone.
Urza, I did not know you were going to be here.
The redhead was still covered in bandages, but she maintained her stoic expression. Why would I not be here? It is important to observe my students' performance, so I know where to focus their training going forward.
I gotta say, the idea of you as a teacher is terrifying.
Urza delivered a powerful punch to Natsu's face for making that comment. Did you say something, Natsu? In a panicked voice, Natsu replied,
No, nothing, ma'am. I'm not surprised that Midoriya and Wendy are doing so well, but that Todoroki is unexpected.
Why does that name sound familiar? Natsu thought for a minute.
Oh, is he any relation to the number 2 hero, Endeavor?
He is the youngest son of the man, but I get the feeling their relationship is not great.
I could believe that. I've only had a few interactions with Endeavor, but I didn't like him at all. Plus his fire tasted terrible. Yuck!
Be that as it may, I am curious to see how this event plays out. Back on the field, the students all approached the third obstacle, the fall. The collection of deep trenches would have completely blocked most progress if not for the wires splayed across the wide openings. Todoroki glided across the wires using his ice. Close behind the dual-colored teen was Midoriya and Bakugo. The fire user and the explosive teen used their power to fly over the canyons. Wendy and Kaminari were also in close pursuit of the Forerunners.
Look at this! All of our leaders are from Class 1A! Is it any wonder why they stopped the villain attack? They're crazy strong! But let's see if they can hold on to their lead as they approach our 4th hurdle, the minefield. But don't worry, folks, these mines aren't strong enough to cause injury. Just enough to make you wet your pants.
Todoroki approached the minefield and realized that this stage was meant to hit the leaders the hardest. He gently walked across the field. The intelligent boy knew that if he rushed, he ran the risk of setting off multiple mines. As Todoroki picked his way through the field, Midoriya came flying onto the scene like a bat out of hell. Following close behind was Bakugo, using his explosion to propel him through the area. The two boys closed in on the dual-element classmate. Midoriya still had a furious look on his face. The green teen screamed at the top of his lungs.
You got some nerve, Todoroki! How dare you try to bury me in robot parts!
Midoriya formed a fireball in his hand and prepared to launch it at Todoroki. Before he could, Bakugo grabbed Midoriya by the fist. Bakugo yelled at Midoriya in his usual harsh tone.
If anyone's going to pound that icy hot bastard, it's going to be me, Deku! Let go of me, Kachan! This doesn't involve you!
Midoriya then began to fight with Bakugo in midair. The two exchanged several blows. The two got so into their fight, they didn't realize how close they were to getting to Todoroki. Before the two enraged teens realized, they crashed full speed into Todoroki. All three went tumbling end over end. The three rolled forward in a heap, setting off all the mines they impacted. The three combative teens landed on the opposite side of the minefield. Bakugo was the first to express his displeasure at the event.
Get off of me, you two. You're getting in my way.
As the three teens tried to dislodge each other with little success, Wendy and Kaminari zipped past the three. Kaminari spoke to the three as he passed.
You three better hurry up, or you'll get left behind.
The zappy teen then ran on. This snappy comment gave the tangled teens the push to stop fighting and get loose. The 5 1A students entered the final stretch. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki caught up to Kaminari and Wendy, using all of their power. The 5 students pulled out all the stops as they neared the finish line. The final result was very close, but Kaminari got first place, Midoriya got second, Wendy got third, Todoroki came in fourth, and finally, Bakugo got fifth place, and started to have a hissy fit because of it. Wendy, Midoriya, and Todoroki were upset at not coming in first, but they conducted themselves with more sportsmanship than their bombastic classmate. President Mike then delivered the result in a groovy voice as the rest of the students entered the stadium. The DJ hero then made an announcement.
That was a great first heat, folks, but now we'll be moving on to the second round after a short recess.
With that proclamation, all the students caught their breath and prepared mentally for what was to come. After the break, Midnight called everyone's attention.
It is time to select the next event.
Midnight snapped her whip and the big screen changed behind her again. It began to flash with several title cards. The screen landed on the title of Cavalry Battle. Midnight then explained the event.
You will all form teams of 3 to 4 individuals. Each team will be given a point value based on the total value of the individual members. These values will be decided by how you finished in the obstacle course. The last place finisher will get 5 points, and the values will increase by 5 points as your place ascends. But the first place will be a little different. The first place point value will be worth 10 million points. As the R-rated hero said those 2 words, Kaminari got a panicked look on his face. Up in the stands, Natsu got a confused look on his face. The pink-haired man pointed at Kaminari and explained. That kid's power seems familiar to me. Where have I seen that before?
Both Urza and Lucy released a breath in exasperation at their thick-head friend. Lucy broke the news to her husband.
He has the same power as Loxus. Seriously? He kicked your butt enough. How could you forget that? Whoa, you're right. Do you think he's a Dragon Slayer also?
Lucy replied with a voice full of aggravation.
It is a good thing you're so cute, Natsu. Otherwise, I'd have to not put up with you so long. Oh, I'm cute, am I?
Natsu glanced at his wife with a cocky look in his eyes. Urza broke into the couple's heated exchange. Could you two please control yourselves in public? As for Natsu's previous question, I think he might be. But I have not seen him use that power yet. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the 3 wizards. Maybe he's not yet had a reason to do so yet. After all, he beat Natsu's kid with ease. The 3 friends turned toward the voice. Standing there was Loxus Dreyer. Long time no see. So, what do you think of my students? The tall blonde man walked down the steps and sat behind Natsu.
Loxus! What are you doing here?
Last I checked, Natsu, anyone who wanted to attend was allowed. Besides, I need to come and support my student. Urza nodded at the scar-faced man in approval. It is nice to see you continuing to support Kaminari, even after he left your tutelage. That is a nice change to see in you, Loxus. Well, it has been a long time. We have all changed in many ways, except for Natsu. I see he is still the same. Both Lucy and Urza nodded in silent agreement. Urza then broke in and said, Anyway, Kaminari has been doing well in the competition, and in his hero studies. Good to hear. I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. With that statement, the 4 powerful wizards returned their eyes to the field to see how poor Kaminari handled the next event. Meanwhile, All For One and Zeref were sitting in a dark warehouse. The only light in the place was from All For One's giant computer monitor. Well, it looks like those young heroes are having fun. Wouldn't you agree, Zeref? Indeed. I commend them for foiling your plans, but they do need to be punished. What have you done, Zeref? Let's just say that I decided to make my own cracks in the Hero Society. All For One responded with a casual tone to his fellow Dark Lord. Sounds interesting. I look forward to seeing the results. This should be fun. All of the winners of the obstacle course mingled among each other. Teams had begun to be formed. Midoriya had recruited Wendy, Uraraka, and a wild pink-haired girl named Mei Hatsume. Kaminari got pulled into Todoroki's team, along with Momo and Ida. Many of the other students also formed impressive teams to show off their skills in the second round. All was going well until the shadows showed up. The shadows appeared out of nowhere. At first, they were only dark spots on the ground. All of the students were surprised by their sudden appearance. Fortunately, most of the participants for the second round were Hero Course students. This fact meant that they were wary of the strange shapes. Midoriya and Wendy looked at each other with a concerned look on their faces. The two wizards could sense that the shadows were emitting strong magic. Suddenly, the shadows started to change shape and took on the giant form of skeletons. Each one stood nearly 15 feet tall, and they were 30 in number. The figures were vaguely human but had large claws and fangs. Their bodies were all colored the same. Each one was pitch black. All of the students in the audiences gasped collectively at this event. Midoriya was overcome by the strong and malevolent magic coming off the dark figures. The green-haired boy turned to Wendy and asked her an urgent question.
What are those things, Wendy?
Wendy replied to her friend with a worried tone.
I have no idea, Midoriya, but I know they're bad news. The dark magic coming off of them is sickening. I know. I can feel it in my stomach. What should we do? The only thing we can do. We need to beat them before they can cause damage to the stadium or hurt the audience. Just what I thought.
The green-haired boy lit his hands on fire and smacked his fist into his hand.
Looks like we gotta be real heroes today. What about the others? They're Hero Corps students. We could use all the help we can get.
As Midoriya finished his sentence, the dark beings advanced. Midoriya shouted at the top of his lungs,
Everyone! Show these things what UA students are made of! Take them down, hard and fast!
With that, Midoriya, Wendy, Uraraka, and Hatsume rushed toward the beings and began to assault them. The other students joined in as well, with the being a giant brawl started. Up in the stands, the elder wizards had seen the appearance of the skeletons. Urza was the first one to express the alarm they all felt.
Those are demons, and not just any demons. They belong to...
Natsu interrupted the crimson-haired woman with a voice full of anger.
Don't speak his name, Urza!
Urza did not like that Natsu's tone, but it was understandable.
We need to put an end to this before the children get hurt.
Loxus placed his hand on Urza's shoulder.
I don't think so, Urza. You're still recovering from your injuries. If you went down there right now, you might make your wounds worse. What message would that send to students in the audience if they saw you laying on the ground in a bloody heap?
Urza gritted her teeth in frustration. The adamant woman knew Loxus was right, but she did not like it.
What am I supposed to do, Loxus? Those demons are not that strong. The kids should be able to handle them. Me, Lucy, and Natsu can make sure the audience is protected. You need to get to the announcer's box.
What would that be good for?
You can tell the audience and everyone that this is a part of the games. After all, if he is involved, the point of this is to cause chaos and destruction. If we can stop that, then he'll not gain anything from this attack.
You have a point, Loxus. I forgot how smart you are sometimes. With that semi-compliment, Urza ran off toward the announcer's box. The other three wizards jumped into action and kept the attack confined to the stadium floor. Back on the battlefield, Midoriya and the rest of Class 1A charged directly at the demons. The other students followed suit. Midoriya launched himself at the nearest demon. The teen ignited his fists and delivered a powerful punch to the dark being. As his hit landed, the Dragon Slayer yelled at the top of his lungs,
Fire Dragon Iron Fist!
The fire and strength of his hit caused the giant to melt into a puddle of shadow once again. Midoriya got a huge smile on his face and made a cocky statement.
Looks like he was all show and no business.
Unfortunately, the teen's theory was shattered when the shadowy mass the creature left behind divided into two masses and reformed into two skeletal creatures, albeit silently shorter. The other demons were acting the same way. The student would beat them down and the demons would then divide and reform quickly. This ability had already caught some of the other students off guard. Fortunately, the fighters who couldn't keep up were pulled out of the way by those still standing. Most of the combatants were hero students after all. It had been drilled into their heads by their teachers to protect others as well as fight the enemy in front of them. Midoriya continued to fight, using his fiery attacks to take out the demons. But the teen was getting irritated that the demons would not stay down. He also knew that if this fight continued, the audience would be in danger. At the moment, more than half of the fighters would have been drained of their stamina, and had been moved over toward the edge of the field. After defeating a demon with his fire dragon roar, the intelligent teen noticed that it took about 2 minutes for the shadows to divide and become new demons. This gave Midoriya an idea. The ignited boy attacked a nearby demon and reduced him to a black puddle, using his powerful blows from his flaming fists. Midoriya then blasted the monster goo with his dragon roar. The puddle was incinerated, and no more demons emerged. With this idea proven correct, Midoriya knew what he needed to do. Midoriya spotted Kaminari a short distance away. The green teen ran over and yelled at the lightning boy.
Kaminari, I have an idea.
Oh yeah? What is it?
We need to attack the shadow substances the creatures turn into. That way they won't have time to divide.
The lightning teen responded with a frantic tone.
I don't know if it could be that simple, but we need to try something. This is nuts.
Agreed. Spread the word as quickly as you can. You got it. Kaminari and Midoriya split up and continued to fight. Midoriya saw Wendy and Uraraka fending off a group of demons. Uraraka used her zero-gravity quirk to immobilize the demons. Wendy would then use her Sky Dragon attacks to reduce the demons to black liquid. Midoriya got close to the girls as they liquefied 3 demons. The Fire Dragon Slayer coated his right arm in fire. The intelligent boy then controlled his fire and created a giant flaming hand. Midoriya then shot the hand toward the 3 puddles of the destroyed demons. The attack slammed down on the puddles and burned them to ashes.
Are you girls okay? We're fine, Midoriya. What was that you just did?
Midoriya explained his discovery to the girls. They were both shocked by his observation, and agreed that Midoriya's method of attack was a sound one. As the girls ran off to rejoin the fighting, Midoriya told them to pass the plan on to the remaining fighters. They told him that they would. Midoriya and his friends fought across the field. They destroyed several demons and gave the creatures weakness when they crossed paths with other students. After a few minutes, all of the creatures were destroyed, and the students who were still standing checked on their classmates. As all the action took place in the field, Natsu, Lucy, and Laxus placed themselves around the field. The 3 wizards used their magic powers to create an invisible barrier around the stadium floor. The 3 were very happy to see that their faith in their students, and the other UA students, were not misplaced. Laxus smiled at the outcome.
Nice going, kids. You handled yourselves nicely. Now it is up to Urza to calm the crowd.
The audience were becoming more concerned about the appearance of the demons. While none of the people knew what was going on, Urza kicked the door to the announcers open. President Mike nearly jumped out of his seat. The powerful redhead grabbed the microphone from the DJ and made an announcement to the whole stadium. Urza spoke in a powerful voice.
Everyone, calm down. This was the planned event for this round.
Murmurs of confusion spread throughout the crowd. Urza continued.
After the events of the USJ, the UA facility felt that it was important to prepare these future heroes to deal with the unexpected. So it was decided that the second event would be a simulated surprise attack. The goal was to see how the students handled an emergency situation. As you can see, there is much more work that needs to be done. But we will now take a short break to make sure all the participants are good. We will also announce who will move on to the final round.
President Mike was confused by all this.
You just lied to everyone, Urza. Are you sure that is a good idea?
Urza threw the microphone at President Mike. The device hit the blonde man in the head and sent him flying backwards. Urza then grabbed the DJ by the collar. The fierce woman looked at Mike with a grim expression.
Are you questioning me?
Let it be, Mike.
The 2 educators turned toward the doorway. Standing there was Nezu.
We will discuss these events later, but for now we will move on with the sports festival.
Recovery Girl was called to the field to check on all of the students. It turned out that everyone was fine. Most individuals just had minor cuts and bruises. The ones who fought all the way through the event were drained, but would recover with some rest. With that information, President Mike made the announcement.
Alright, all you awesome listeners and viewers. Thank you so much for your patience. I will now announce those lucky students moving on to the final round. They will take part in a one-on-one tournament. The last one standing will be the winner of the UA Sports Festival. So, let me announce the names of those mega awesome students.
Mike took a deep breath before continuing.
The following students will be moving on to the final round. Izuku Midoriya, Denki Kaminari, Wendy Marvel, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ashido, Tenya Ida, Ibara Shiozaki, Itsuka Kendo, Ejiro Kirishima, Tetsu, Momo Yaoyorozu, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mei Hatsume, and Togaru Kamakiri.
All the names appeared on the stadium big screen for all the audience to see. Midnight then spoke up.
Now that we have these ravenous finalists, let's see who's going to lock horns with who.
The R-rated hero snapped her whip, and names on the big screen randomly mixed them up and paired them off into a tournament bracket.
Our first match of the final will be Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki.
Wendy saw the matches listed as Midnight announced Midoriya's fight, but the girl was more worried about her match. The bracket showed she would be facing off against Bakugo. The girl knew how good at directed combat Bakugo was. The idea of facing him was a scary one, but if Midoriya could do it, then so could she. A few moments later, all the students headed toward the cafeteria to get something to eat, but Midoriya pulled Todoroki aside.
Todoroki, I want to make sure you give this match your best. I wanted to ask you to use your flames against me.
I told you before, I do not use my left side in combat. I especially won't since my father is in the audience.
Midoriya got irritated at this.
What does your father have to do with this?
Todoroki then explained his tragic past. He told Midoriya about his parents' quirk marriage, how that led to him being born. how Endeavor subjected him to harsh training even as a small child, how the fiery man also neglected his brothers and sisters, and how he abused his mother. The bi-colored teen's eyes was filled with hatred as he spoke. So you see, Midoriya, I will win without using that bastard's quirk. I will not give him the satisfaction. Todoroki walked away, his eyes seething with rage. Midoriya did not know what to say to this angered classmate. Midoriya figured he would have to show him how wrong he was, thinking that way. Midoriya rejoined his friends in the cafeteria. The first person he ran into was Wendy. The blue-haired girl was glad to see the brunette was okay after the battle.
Midoriya, where did you go to? I was worried when you just disappeared after the match assignments. Sorry about that, Wendy. I didn't mean to worry you.
The short girl grabbed Midoriya by the arm and pulled him into the abandoned hallway.
Wendy, what is going on? I need to talk to you for a minute, so just come with me. What's up, Wendy? You know those skeletons were made of magic, right? I noticed that too. But that weird thing that smelled just like the Shigaraki guy. I will take your word for that. But I wonder why Scarlet Sensei lied to the people about being part of the festival. My best guess is that Miss Scarlet did not want the crowd to panic. If they had, then they would have been a mad dash to the gate right away. Remember what happened during the press scare? I remember. In that case, it was probably a good idea. Miss Scarlet probably has other reasons on top of that. I would say that we need to just proceed as if it was a planned event and not an attack. We probably should tell that to Kaminari as well.
Wendy got an annoyed look on her face.
I already talked to him, and he came to the same conclusion. It is surprising that a guy that does so poorly on his classwork is so quickly on the uptake. I noticed that.
Midoriya paused to think for a moment.
Anyway, I saw that you're fighting Bakugo. You must be concerned about that.
Wendy got a concerned look on her face.
A little, but I'm going to do my best. This is a great opportunity for me to see where I am with my combat skills. I have been working on them as well as my Kira magic. Bakugo may be a jerk, but he is one of the best at combat in the class. I could not ask for a better metric.
The tiny girl smiled and pumped her fist toward Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes started to get very moist at Wendy's enthusiasm. The boy was so moved by the words that he grabbed her arm and waist and hoisted her into the air. Midoriya then exclaimed in an excited voice,
Wendy, you're amazing! I can't wait to see your fight! You're going to do awesome!
Wendy's face turned a bright shade of red at the outburst of excitement from Midoriya. Her embarrassment was only made worse by the fact that Midoriya was touching her. The contact was not unpleasant. In fact, the blushing girl actually liked it, but it was just so unexpected. Wendy managed to gather herself enough to say in a timid voice,
Thank you for your support, Midoriya, but could you put me down, please?
At those words, Midoriya realized what he was doing. This caused him to also start blushing. Midoriya knew that Wendy did not like it when people did stuff like this. It reminded her of how small she was. The green teen put Wendy back down and stepped back. The flame youth then spoke in a regretful tone.
Sorry about that, Wendy. I just reacted without thinking. Please forgive me.
Wendy pressed her fingers together before replying.
It is okay, Midoriya. I know I've told you that I don't like when people do stuff like that, but I know you would never want to make me feel small.
Then she blushed even more as she kept speaking.
In fact, I kinda liked it. Really, Wendy? Yes.
The girl then felt the need to amend her statement.
That is, you're my friend, and I know you only want to support me. Of course, I'll always support you, Wendy.
Midoriya then grabbed the worried girl's hand.
Now, let's get back to the others.
After a short break, the one-on-one tournament began. All of the participants readied themselves to go all out. All of them knew that at this stage, no one would hold back. President Mike got the crowd hyped up for the first match.
It is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. The one-on-one match will now begin. The first match will feature two heavy hitters from Class 1A.
As the DJ hero said that, the contestants entered the ring to loud cheers.
In this corner, we have the stoic ice user, Shoto Todoroki. Going against him, we have the wielder of the blazing fists and feet, Izuku Midoriya.
As Midoriya entered the ring, two massive pillars of fire shot into the air from the ring corners. Midoriya took a deep breath and consumed the fire. The intelligent teen knew that he would need all the power he could get to face off against Todoroki. Midoriya knew he could not count on Todoroki using his fire. The bicolored teen was adamant about winning with only his ice. Another thing worrying Midoriya was the look in the opponent's eyes. While he did not know Todoroki that well, the empathetic teen could tell that Todoroki was seething with rage and hatred. The green teen knew he needed to be ready for anything. Before the match, Todoroki had an exchange with his father, the flame hero Endeavor. While the exchange had been short, it was enough to make the youth's blood run as hot as magma. It was in this state that he entered the match. Midnight told the two boys she would be monitoring the match. She would call the contest if someone was knocked out of the ring or if they became unable to move. With that information, she told the two boys to fight fair. Midnight raised her hand in the air. "Match 1, begin!" With those words, Todoroki unleashed a giant wave of ice. An icy wall exploded from the bicolored teen's right side. Before anyone knew it, a giant glacial body was quickly enveloping the ring and stadium. This wave of frozen fury would have finished off most fighters, but Midoriya was not most fighters. The Dragon Slayer had no time to think of an intelligent counterattack, so he just reacted out of instinct. Midoriya summoned all of the fire energy he could muster into his mouth. A magic circle appeared in front of him. He then released all of his power in the largest fire dragon's roar to counter his opponent's attack. The waves of fire and ice clashed in the middle of the ring. This caused a fog of smoke and ice vapor that enveloped the whole stadium. Up in the announcer's box, President Mike could not believe his eyes.
Talk about starting the final round off with a bang! 2 giant waves of elemental opponents clashed right in front of our eyes. I don't know what Titania is teaching her students, but this is insane!
Back in the ring, the smoke and vapor cleared to reveal the state of the fighters. Todoroki's right side was covered in frost. The steely-eyed boy's body was visibly shaking. Midoriya stood on the opponent's side of the ring in the same place. The giant attack had not made him move an inch. The flaming teen had incinerated his shirt and the bottom half of his pants legs. The Grenette was also sweating profusely. As Midoriya caught his breath, he got an angry look on his face.
What the hell, Todoroki? If I hadn't countered that move, the whole stadium would have been encased in ice.
Despite the fact that Todoroki was shaking, he kept his voice level as he responded.
I am sorry, Midoriya. I was just angry.
Such a stupid reply made Midoriya even more pissed.
You were angry? That is your explanation?
Midoriya took a minute to calm down and pull himself out of a Natsu-like fit.
Well, look at you. You're shivering. Use your fire to heat you up.
I told you before. I refuse to use that bastard's quirk. I will win with only my mother's quirk.
Midoriya's fury was now out of control. He focused his remaining magic energy into his forehead. He charged his opponent and hit him with a fiery headbutt. This caused his opponent to go flying out of the ring. This action shocked everyone in the audience. Normally, Todoroki would have been able to dodge this attack, but the cold that permeated the teen's body had slowed down his reaction time. Midnight yelled at the top of her lungs,
"This match is over! The winner is Izuku Midoriya!"
Midoriya may have won, but he was not satisfied. He walked over to where Todoroki laid. The sweaty teen bent down and looked Todoroki in the eye. Midoriya then spoke in a cold and steely tone.
Do you know why you lost this match, Todoroki?
The ice-covered teen did not respond.
Not going to answer. Fine. I will tell you. It is because you were holding back. It is obvious that the downside of your ice power is that it drops your body temperature the more you use it. If you had used your flames like I asked, then you could have offset that weakness. Of course you would have had to run the risk of me being able to energize myself by eating your fire, but you would have stood a better chance.
I told you, Midoriya. I will not give my bastard father the satisfaction of seeing me use his quirk.
Midoriya grabbed the collar of Todoroki's gym uniform and hauled him up to eye level.
Would you stop it with that? Your father had nothing to do with this fight. That is your quirk, not his. You decide how to use it.
The inflamed teen sat his classmate back down. Midoriya then turned and walked away. The green teen went to the locker room to get a new uniform. Waiting at the entrance to the changing room was Natsu Dragneel. In a shocked tone, Midoriya asked,
Master, what are you doing here? I just came to congratulate you on a job well done. Most fighters would have been taken out by an attack like that, but you responded without hesitation. Also, you won. Good job.
The pink-haired man gave the team a thumbs up and a huge smile. The pink-haired man then reached into his pocket and tossed a round object to Midoriya. Midoriya caught the object nervously.
Thank you for the compliment, Master. It means a lot. But what is this glass orb you gave me?
That is what it looked like. The sphere was about the size of a softball. It appeared to be made of glass. In the center of the orb was a swirling mass of red, orange, and yellow.
That is a fire la crema. It is a crystallized fire energy. You just have to eat it like you would normal fire. After an attack like that, you have to be running on empty, am I right?
Midoriya sighed in exhaustion.
You're right.
The green teen did as his master instructed. Midoriya ate the crystal like an apple. As soon as the glassy substance hit his tongue, it turned back into fire energy. This replenished his magic power.
Wow! You were right, Master. I feel ready for my next fight.
Good. Now get changed. Lucy, Urza, and your mother would kill me if I let you walk around just like that. With that, Midoriya went to get changed. The second match pitted Tenya Ida against the mad support corps student Mei Hatsume. Ida won the match after being turned into a commercial for Hatsume's support items. The third match had Uraraka facing Mina Ashido. Both girls fought their hardest, but Mina ended up coming out on top. This was thanks to the girls' physical conditioning. Up next was Fumikage Tokoyami versus Togaru Kamakiri. The slash-happy Kamakiri put up a powerful assault on the raven-headed teen. Even with this powerful offense, the shadow-wielded edgelord won the match. Next, Momo Yaoyorozu was matched against Asuka Kendo. The intelligent Momo thought hard on how to beat her opponent, but Kendo just unleashed a swift barrage of punches against the vice rep of 1A. This ended with Kendo advancing to the next round. The sixth match was an all-out fistfight between Kirishima and Tetsu Tetsu. The match went on for a while, both boys taking in turn to beat the snot out of each other. The fight ended in a draw. After the two had recovered a little, the match was decided by an arm wrestling match. Kirishima came out victorious and moved on to the second round. The next to last match pitted Kaminari against Shiozaki. Both the bolt-haired wizard and the vines-headed member of the Class 1B entered the ring to a roar of applause. Kaminari looked the botanical-haired girl over. "Hey, you're pretty cute. What say we go out after this?" The electric teen then gave Shiozaki what he thought was a winning smile. But this action did not get the reaction he was looking for. Shiozaki placed both of her hands in a prayer motion. She then spoke in a very concerned tone. "Such a wickedness in the midst of conflict." Midnight brought the teens back to reality. The dark-haired woman cracked her whip. "Let the match begin!" Kaminari started the match off by unleashing a powerful blast of lightning at the vines. All of this electric energy lit up the ring with a bright yellow glow. The shocking teen figured there was no way that the cute Granette was still standing after such a big attack. But it turned out Shiozaki would not be taken out by just one attack. The religious girl's vine hair had formed a shield to protect her from the electric wave. Shiozaki followed this block up by sending her vines beneath the ring. These vines then grabbed Kaminari from behind. The clever girl then replied, "As a virtuous guardian, it is my duty to punish wickedness in all forms." The righteous girl figured Kaminari was immobilized by her vines, but she was wrong. Shiozaki was surprised when Kaminari appeared in front of her and hit her with a shocking punch. With that one hit, the girl was floral locks passed out cold. Midnight threw her hand in the air. "Ibara Shiozaki has passed out. The winner of this match is Denki Kaminari." The crowd broke out in a riot of applause. Kaminari hammered it up for the audience. Lox's dryer watched this student acting like such a goofball. He knew he would have to knock some sense into his student. While the other matches had been exciting, the final match was one that everyone was wondering about. This match had Katsuki Bakugo facing off against Wendy Marvel. The diminutive air user and the bombastic youth stood facing each other in the ring. Wendy had a determined look on her face, but to say that she was a little nervous on the inside would be the understatement of the year. Bakugo, though, stood with a wickedly gleeful look in his eyes. While he would have preferred to face off against Midoriya, the blue-haired girl would just have to do. Even though she didn't look like much, Bakugo had learned his lesson about misjudging people from facing Midoriya in the training match. Even though his body had healed from that match, his ego would be forever scarred. The bomb-handed teen would not lose again by underestimating his opponent. He knew that this small girl before him had not gotten here by accident. Midnight snapped her whip and called for the match to begin. Wendy unleashed a powerful Sky Dragon's roar, sending a powerful twister toward her opponent. Bakugo dodged the attack by maneuvering through the air using his explosions. The blonde closed the distance between him and his opponent and delivered a powerful explosion against Wendy. This threw the small girl back, and she landed close to the ring edge. This told the Dragon Slayer that Bakugo would not pull his punches. Wendy knew that if Bakugo was taking this seriously, then she would have to bring everything she had to win. She also knew that she would not land any hits with her established moves. The petite girl would have to use her new moves. She had not planned on using these new moves yet. Her plan had been to use them later, hopefully against Midoriya in the final round. But now, there was no time to hold back. Wendy focused her magic power through her whole body. A whirlwind formed around the girl and lifted her off the ground. She then used the wind enveloped to zip through the air like a dart. Bakugo watched his class rep taking to the air and smiled. "Not bad, pigtails. Now let's get this fight started for real!" Wendy and Bakugo flew through the air at one another. Wendy focused her magic into her hands. Tornadoes formed around her wrists. The small girl drew her arm back and struck Bakugo in the gut with a powerful blow. When she hit her opponents, the girl yelled at the top of her lungs, "Sky Dragon's Claw!"
This attack hit the explosive youth like a truck. Bakugo fell to the ground with the wind knocked out of him. Wendy landed a short distance from the blonde bomb. The blonde quickly got to his feet. After a coughing fit and getting his second wind, Bakugo smiled at his opponent.
Damn, Pigtails, you're a tough one. So are you, Bakugo. I see what Izuku sees in you.
Wendy got a slight blush on her cheeks.
I don't know what you mean. Don't you, though?
Wendy became even more flustered, her whole face turning a dark vermilion. The brunette started to freak out, all of the complicated feelings she had for the freckled-faced youth surging through her mind. The Dragon Slayer became so distracted with her thoughts that she did not notice Bakugo close the distance between them. The determined boy unleashed this stun gun attack to blind Wendy. Bakugo then followed up with a powerful explosion that sent the brunette flying backwards. The match would have been called if the girl had not regained her senses at the last minute. Wendy whipped up a whirlwind around her body. The tint tornado allowed her to hover a few inches from the boundary line. Both teens flew at each other and exchanged blows. Wendy unleashed powerful Sky Dragon moves and Bakugo used his explosions to great effect. As the combat increased in intensity, it became obvious to everyone watching that Wendy was getting the short end. While the young girl fought with all of her heart, she was no match for the blistering barrage of Bakugo. Both teens landed in the middle of the ring. Both stood their ground for a minute. The fierce standoff ended when Wendy fell to the ring floor unconscious. Midnight declared that Bakugo was the winner. Wendy was then taken to Recovery Girl and Bakugo made his way to the class box. Present Mike ended the match by saying that they would be taking a brief intermission to repair the ring and to let the next combatants pair for the second round of matches. Up in the stands, Midoriya and Class 1A were impressed by the fierce combat they just saw. All of them knew that Bakugo was probably going to win, but none expected Wendy to put up such a powerful offensive. Mina Ashido was the first to express her awe.
That was amazing! I knew Wendy was powerful, but wow! Our class rep is awesome!
Midoriya agreed with Ashido's submission, but he still had a worried look on his face.
You're right, Ashido, but I have a feeling that Wendy will probably be really hard on herself for losing that match. Why would she? I mean, it sucks that she lost, but she was facing Bakugo. The fact that she was able to fight evenly with him for so long is a victory in itself.
Midoriya got up from his seat and headed for the clinic to check on Wendy. As he made it to the doorway, the green teen was joined by Uraraka and Asui. Wendy was recovering in the clinic, and a knock came at the door. It was Lucy Hartfilia. The blonde woman had come to check on her student. She was surprised to find the girl with pigtails crying.
What is the matter, Wendy?
The small girl quickly wiped her tears away as best she could.
Oh, it's nothing, Master. It doesn't sound like nothing. Tell me what is wrong, girl.
The emotional girl started to cry again as she explained.
It's just, I wanted to win so badly. I trained so hard, but still lost. Am I the class representative? But I did little to show how great our class is. I'm such a failure.
Lucy walked over and embraced Wendy in a firm hug.
There, Wendy. I understand that you wanted to win, but understand that sometimes there will be times that you lose. The important thing is to learn from your mistakes and use them to make you stronger. Really, Master? Yes, Wendy, but it is all right to be bummed.
After a few minutes, Wendy managed to calm down. It was then that Lucy sprung a question on her.
So, would part of the Tear Fest be that Bakugo distracted you by bringing up your feelings for Izuku?
Wendy's face blushed and her body went stiff.
No! What? How did you hear that anyway? Natsu was sitting next to me the whole time. He overheard it and wondered what it meant.
Wendy's face got even more red after hearing that.
Oh no! Now Midoriya's going to find out! This is horrible!
And with that, Wendy started to cry again. Lucy quickly slapped Wendy across the face. The emotional girl recoiled from her master in shock.
Calm down, would you? Izuku's not going to find out anything. I told Natsu that it was just a tactic that Bakugo was using to distract you. And he believed that? Of course he did. After all, Natsu is, well, Natsu. I guess you have a point.
Suddenly, Wendy got worried again.
You won't tell him, will you, Master Lucy? I won't, but you should. If you got that distracted by someone bringing it up, then it is probably not a good idea to keep your feelings hidden. Take it from someone who knows. Better to tell someone how you feel before they're gone. But that is your decision to make. Just think about it, okay?
Wendy nodded to her master.
Okay, Master, I will.
As Lucy walked into the door, Midoriya entered the room with Uraraka and Asui. The girls confronted Wendy and Midoriya, encouraged her. The four then went to rejoin their classmates in the stadium. The second round got underway after the break. The first match had Midoriya facing off against Ida. While Tanya tried his best, he was no match for the flame-fisted Midoriya. Match 2 was Tokoyami versus Ashido. Thanks to the versatility and power of his quirk, the Dark Edgelord defeated the perky breakdancer. Next came Kendo versus Kirishima. The manly youth fought hard and used all of his durability to try and come out on top. But sadly, he failed this time and Kendo emerged victorious. The large-fisted girl was able to dish out more punishment than the rocky-skinned youth could take. Finally, Kaminari was pitted against Bakugo. The members of Class 1A knew that both of these boys were strong, but the outcome still shocked everyone. After a fierce battle, Kaminari got the upper hand using his lightning body magic to dodge out of the way of Bakugo's explosion. The electric teen was also used to the lightning attacks to wear down the opponent over the match. The result was that Kaminari moved on to the semi-final. A short break was taken to repair the ring again. Ursa was impressed by how well her students had performed in the tournament, but she could see where many of her students had fallen short. The first semi-final match had Midoriya facing Tokoyami. Both boys entered the ring and Midnight told them both to fight well. And with that, the fight was on. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to attack Midoriya from a distance. The Edgelord tried with all of his might to knock the Dragon Slayer out of bounds. This attack pattern made it where the Flaming Teen was on the defensive for the first part of the match. As Midoriya dodged the shadowy swipes of Dark Shadow, he noticed that Tokoyami did not advance towards him. The intelligent youth could not think of any other reason other than these two for this to happen. The first was that Tokoyami was avoiding close combat because of an injury from the previous matches, but Midoriya figured this was unlikely. He had watched the matches previously and realized that Tokoyami had finished all of his matches quickly with little close combat. So that left only one option, the second one. Tokoyami was fighting at a distance on purpose. Midoriya had no way of knowing if this was the case, but he knew he would have to attack at some point. The green-haired youth lifted his hand into the air and lit it on fire and charged Dark Shadow. Midoriya leaped towards the bird-shaped shadow and hit it with a powerful Fire Dragon Iron Fist. The bright yellow-orange flames collided with the black mass with a powerful impact. This caused Dark Shadow to retreat before attacking again. Most people would not have noticed, but Midoriya did. Dark Shadow had gotten smaller and weaker after being hit with his fire. With this new information, Midoriya went on the offensive. Every strike he made against Dark Shadow made the fearsome creature shrink until it was little more than an actual shadow. When that had happened, Midoriya closed the distance between him and Tokoyami and pinned his opponent to the ring floor. Tokoyami spoke in an exhausted voice. "How did you know about my weakness, Midoriya?" The green teen then spoke as he held his flaming fist over Tokoyami. "It was the way you were attacking me. In your other matches, you attacked with force and confidence. Your goal was to finish the match quickly, but your attacks against me were most desperate. Plus, your scent reeked of fear. I knew you wanted to avoid a drawn-out fight with me. After my first strike, I realized your Dark Shadow was weak by light. My fire was a bad match for you." "You're right. I surrender." "Tokoyami has surrendered. The first match of the semifinals goes to Izuku Midoriya." The crowd broke out in a riot of cheers. The next match was Kaminari versus Kendo, which was also a massive mismatch. Kendo fought with excellence. She delivered several powerful blows against the Lightning Teen using her giant fists, but Kendo was unable to end the match. Kaminari hit the tough girl with a bolt of lightning that lit her up and lit the whole stadium up as well. Kendo hit the floor of the ring and passed out. Kaminari was declared the victor, and Kendo was sent to Recovery Girl. The crowd buzzed with intensity as the final match was Midoriya versus Kaminari, which was set to begin. Once the ring was repaired again, of course. The two wizards walked into the ring as President Mike gave them a righteous intro. Both boys were excited to test their strength against each other. Kaminari had a big smile on his face and gave Midoriya a thumbs up. The focused teen returned the gesture to the bolt-haired opponent. "This is the first time we have faced off." "Yeah, it is. Let's give it everything we got, Kaminari." The electric teen's normally goofy expression became very serious. "I had planned on doing just that." Kaminari's eyes suddenly started to glow bright yellow. Suddenly, the boy's insert teeth got longer and pointier. "I wouldn't normally use this power, but if I don't, then I have little chance of beating you. Plus, Master Loxus gave me permission to use it." Midoriya knew this type of magic coming off of Kaminari. This was Dragon Slayer magic. Now that he thought of it, Natsu had told him that Loxus had Dragon Slayer powers as well. The intelligent teen figured that this is where Kaminari learned his power from. While it was shocking, Midoriya knew that this was not going to be easy. He had been around the easygoing teen enough to know how strong he was. Kaminari did not get into the final round by accident. The ecstatic hero had suddenly defeated his opponents, even Kachan. So, the fiery teen would have to fight even harder in this match. Midoriya ignited his fists and charged his opponent with a determined glare in his eyes. Both Dragon Slayers clashed to the center of the ring. Both unleashed a flurry of fire and lightning-powered punches. Both then jumped back, unleashed a dragon's roar, which shot waves of fire and lightning clashed as the teens gave it everything they had. The audience was completely silent as they watched the two young men clash over clash for the win. Many of them could not believe how powerful the two were. Everyone knew that UA had produced powerful heroes like All Might and Endeavor, but the fact that the two first-year students in front of them were already this powerful was still impossible for them to believe. Back in the ring, the onslaught continued. The boys exchanged both physical blows and magical attacks, causing the ring and the surrounding grass to be scorched from all the fire and lightning attacks being tossed around. Both Midnight and Cementos knew that if this match did not end soon, the boys might do permanent damage to themselves. But, as it turned out, the two boys already knew that. Both boys broke off their attacks and jumped to opposing sides of the very damaged ring. The two were breathing heavily and looked like they might pass out at any moment. Midoriya spoke through deep nostrils.
You really didn't hold back, Kaminari. Do you think I was going to? No, but it looks like you have used too much power, and you took too many of my attacks. The same could be said for you. We're both on our last legs. True. How about we finish this off with a bang? Sounds good to me.
Both boys gathered all of the remaining magical power they had left. Both boys prepared their biggest attacks. Midoriya channeled his fire magic throughout his body. A fiery aura surrounded his body. Once at full power, he charged toward Kaminari and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Fire Dragon Sword Horn!" At the same time, Kaminari gathered the power in his hand into a lightning construct shaped like a three-pronged spearhead. The lightning teen then yelled, "Lightning Dragon Heavenward Halberd!" The focused teen then threw the attack at Midoriya. The halberd crashed into Midoriya and sent off so much lightning that the attack had damaged the fire user a lot. But he did not stop his charge. Midoriya impacted Kaminari with a super powerful headbutt. The electricity user was engulfed in flames. The exchange of such powerful attacks kicked up so much dust that it was unclear who had won. When the dust finally cleared, both boys were laying on the ring, unconscious. Midnight checked on the two boys. She then called up Nezu on her earpiece. She then gave her decision to the crowd.
This round is a double knockout. Normally, we would wait for these two to recover and then have a tiebreaker, but that would be very anticlimactic. Plus, these two boys will take some time to recover. With those two things in mind, we've decided to award first place to both Izuku Midoriya and Denki Kaminari.
At that proclamation, the audience burst into righteous applause. Both Dragon Slayers were taken to Recovery Girl. The elderly hero found that both boys were worn out and beaten up, but they were otherwise okay. She ordered the best rest for both of them. Because of that, the two were not able to attend the medal ceremony. Meanwhile, two dark figures met in an abandoned warehouse. The first figure was a tall man with blades all over his body and a bandana over his eyes. The other man was a giant concealed by the darkness. The giant spoke in a gruff voice.
You have done well in your campaign. You have done well with the power I have given you. Continue with your good work.
I planned on it, Master.
Just then, a figure made of black and purple mist appeared in the warehouse. The bladed man attacked the figure with one of his long swords. Unfortunately, the blade could not pierce the mist man.
I'm sorry for intruding on you, gentlemen, but I think we have a lot to discuss.
The man with the blades went to attack Kurokiri again, but the giant stopped him mid-attack.
Stand down, Stain. This man had the guts to enter my lair alone. I would like to hear what he has to say.
Principal Nezu gave the students 3 days off after the sports festival. Midoriya and the others, after the 3 days had passed, Midoriya was taking the train to UA. Ever since the USJ, Midoriya could not take any form of transportation without getting paralyzing motion sickness. Fortunately, he managed to find an over-the-counter tablet that helped out. It did not get rid of the sickness completely, but it managed to let him take the train without passing out. As Midoriya was waiting for the train to get to the station, he heard a voice speak to him.
Excuse me, you're Midoriya from Class 1A. I watched the sports festival. You were awesome!
Once the passenger said that, a chorus of praise from the other passengers in the car followed. Midoriya was not used to this much praise from strangers. The youth was glad when the train finally arrived at the station and he could disembark. The fiery youth walked toward UA with an umbrella in his hand. The gentle rainfall helped to settle his stomach and calm down from the incident on the train. The youth always liked listening to the rain. With his enhanced hearing, Midoriya could hear the series of rhythms that the drop made as they hit the ground. The teen liked to call it music of nature. As he walked, a quick series of splashing came up from behind him. The young wizard turned to see Ida running through the street. "Why are you walking so slowly, Midoriya?" The stiff teen raced past his classmate. "Why are you in such a hurry, Ida? The bell doesn't ring for another 10 minutes. UA students should always arrive everywhere between 10 minutes early. Don't you think so?" The robotic teen zipped off toward the UA entrance. Both boys arrived at the entrance, one after the other. As Midoriya put away his umbrella and street shoes, he watched Ida with a concerned look on his face. The Granette had been worried about his classmates since the sports festival. Ida had come to him, Uraraka, and Wendy to tell them that he had to leave the festival early that day. The upright teen had received a call from his mother that his older brother had been seriously wounded by a villain. Ida had left the stadium to be by his brother's side. In the days that followed the festival, it had been revealed that Ingenium, Ida's brother, had been attacked by the hero killer Stain. The villain had attacked many heroes and killed several at this point. The fact that Ida's brother had survived the attack was a miracle. Midoriya was about to approach Ida when Wendy appeared.
Good morning, Ida. How's your brother doing?
Midoriya walked over and joined the conversation.
Yeah, I've been really worried about you since you told us that. Is Ingenium okay?
Ida put a smile on and stated, "Thank you both for your concern, but my brother is going to be fine. There is nothing for you to worry about." Ida then made his way to the classroom. This left Midoriya and Wendy alone.
Is it just me, Wendy, or does Ida's smile feel strange? It kind of felt forced, didn't it? You're right.
The two teens stood there, worried about their friend's well-being. Suddenly, Wendy realized she was alone with Midoriya. Many of the events from the sports festival flashed through the brunette's mind. Midoriya wrapping his arms around her and lifting her off the ground. Him confronting her after her loss. But most importantly, when she became flustered during her match with Bakugo. Wendy looked at Midoriya's face and her own turned beet red. Lucy had told her that she needed to tell Midoriya how she felt, but she didn't know if she could do that. She had never said such things before to a boy. Plus, what if Midoriya did not feel the same way? Her heart would never heal from such a rejection. The young girl got so lost in her thoughts that she did not hear Midoriya speaking.
Wendy, is everything okay?
The embarrassed girl snapped out of her freakout.
Yes, I am. I'm fine. Are you sure? Your face got really red all of a sudden. Are you sure you're not running a fever or something? Maybe you should go see Recovery Girl before class gets started.
Wendy thought to herself,
why did he have to be so sweet and caring?
The wind user took a deep breath and sighed.
I'm fine, Midoriya. Thank you for your concern, but we need to get to class. Miss Scarlet will not be happy if we're late. Good point.
The two students then walked toward the classroom. The bell rang and the door to the classroom opened. Ursa Scarlet walked in and took her place at the lectern. Tsuyu Asui was the first to comment on the teacher's appearance.
Ribbit, Miss Scarlet, you don't have bandages anymore. This is good news.
Recovery Girl went a little overboard on her treatment anyway. You all have a very important class on hero informatics. Many of the less academically capable students started to silently freak out. Most of them hoped they didn't mean they had to take a pop quiz. You need code names. At the mention of code names, the most of the class exploded with excitement. Urza regained control of the class with a stern look. This is related to the Pro Hero draft pick. Most Hero Course students don't have to worry about the draft until their second or third year, but your class is different. By selecting you now, the pros are essentially investing in your future potential. However, if their interest in you changes before you graduate, then the offer can be rescinded. Hagakure then spoke up.
So, even if we're selected, we still have to prove ourselves?
That is correct. Urza pressed a button on the lectern, and a list of names and numbers appeared on the blackboard behind her. These are the individuals who received offers. The top of the list showed Kaminari having the most offers. Midoriya came second. Tied at third place was Bakugo and Todoroki. This made Bakugo want to rip his desk apart. The idea of being tied, especially with Todoroki, was enough to set the explosive teen off. Urza continued. Those of you who did not receive an offer, don't be disheartened. You are still partaking in the internship program. That is why you need code names. While these names will more likely be temporary, take them seriously. Suddenly, the classroom door flew open. A voice spoke in passionate tone and completed Urza's sentence. Or you will have hell to pay later. All of the students turned towards the door. Walking into the classroom in a suggestive way was Midnight, the R-rated hero. Walked toward the lectern and stood beside Urza. The students relied on her presence with shock. Urza cleared her throat. Midnight will be in charge of approving your code names. It is not really my specialty. Urza had a pensive look on her face, but the crimson-haired educator did not elaborate. Okay, students, let's get started. The purple-haired woman handed out dry erase boards for the teens to write their hero names on. With that, the class began the process of choosing their identity as heroes. All of the 1A members took the task seriously. After several minutes, Yuga Aoyama stepped up to the podium and presented his name.
Behold, the shining hero. My name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling.
The students were surprised that Aoyama would choose such a weird name, but they were even more surprised when Midnight smiled and said,
It would be better if you changed the cannot to can't.
Mina Ashido went next.
Here's my name, the Ripple Hero Alien Queen. You mean that awful creature with the acidic blood? I don't think so. Dang it!
Ashido walked back to her desk with a dejected look on her face, with her shoulders slumped. With the last two names have being so odd, the other students felt that they would have to come up with something really clever. This feeling changed when Asui took the stand and presented her name.
Rainy season hero Fruppy.
Midnight approved this name. Everyone started cheering when this happened. And so it went. Everyone chose their names and it got approved. Midnight replied,
I seriously thought this would take longer. The only ones left are Wendy, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Ida.
Ida took the podium and showed that he would just be using his name, Tenya. This was a surprise to everyone. Wendy went next.
I've decided to go with Airstream. Simple and to the point. I like it. Okay, Midoriya and Bakugo, are you two ready?
Midoriya wrote down a name on his board. The Grenette said to himself, This is it. It has to be. He walked up to the front and displayed his chosen name before his classmates. The whole class was surprised by his selection. Kaminari was the first one to speak up.
Are you sure about that name, Midoriya? That could be your name forever. Yes, I'm sure. At first I didn't like it, but then someone told me that I could have a different meaning to it.
Wendy got a big smile on her face at this comment.
So this has to be my name. Deku!
That left only Bakugo. The team kept getting his names rejected because he insisted on including the words explosion murder. After the name selection was completed, Urza and Midnight stood in the front of the class. Now that you have your code names, it is time to consider where you will be interning. Kirishima responded to this statement.
Oh, so will we be interning? All of us? Even though we didn't receive any offers?
Correct. Those who got offers will choose from that list. Urza then held up a stack of papers. Those that did not will be given a list of pre-approved agencies to choose from. Keep in mind that the type of hero you want to be as, you choose your agency. Every agency has a specialty that focus on. Midnight then added,
Imagine you were 13. You would want to intern at an agency that focuses on rescuing people, not combat.
Urza then completed the talk in a firm voice. Keep those things in mind as you make your selections. The crimson-haired mage then turned her firm gaze upon the three wizard students. Midoriya, Kaminari, Wendy. The powerful woman said it in a stern tone. Will you three step out with me for a moment? While this sentence was worded like a request, Urza's tone made it clear that it was a command. The three magic users followed Urza out of the room, down the hall, to the teacher's workroom. The three were concerned that they had done something wrong. Wendy was the first voice with concerns. The tiny girl spoke with an anxious tone.
What did you want to speak with us about, Miss Scarlet?
Urza stood in front of the three with the look on her face that was even more stoic than usual, if that is even possible. I first wanted to say that me and your previous master thought you three performed well in the sports festival. You each displayed some incredible power. In fact, we were all surprised by how much you had grown in a short amount of time. However, the four of us think that you still have more room for improvement. That is why I would like you to intern with our master, Makarov Dreyer. The three kids freaked out at hearing this name. Natsu, Lucy, and Laxus had all told them about their master Makarov Dreyer. The three knew that was Laxus's grandfather, and he was described as being ridiculously powerful. But none of the three had ever met the man in person. Midoriya looked at his classmates. All three silently agreed on their answer. The green teen stepped toward Urza and answered,
Sensei, we would be honored to accept this internship.
The three students bowed to their teacher. Urza nodded. Good to hear. Just make sure to mind your manners when you meet the master. He is set in his ways and does not tolerate disrespect. Good luck. With that ominous warning, Urza told the three to return to class and tell the others that they had until Wednesday to turn in their selection forms. After the three Dragon Slayers rejoined Class 1A, the others, especially Ashido, were wondering what Urza wanted with the three. Wendy explained that the three of them had been recruited to work under the same hero, and Urza thought it would be a good idea for them to accept the offer. All of the others believed this explanation. The group then started to discuss what they were going to do for their internships. Meanwhile, Zareth was standing in an abandoned building. The dark-haired man was waiting for someone. Finally, a tall, white-haired man appeared before the Dark Lord. Zareth spoke in a calm tone.
August, it is good to see you. What have you found out? The tall man waved his hand before him, and a briefcase appeared. It is as we feared, Lord Seraph. The man knelt down and opened the case. Inside were 8 glass spheres. I found these being handed out by the black market. Dragon la Crema. There are no living dragons in this world. Far fewer that know how to use magic. True, master. And these la Crema are of high quality. It is implanted in a person. It would be given them Dragon Slayer powers. These could only have come from him. Seraph got a sad look on his face. That is true. I also know that All for One has reached out to the beast. There is no telling what the partnership will cause. Seraph thought for a moment. Take these La Crema to our hideout, and make sure they are well hidden. What about the children? Do you think they're going to be of any help? That remains to be seen. They certainly have potential. We'll have to see what they do next. Seraph looked down at his hand. The appendage shook mildly. The wizard thought to himself, looks like it won't be long. I must prepare for that day. A few days later, Urza Scarlet and the students of 1A stood in the train station. All of the students were carrying their hero costume cases. Each one of the students was filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Urza spoke in a clear voice. Everyone has their hero costumes. Be careful with them. After all, none of you have permission to wear them in public yet. Also, make sure you mind your manners with the pro heroes. Good luck. See you in a week. Ida was about to take off to his internship when he was stopped by Midoriya and Wendy. The green-haired boy spoke in a full voice of concern.
Ida, if anything is wrong, you know you can always tell us. We're your friends.
Wendy nodded in agreement. Both Midoriya and Wendy couldn't help but smell the rage coming off Ida. The 2 students wanted to say something, but they knew they did not know how or what to say to the boy. Both Dragon Slayers knew how close Ida was with his brother. It could not have been easy for him. Ida looked up at the 2 magic users with a blank stare. The bespectacled boy replied to the 2 students with only one word. Yes. A short time later, Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari arrived at a strange building. The front looked like it had been seen better days. A giant sign hung over the door at a weird angle. The sign read, Fairy Tale. Kaminari got a quizzical look on his face. What does fairy tale mean? I didn't think fairies had tails.
Well, the only way we're going to know is if we go inside.
The 3 UA students opened the door and walked into the building. They were surprised by the interior design. The whole downstairs looked like a bar. There were tables and benches spread around the room. Midoriya spoke in a worried voice.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Suddenly, a giant shadowy figure appeared from behind the bar, against the back wall. The figure spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, full of anger. Who are you? What are you doing here? I will not tolerate trespassers in my home. The kids were frozen in terror for several moments. Finally, Midoriya spoke up.
We're not trespassers, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya. This is Wendy Marvel, and that is Denki Kaminari. We're the UA students Urza Scarlet sent here to do an internship with Markov Dreyer.
The large figure shrank down into a tiny old man. The man was balding with white hair and a white beard. The old man's face broke out in a smile. The tiny man then spoke in a voice full of glee. Oh, so you 3 are the students I've been expecting. Welcome. I am Markov Dreyer, but you can call me Master. To say that Midoriya and Kaminari were surprised by the size change that Makarov performed before their eyes would be an understatement. The young wizards did not know how to process this sight. The 2 stood in the old man's bar room with surprised looks on their faces. It took several minutes before they could find the words to speak. Finally, Kaminari spoke up and asked in a panicked voice,
What the hell, old man? How did you do that?
That is an interesting reaction. Good to know I can still get a rise out of people at my age.
Midoriya did not know how to say this. He had heard stories from both Lucy and Natsu about Makarov Dreyer. The 2 wizards had described their master as being one of the most powerful living wizards, with powers that dwarfed even their considerable powers. The green teen had always pictured the man as a giant with magic energy exploding out of his body, but the tiny old man standing before him was the exact opposite of the image in his head.
Excuse me, sir. Are you really Makarov Dreyer?
Wendy spoke at this point.
He is, Midoriya. You've met him before, Wendy? I have. When? During your training under Lucy? Correct. Trust me, this old man may not look like it, but he is Master Makarov.
The old man then spoke.
It is good to see you again, Wendy. I see that you have made some new friends.
The blue-haired girl bowed to the little man in respect.
I am very happy to see that you are in good health, Master. And yes, I have made some new friends.
She turned around and pointed at the two boys in turn.
This is Midoriya. He's a fire dragon slayer like Natsu. And this is Denki Kaminari. He possesses lightning dragon magic, just like your grandson. Kaminari can also use basic lightning magic also.
Thank you for the explanation, Wendy. But I also knew that. I watched the sports festival. You three performed with excellence in that competition, but I did see where each of you could improve. Wendy, you need to work on your combat skills. You could also improve your cure magic. Midoriya, much like his master, has great power, but you need to perfect your subtle control of your element. Finally, Kaminari needs to work on fighting at full power. You need to be able to call on all of your power at a moment's notice. Enemies are not going to wait for you to charge up.
Marakov closed his eyes. The three teens thought he was thinking deeply about something. But when the tiny man started to snore, the three knew he had fallen asleep. Wendy cleared her throat dramatically.
You were saying, Master?
Marakov's eyes shot open.
Right. You three have a week here before you return to UA. In that time, I will train you three to make better use of your magic.
Marakov placed his hands on his chin in a thoughtful gesture.
With that in mind, let's get started.
All three nodded at each other. While the old man may have been goofy, they could tell that he was no pushover. The teens replied in unison.
What should we do first, Master?
Marakov pointed at the cases in the young wizard's hands.
You have your hero costumes in those cases?
The young ones nodded.
Then get changed and show me what you have.
The three nodded in agreement. The young wizards went into the upstairs rooms to get changed, after which the three gathered in the main room in their costumes. Midoriya was concerned about fighting in this room.
Master Makarov, do you think it is a good idea for us to fight inside? We might wreck it.
The intelligent boy did not get to finish the sentence. Right in the middle of speaking, a fist hit him in the face. Midoriya fell to the floor in surprise. Midoriya wondered what hit him. He opened his eyes to see that Makarov's arm was stretched out. The appendage looked like it was made of putty. The appendage shrank back into its normal size. Makarov spoke in a harsh tone.
Do not question your mastery, my child. If I tell you to fight, then you fight. Now let's see what you got.
The three young wizards prepared themselves for what they knew was going to be a very hard week. Elsewhere, Shigaraki was sitting at a bar. The white-haired villain was staring at two photos. These photos were snapshots of Midoriya and Kaminari from the sports festival. The man's eyes were seething with resentment. He thought to himself,
These brats have foiled my plans. They will pay for that.
As the skinny man sat stewing, one of Kurogiri's black fog portals appeared in the middle of the room. The hero killer Stain emerged from the portal. The stern-eyed man looked around at the room and saw Shigaraki. Kurogiri appeared in the room behind Stain.
Master, I have brought the man you asked for.
The television at the back of the bar flipped on and the words audio only appeared. Then a deep, malignant voice seeped from the speakers.
Well done, Kurogiri.
Shigaraki looked the bladed man over.
So, this is the hero killer Stain. Glad you could make it. How about you join our league? We have so much in common after all.
Why should I do that? What is your purpose?
Right now, I just want to kill All Might.
Shigaraki threw the photos of Midoriya and Kaminari at the hero killer.
I would have done it if these brats had not gotten in my way.
Stain stood in the middle of the room. The fanatic did not speak for a moment. He took in everything about Shigaraki, and Stain did not like what his senses told him. They told him that Shigaraki was dangerous and undisciplined. Even knowing that there was only one way to be sure about his character, shadows gathered around Stain. The fearsome man drew two of his blades and attacked. Back at Marakov's home, the three dragon slayers were laying on the floor. Each one of them was breathing heavily and out of magic power. The three knew that Marakov had to be powerful, but they never thought he would be this powerful. It wasn't just his magic power, the man was a beast of a fighter. Marakov looked over the three teens and smiled.
Your masters did not lie. You three have incredible potential. Now you three rest while I go get us some food.
The three students replied in the affirmative. Marakov thought to himself, both Midoriya and Kaminari are very powerful. Not that I didn't know that already from the sports festival. They have Dragon Slayer powers, but there's something else. It is also good to see that Wendy is recovering her power, but it is clear that she was affected by the event. But with these two new Dragon Slayers, we might be able to finally defeat him. Back at the hidden bar, Stain had Shigaraki pinned to the floor.
I see. You're the kind of person I hate most. You have drive, but no conviction. You seek to change the world, but you do not know why you fight. You will never succeed with that mindset. Hey, you're getting pretty rough there. My injuries had just about healed, and now this?
Kurogiri became concerned when he saw Shigaraki bleeding on the floor.
Master, should I step in? Let it happen. It may be the only way the boy will learn.
Stain removed one of his daggers from Shigaraki's shoulder. The adamant man then moved the blade towards the scrawny young man's face, and the hand masked on it. This got an immediate reaction from Shigaraki. The man with the irritated skin grabbed the blade in his hand. This caused his hand to start bleeding. Shigaraki then spoke in a crazed voice.
What do you think you're doing? Cutting up my body is one thing, but if you touch this hand, I will destroy you.
The blade dissolved into a pile of rust in Shigaraki's grip. Stain was surprised by the look in Shigaraki's eye. The large man jumped back, and Shigaraki picked himself up off the ground.
It seems I was wrong about you. There is a warped sprout of conviction in you. We both agree that in order to change the future, we must destroy the present. I think I'll let you continue to grow for a while. I can always kill you later if you turn out bad.
Whatever, get lost.
Kurogiri broke in at this point.
Not so fast, master.
The fog-bodied villain extended his head to speak into Shigaraki's ear.
Do not dismiss this man so quickly. You must use him to help achieve your goals.
The loyal servant then retracted his head.
I think that this has been a good first meeting. We can discuss recruitment at a time later.
Fine. There is work for me to do in Hosu. You will return me there now.
Of course.
With those words, Kurogiri opened a portal and the three walked through the door and vanished. Three young wizards were so wiped out by Marikov's training that they slept until the next morning when the punishment started all over again. Around lunchtime, Makarov stopped the training.
All right, that is enough. It is time to change it up.
Midoriya got a frantic look on his face.
No, please, let us fight more. We can still keep going.
Kaminari spoke in a sarcastic tone. Speak for yourself, bud. I, for one, am tired of getting my butt handed to me by this little old man.
Watch your tone, Kaminari. Midoriya, your determination is appreciated, but you three need to get experience fighting all kinds of opponents. If you only fight me, you might develop some weird habits. Get changed into your costumes and meet me out front.
The three teens got changed and met Makarov in short order. The three did not want to run the risk of upsetting the Master Wizard.
Okay, kids, we're going out to face some villains.
Wendy got a worried look on her face. The tiny girl spoke in a panicked voice.
Is that a good idea, Master? It'll be fine, Wendy. After all, you three have already faced evildoers before.
The three youths nodded in agreement.
Don't worry, we're not going anywhere to fight anything too dangerous. This is an internship after all.
With that explanation, the group of wizards climbed into a taxi and headed for the train station. Normally, riding in a cab would have incapacitated the three Dragon Slayers, but Midoriya shared his motion sickness tablets with Wendy and Kaminari. The three were still very uncomfortable, though. But they did not pass out. Marikov told the three that they were still taking a train into Tokyo.
If you want to find villains to face, we'll have to go to a more populated area. We won't find any lawbreakers in this area because the population is so small. That is why there are so many hero agencies in large cities.
After the four wizards boarded the train, a thought occurred to Midoriya.
Sir, will we be passing through Hosu City?
That is right, young man.
Won't we get there kind of late at this rate?
I planned it that way. The villains usually wait for darkness to fall before proceeding with their unlawful business. There will be plenty of fights for us to get into. That way, it'll be more fun.
Kaminari got a worried look on his face. I think you and I have different definitions of fun, sir. Midoriya got a worried look on his face. Wendy knew the green-haired boy well enough to know that something was bothering him. In a concerned tone, she asked,
What is wrong, Midoriya? Am I that obvious?
Wendy nodded.
So tell me what's going on. Maybe I can help. It's Ida. You're worried that he might go looking for a hero killer, so he can get revenge for his brother?
Midoriya nodded in agreement.
Normally, I wouldn't worry about such a thing. Ida's normally the most level-headed member of the class, but the look in Ida's eyes at the train station gave me a bad feeling.
Wendy reached over and placed her hand on Midoriya's shoulder.
I know what you mean, but right now, there's little we can do about it. We'll just have to trust that Ida won't do something that stupid and dangerous.
Meanwhile, Stain, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri appeared on a rooftop in Hosu. Stain looked out over the city and was disgusted by the view.
There's so many false heroes in this world. Hero is a word meant for those who have accomplished great things.
Stain then raised the volume of his voice until he was practically screaming.
Hero! I will reclaim that word!
Kurogiri spoke with admiration in his voice.
You are very driven and have a clear goal in mind. It is very impressive.
Finally, someone understands. I will show the people of Hosu what real justice looks like. The hero imposters will pay for their heresy.
With that comment, Stain leaped off the building, onto the streets below. The bandana-clad man took off into the back streets of Hosu. Shigaraki stood on the rooftop, fuming with resentment.
He sure likes to hear himself talk, doesn't he?
He might be a fanatic, but you should not spurn his methods. Stain does affect change wherever he appears. In every city he has struck, crime rates have fallen. Maybe because heroes feel a greater sense of awareness or out of fear. But the results are there.
Oh, wonderful. Our hero killer is actually a great hero breeder.
It just won't work. We disagree on a fundamental level.
The skinny man turned to Kurogiri.
Release the Nomus, Kurogiri.
The misty villain opened several portals on the rooftop. 3 large creatures with exposed brains emerged from the Stygian gateways. Like their USJ counterparts, the 3 beasts stood there awaiting orders. Shigaraki raised his hands and began to cackle maniacally. The gray-haired man then spoke with a crazed tone.
You have the nerve to injure me and then talk down to me? I will show you how a real villain acts. By tomorrow morning, no one will remember that you ever existed. Nomus, attack everyone you see and destroy the city.
With that command, the Nomus took off into the city to carry out their orders. The train carrying their group of wizards approached Hosu City. Suddenly, a hero in a fur coat came crashing into the train car, leaving a giant hole in the car. This caused the passengers to freak out. Their panic became extreme when a Nomu with blue-green skin started to climb into the car through the hole left by the hero. Marikov reacted without saying a word. The old man expanded his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the brain-headed giant. The elderly wizard looked back at his interns.
Don't just sit there, you 3. Let's get moving. If this guy is here, then there are probably other villains around.
Wendy spoke up.
But sir, we're only students. Won't you get in trouble if we attack villains? Screw that. Helping out others is more important than following the rules. Get out there and do what heroes do.
With those final orders, Marikov then pushed Nomu out of the train with all the force he could muster. The hero and monster went flying off into the distance. The 3 UA students stood at the opening of the train. They saw Hosu City in flames, and the sound of terrified screams ripped through the night. The scene horrified the trio. Midoriya looked at his friends.
Are you guys ready for this? Of course. We have to help if we can, even if we aren't licensed heroes.
Kaminari gave Midoriya a thumbs up. There's no way I'm letting you guys get all the credit. Count me in! With that affirmative exchange, the 3 wizards leaped off from the train car and ran off into the disaster zone below. Little did they know that a serious trial awaited them in the burning city below.
Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari stood at the forced opening of the train car. As they looked out over the city, the view almost made them want to cry. The sounds of citizens screaming in terror rang through the night. A massive fire could be seen in the distance. Wendy spoke in a voice full of concern.
This is horrible. It looks like the whole city is in flames. We should head for the fire. That will be where the emergency is. We can probably find Ida there.
Good idea, Midoriya. Plus, we can help save some pretty girls on the way. Wendy got an annoyed look on her face.
Let's keep our eyes on the task at hand, Kaminari. Save the civilians first. Look for a date later.
With that chastisement, the 3 teens leapt out of the train car and headed toward the fire. With all 3 wizards being so fast, it only took them a few minutes to reach their destination. When the 3 arrived, they saw more Nomus attacking the local heroes. The wizards did not know where to start. Should they help with the fire, or try to fight the Nomus? Suddenly, a male hero screamed over the top of the chaos.
Tenya! Where are you, Tenya? Oh, what a time for him to run off.
Midoriya realized that the screaming hero was the normal hero, Manuel. This was the hero that Ida was doing his internship with. The Grenette also knew that Ida would not run off during an emergency like this. All these facts led to only one conclusion in Midoriya's mind. The green-eyed boy knew that Ida must have done the stupid thing he was worried about.
Midoriya!
Wendy shouted, to be heard over the ruckus.
You and Kaminari go find Ida. If he ran off, that can only mean that he went after you-know-who. You two need to find him before something bad happens to him. What about you, Wendy? I'll stay here and help real people. If Ida is where we think he is, then combat is a guarantee. You and Kaminari are still better at that than I am. All right, let's go, Kaminari.
Right, let's go save Engine Legs. The 2 boys ran off into the night. Meanwhile, Stain had Ida pinned to the ground. The blade-wielding villain pierced the brunette's forearm with one of his katanas.
Ingenium, so you're his brother. You are as useless and weak as he was.
Ida's eyes and voice were filled with rage.
Don't you dare speak my brother's name! I came here to avenge him, because he can't anymore! Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy?
Stain pointed to a wounded hero in the back part of the alley.
You were so consumed with getting revenge that you forgot about him. You're even close to being a hero.
Ida wanted to tell the hero killer he was wrong, but he couldn't. He hated the fundamentalist fanatic so much, but Stain had a point. The bespectacled teen knew that his brother wouldn't have acted like he did tonight. He knew that he had only himself to blame for what happened next. Stain raised his second katana and prepared to deliver the killing blow against Ida. Suddenly, A lightning bolt struck the hero killer's blade. This froze the anti-hero in his tracks. Midoriya came rushing into the alley and delivered a powerful flaming punch to Stain's face. The green team then jumped back and stood in front of Ida. Ida was shocked to see his green-haired classmate standing in front of him. The stiff youth spoke in a surprised tone.
Midoriya, what are you doing here?
The fire user's voice was full of confidence.
It is okay, Ida. We have come to save you.
We? Just then, an electric bolt zipped through the alley and landed behind Stain. In a flash, the electric energy transformed into the form of Denki Kaminari.
Kaminari too? What are you two doing here? This is my fight! I have to finish the hero killer to avenge my brother!
Midoriya realized at that moment that Ida was worse off than any of them had known. The green teen tried to contain his anger, but he couldn't. Midoriya delivered a shift kick to his friend's armored side.
Do you hear yourself, Ida? You sound like a lunatic. Do you really think that you can take a guy like this on your own? Look at yourself. You're on the verge of death right now. Stay put and maybe the two of us can get out of this.
Midoriya summoned his magic and cast a spell he had learned from Master Makarov.
Fire magic! Fire bindings!
Ida was bound with ropes of fire. Fortunately, this spell wouldn't burn Ida. It just took Midoriya's firepower and turned them into ropes to bind his target.
That should hold you for now. Don't do this to me, Midoriya! I need to fight!
The green-haired youth got a cold look in his eyes.
No! If you move any more, you'll bleed out. I'll not allow that.
Ida wanted to protest more, but he couldn't. The look in his friend's eyes was more paralyzing than the fire ropes or the sword in his arm.
Well, now that your speech is over, let's get this started.
Shadows enveloped Stain and spoke in an adamant tone.
Shadow magic. Shadow sleep.
A burst of darkness spread through the alley. Midoriya and Kaminari surrounded themselves in barriers made of their elements. When the darkness passed, Ida and the second hero, whom Midoriya said was native, had passed out. Since the two were so still, most people would think the two injured heroes were dead, but both boys, being dragon slayers, could hear their breathing. They were just out cold, but very much alive.
So, you are a magic user.
I am, but not just any magic user.
With those words, Stain's skin turned pitch black and became scaly. The tall man's incisors got sharpened until they looked like fangs, and dark scales spread all over his arms and face.
I am a dragon slayer.
Both boys were awestruck at the statement. Kaminari voiced the boy's thoughts first.
I don't want to believe it, but his magic does smell like ours.
But different.
You're right. It smells a bit like Tokoyami's dark shadow. So that must make him a shadow dragon slayer then.
You two are smart. I like you two. You came here to save your friend and you make a flashy entrance. I think that you two are worthy of staying alive. But I know you won't just leave.
You got that right, Stain. We're leaving here with our friend and native.
I see.
By the way, where did you learn Dragon Slayer magic from?
If you two can beat me, then I'll tell you.
Stain took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs.
Shadow Dragon Roar!
He then released a blast of shadowy energy from his mouth. Despite their surprise that the hero killer Stain was a dragon slayer, both Midoriya and Kaminari managed to dodge the roar attack.
He has a roar attack just like us. He is definitely a dragon slayer. So it would seem. I can tell from the way this guy moves that he is not new to his powers. He has just been trained extensively. There's no way that we can just grab Ida and Native and run away. The guy is just too fast. You're right, buddy. We're gonna have to work together if we're going to stand a chance. Agreed.
Both the two could plan. Stain attacked again, this time forming the shadows into massive claw constructs over his hands. The villain made several swipes at the two teens. This left large claw marks in the walls of the alley as the two dodged out of the way. The boys knew that if those claws would hit them, they would be gravely injured. This left them on the defensive. The boys continued to dodge the hero killer's slashes. After a minute or two, they'd gotten into positions to make their attack. Midoriya gave a nod to his partner and he returned it. The green teen and the bolt brain powered up, their dragon roar attacks. The powerful fire and lightning blast hit Stain dead on, one from the front and one from the back. Both attacks lit up the alley and kicked up a lot of dust from the ground. As the light and dust cleared, Stain was still standing. The tall man did look like he had received some damage, but not a lot. Midoriya thought to himself, if I knew this was going to be tough with just the two of us... But this guy's insane. He took 2 Dragon Roar attacks from 2 different directions, and he didn't even bat an eyelash. Midoriya reached into his pocket and took out his phone. He sent a message giving his location to his whole contact list. Stain renewed his attack. The Shadow Wielder released powerful dark roars and Shadow Claw attacks against the Dragon Slayer teens. The boys attacked, but Stain would just deflect or dodge. Both boys knew that they wanted to get more dangerous in their attacks if they wanted to finish this guy. The longer this fight went on, the more likely that everyone is in the alley to die. Midoriya lit his fist on fire and moved in closer to Stain. The man was quick, but Midoriya delivered several powerful flaming punches to the man's midsection. Stain jumped back only to be hit from behind by an electric strike from Kaminari. Stain repaid the two by hitting them with slashes from his Shadow Claws. This left both parties damaged. Stain needed to finish this fight quickly. He could feel his destructive impulses growing within him. You two are really strong. Given some more training, you two would probably be a match for me. Both boys said nothing to Stain's provocation and continued to attack. The teens were getting hammered as they attacked the hero killer. Both teens were covered in cuts and bruises. The battle continued until Midoriya and Kaminari found themselves backed into one end of the alley. Breathing hard, Kaminari commented, I knew this was going to be hard, but this is crazy. Yeah, but Stain is suffering too. His fighting style has shifted. He's getting more aggressive and his attacks are less focused. Plus his eyes. Look at them. You're right. They're the eyes of a fanatic. But now he looks more like a berserker. Yeah, he hasn't even tried to dodge our last few attacks. That gives us a chance to hit him. We need to hit him with everything we have left at the same time. What do you say? I don't have a better idea, so let's do it. Stain was about to attack the two boys again, but was broken out of his growing rage as what he sensed. Stain knew that Midoriya and Kaminari were focused on their remaining magic into one massive attack, but that is not what sent chills down his spine. The noseless man could sense the boys getting on the same magic frequency. This should not have been possible for young wizards like them. Stain's master had told him about this in passing, but the way the man described it, he figured that he would never see one. Stain knew he was seeing these two baby dragon slayers perform a unison raid. Stain was so distracted by what was happening that Kaminari and Midoriya were able to launch their attacks. Both boys released massive waves of fire and lightning. The two elemental energies swirled together, creating a giant funnel of burning, shocking energy. Stain consumed all of the shadows he could as the unison raid approached. The Darkness Mage used his power to create a barrier of darkness to protect him. The unison raid hit Stain like a hurricane of force. The man thought that his defensive move would protect him, but he was wrong. The flame and lightning vortex ripped through the dark barrier like a cannonball through tissue paper. Stain found himself in a storm that burned his flesh and paralyzed his nerves, all at the same time. The force then sent Stain flying out of the alley into the main street of Hosu. Both Midoriya and Kaminari fainted from overuse of their magic. Fortunately, Wendy had gotten Midoriya's message and grabbed several pro heroes and went to their location. All of the heroes and sidekicks were surprised by what they found. The group worked quickly to restrain Stain and get medical attention to Midoriya, Kaminari, Ida, and Native. All four were taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. The following morning, Midoriya laid in the hospital bed. The young boy stirred and sat up. As the haze of sleep left his brain, he was met by the sight of Wendy using her cure magic on Ida, who was in the bed across from the fire user.
How long have you been at it? I healed you and Kaminari last night. The doctor said that your wounds were not that serious. You two passed out from overusing your magic, and you were covered in cuts and bruises. You even had several stress fractures. But I was able to heal you two pretty quickly. It did leave me drained on my magic, though. I figured I should rest before attempting to heal Ida's injuries. Plus, the doctors wanted to make sure he was stable first. Midoriya walked over to Wendy and wrapped the tiny girl in a firm hug. Midoriya then spoke in a tender voice. Thank you, Wendy. I don't know what I would do without you. Wendy's face broke out in a bright shade of vermilion. The air user was not expecting to be hugged by Midoriya. She was so shocked that she didn't even know what to say. Suddenly, a rage built up in the small girl. She reached around and slapped Midoriya across the face. Midoriya did not know what to think of this. I was so worried about you, and then I saw you and Kaminari all cut up and bloody. My heart dropped out of my chest. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to you. I'm sorry that you had to see that, but I just couldn't leave Ida there. Steen would have killed him. I know that, but I can't help you now.
that I feel it. You're very important to me, Ida. The thought of losing you is just unbearable to me.
Wendy then embraced Midoriya and wept into the hospital gown.
Please tell me you won't die, Midoriya, please!
Midoriya stroked the back of Wendy's hair lovingly. Midoriya then lifted the girl's face to meet his eyes.
I'm not going anywhere, Wendy. After all, I have you to look after me, and I still haven't become the hero I wish to be. Really? You mean it? I do. Midoriya, can I call you by your first name? I would like that, Wendy. Not to mention, it was getting weird with you calling me by my last name and you using it for the first time. Okay, Izuku.
The two teens shared a long, loving glance. Wendy then reacted out of instinct and stood on her toes and kissed Midoriya on the cheek. It was at that moment when Marikov Dreyer slid the door open.
Well, I see that one of them is alive.
Wendy got embarrassed all over again. She spoke in a surprised tone.
Oh, Master, I did not know you were here. Obviously. How is young Ida, Wendy?
I have healed him, but he won't be awake until tomorrow.
I see. My dear, I need to speak to the boys.
Okay, Master. I'll go update the doctors about Ida. Wendy walked out of the room and closed the door.
All right, Kaminari, quit laying there pretending to be asleep.
The blonde opened his eyes and sat up in the hospital bed. Midoriya's eyes went wide in surprise.
Kaminari, you were awake this whole time?
Yeah, I was. Way to go, Midoriya. I knew that there was something between you two. I'm kind of envious.
Kaminari's creepy actions aside, I hear that you two pulled off a unison raid.
What, Master?
Marikov explained. Unison raid is the name of the move you two pulled off. You two managed to get your magic into perfect harmony. This allowed your separate attacks to combine and create a more powerful attack. The resulting release of magic power can be many times that of the original attack. This is difficult even for experienced wizards to master.
Both boys knew that the final attack they pulled off was different from the other attacks that they had performed. However, they could not have imagined that what they did was so exceptional. Both boys shared a knowing smile.
You did well out there, but it was against the law for you two to attack Stain without having a hero license. But don't worry about that. I talked to the police chief and he's not going to press charges against you for that. They're going to say that Endeavor, who was in the area, by the way, was responsible for the capture. The burns and bruises will support that story. But this means you will not receive any of the credit. And I and your classmate's supervisor, Manuel, will be punished for being negligent in your duties.
I'm sorry we caused you so much trouble, Master.
Marikov smiled at the boys. Please, compared to Natsu and Laxus, you two are practically tame. Anyway, the law notwithstanding, I am proud of you two for doing what you did out there. You stopped the villain from hurting innocent people. That is a win in my book, no matter what the police say. The boys were overjoyed at the praise from the tiny old man. However, your friend is a different story. He put his life and yours in danger in order to seek revenge. I and Manuel will discipline him when he awakens. Marikov turned to leave. As for you two, get some rest. Wendy may have healed your wounds, but you still used a lot of magic in the Unison raid. You two should be back to full strength by tomorrow. That way we can get back to the training. There are still several days left in your internship after all. With that comment, the old master left the room. Midoriya and Kaminari settled into their hospital beds to rest as Marikov ordered. Little did the UA students know that their whole world was about to change forever. After the internships ended, the UA students returned to face their finals. While the tests were hard and long, nothing much changed from canon. The only changes is that Kaminari managed to win his practical, so he was not placed in the remedial group. His partner Ashido, however, did not do enough to impress, so she did end up in the remedial group. While the young heroes focused on passing their finals, something strange was going on in the lair of All for One. The dark wizard Zeref entered the warehouse that All for One called home. Usually, the large man would be seated in front of his computer monitor. He would be watching the news or the camera feed from the bar base of Tomura Shigaraki. But today, the dark-suited man was nowhere to be found. The room was empty except for the monitor that read audio only. All for One? Zeref, it is good to see you, my ally. An ally, am I? Apparently being an ally does not entitle me to know your plans. Forgive me. I felt that moving my location was important at this point. Soon, my plans will reach a critical stage. This was just a necessary end to that. I see. Would you mind telling me what that goal is? I might be able to expedite it. I am sure you could, but I must do this with my people only. If we are discovered, I do not want you pulled into this.
That is very considerate of you. Zareth thought for a moment before he replied to the Dark Lord. Very well. I will see after my own plans. I wish you good luck. The screen turned off. Zareth turned and walked out of the dimly lit room. When he emerged onto the street, he paused for a moment. The man had an uncharacteristic look of worry on his face. The man spoke in a worried tone. That was all for one's voice on the speakers. However, the pattern of his speech did not match. I fear something is amiss here. Zareth would not speak these words, but he sensed that something foul happened in that warehouse. Zareth was an old soul. He had spent thousands of years cursed with a power that brought death to all living things near him. Since coming to this world, he had been cleansed of that curse, but its effects on his soul had remained. The short man could sense the presence of death better than most wizards, probably from being a bringer of it for so long. He was sure that someone had died in that warehouse. Zareth figured he better call forth his allies. He had a bad feeling that his greater fear had come to pass. The 1A students decided to celebrate their surviving finals by going on a class shopping trip. The outing had two purposes. Firstly, it would allow the group to spend time together outside of class. Second, the trip was to gather the supplies they were going to need for their summer training camp. Urza had told the young heroes about the training camp before finals. He only informed the class that the teachers planned to include every student after the completion of the tests. The red-haired woman had said that this was a logical deception to get the students to perform their best. This explanation had upset a certain bespectacled teen, while the others were just glad that everyone was going to the camp together. On the day of the shopping trip, the members of Class 1A met at the mall. They were recognized by many of the other shoppers from the sports festival. The UA students had been through so much since that, they were surprised that people still remembered it. The students then started to talk about what items they needed for the training camp. Kirishima announced a plan. Hey guys, since we all are going to need different things, how about we split up and meet back here at 3? The others responded that this was a good idea, so everyone went on their way. This left Izuku and Wendy by themselves.
I thought this was supposed to be a class shopping trip. So did I, but it looks like we're alone now.
Wendy was a little embarrassed. She had not been alone with Izuku since she had revealed her feelings back in the hospital. But now, here they were. The two of them were by themselves, in a mall, on a nice afternoon, just like two ordinary young people on a date. The thought of the word date suddenly made Wendy's face break out in a red glow. This was one of the reasons she had not been alone with Izuku since the hospital. She did not know where they stood. The two had not really discussed it at all.
Wendy, are you okay?
The sound of the Grenette's voice broke her out of her mental freakout.
I'm fine, Izuku. Okay, it's just that your face got all red all of a sudden. I was worried that maybe you were too hot. No, I just got a little lost in my head.
Izuku reached over and wrapped his fingers gently around Wendy's hand. This made the small girl's face even redder.
Okay then. Well, I have several things I need to pick up for the training camp. How about the two of us stick together?
Part of Wendy's mind was freaking out, while the other part was giddy with delight. After what seemed like the longest minute in history, Wendy regained her voice and spoke in a happy, unsure tone.
I really like that, Izuku.
Awesome! Izuku led Wendy off into the mall with her hands still in his. Izuku was really enjoying himself. He decided to just have fun for today. The green-haired boy knew that there would be a little time for fun in the coming days. The two teens were so engrossed that they did not notice that they were being followed. The two had stopped to get something to drink when they noticed a familiar scent. The smell reeked of rust and decay. Both teens had only smelled this scent one time before. Izuku walked over and put his arm around Wendy. The weary youth spoke into the small girl's ear in a voice so low as to be inaudible. However, to the ears of a dragon slayer, his words were as clear as day.
You smell that?
Wendy replied in the same low tone.
I do. It can only belong to Shigaraki from the USJ attack. What do you think he wants? No way of knowing. What should we do? This is not the place to get into a fight. Too many people he can hurt. Plus, we don't have a hero license to let us use our powers. Best plan is to split up. No, that guy is dangerous. I know. Look, he's probably after me. Once we split up, you go get mall security.
Both teens agreed. Even though Wendy did not like the idea of leaving the guy she liked alone with Tomura Shigaraki, but Izuku was tough. He would be able to handle Shigaraki for a bit while she got help. Wendy separated from Izuku. The small girl smiled at the fire user and spoke in a happy tone.
I have some personal things that I need to see about Izuku. I'll be back shortly. Okay, hurry back.
He walked off calmly, as if nothing was wrong. She did not want to alert Shigaraki that the two knew that he was there. Knowing how unstable the man was, he would probably start decaying people left and right. That is not something that the two could allow to happen. As Wendy walked away, Izuku walked over to a less crowded area of the mall. Midoriya could tell from the scent that Shigaraki was following him, and not Wendy. This is one time Izuku's wishes had come true. He had only met the villain once, but the thought of the palm-faced villain still disturbed him. The area the Dragon Slayer walked into was a rest area of some kind. Not the greatest place to confront the decay user, but it would have to do. At least there were no people in the area. Midoriya turned around, and there stood Shigaraki. The skin on the man's face looked even more haggard than the green teen remembered. He also looked like he had lost weight, something the scrawny villain could not afford to do.
Well, if it isn't Izuku Midoriya, you're the guy who threw down with the lightning user in the sports festival finales. I'm a big fan.
Midoriya was not pleased by the villain's innocent act. Knock off the act, Shigaraki! What do you want?
You just had to ruin my fun, didn't you, Midoriya? I forgot that you have a nose that would put a dog to shame.
Thank you for the compliment. However, I know you did not come here to tell me how great I am. Now, what brings you here? Shigaraki told Midoriya about how everyone was talking about the hero killer after his Nomu attacked the Hosu city. It infuriated the pale man that everyone was obsessed with staying. Midoriya just listened as the red-eyed villain ranted. The intelligent teen figured that the longer the decay user talked, the more time Wendy had to get security there. 10 minutes later, Wendy had informed mall security of the situation. They had called the cops and local heroes to take care of the problem.
Well, what do you think, Midoriya?
I think that you're trapped, Shigaraki. This man looked around and saw that he was indeed trapped. The police and heroes had cleared out the area while Shigaraki complained. The white-haired man had been so consumed with his pity party that he didn't even notice.
You're a slick one, Midoriya, but I'll not be captured that easily. One thing I did learn from the USJ was that I always needed an escape route planned.
As Shigaraki uttered his last words, a warp gate opened behind him. Without missing a beat, the scrawny man leapt through the portal and escaped. The cops escorted Midoriya to the nearest station to question him about the incident. The fire teen told the police everything that had happened. Even as the boy recounted the events of the day, he could not make any sense of them. The police thanked Midoriya for the information. They told the worried boy that his testimony would help their investigation of the League of Villains. An officer then escorted Midoriya out of the station. As Midoriya exited the station, he heard several female voices calling for him. The boy turned around and saw that his mother, Lucy Heartfilia, and Wendy had been waiting for him to come out. Inko was the first to speak. Are you alright, Izuku? I've been so worried. Mom, what are you doing here? Wendy was the one to answer the question. I called her, Izuku. I knew someone needed to tell your mother what happened and that you were okay. I thought the news would be better coming from a friendly voice. And it was clear. Thank you so much for telling me. No problem, Mrs. Midoriya. Yes, thank you, Wendy. I did not know how I was going to tell my mom about all this without worrying her. That would be impossible, Izuku. I'm your mother. I'll always worry about you, but seeing that you had such good friends like Wendy and Kaminari to watch your back does take a huge weight off my shoulders. Yeah, I do have some amazing friends. Midoriya was touched by his mother's words. The green-eyed youth had to use all of his emotional might to keep from crying. To distract himself, he turned to the last member of the group, Lucy Heartfilia. I didn't mean to ignore you, Master. Why'd you come down here? No need to apologize, Izuku. The tall blonde woman then leaned into Izuku's ear and spoke softly. Wendy was very concerned about your encounter. She called me to vent, so I came down to make sure she was okay. Even while speaking so quietly, Wendy overheard Lucy's comments. This made the tiny dragon slayer turn bright red. In her state of embarrassment, the girl blurted out, Don't talk like that, Master! You'll give him the wrong idea! This is so embarrassing! Inko broke in at that point. Hey, Lucy, why don't you help me find a cab so I can take Izuku home? That is a good idea, Mrs. Midoriya. With that, the two women walked toward the street, leaving the two teens alone. Izuku walked over to Wendy and took her hands in his. It's okay, Wendy. I already know how you feel. You told me at the hospital, remember? That is true, but I didn't know what that meant for us now. I didn't really tell you how I felt, did I? No, you didn't. I had no idea if I should ask you out or if I should just wait for you to tell me. From now on, if you want to know something, just ask. And for the record, I feel the same as you do. In fact, I don't think I should be where I am right now without you. Of course you would. You're smart, a stronger fighter, and your power control is the best in the class. Sometimes I think that I am actually holding you back. Now who's being ridiculous? You've been there in every crisis we've ever had. You've healed me and others, both physically and emotionally. We're lucky to have you with us. Wendy started to sob. Thank you, Izuku. Thank you so much. Izuku wrapped his arms around Wendy's shoulders and started to lead her back toward the street. Now, let's go find my mom. She'll want to hear about what you told me at the hospital. Wendy's face turned red again. I can't believe I said that out loud. It's no big deal. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was back at the hidden bar talking to All for One.
Master, I've been underestimating the heroes. I'm going to need to recruit stronger players for my game.
It is good to hear you talk like this, Tomura. How do you plan to proceed?
I plan to use Stain's current fame. We've already been approached by many new recruits since the man's arrest. I will use these new recruits to build a more elite team to combat the heroes. My strategy at the USJ was too narrow. I have to go bigger.
Excellent, Tomura. You begin to understand. Here is a reward to celebrate your new understanding. Kurogiri, if you would, please.
The mist villain used his power and opened a warp gate about a foot off the ground. A briefcase appeared on the floor of the bar. Tomura opened the case. Inside were 5 glass spheres with a strange black energy inside them.
What are these, Master?
Something to give your new troops a boost in power. Think you'll like the effects.
As his master spoke, a twisted smile crept along Tomura's face. The skinny man could not wait to begin his new game. The members of Class 1A gathered outside the campus. All of the students were excited. Several of the more exuberant students were dancing around the courtyard chanting, "Camp! Camp! Camp! Camp!" Wendy was standing next to Midoriya with a huge smile on her face. The 2 Dragon Slayers had gotten very close since the encounter with Shigaraki. A certain pink-skinned busybody was very curious about the level of affection between the 2 elemental students, but decided to say nothing. I have to say that I'm really looking forward to this training camp. So am I, Izuku, but I know there's not going to be much time for us to relax. After all, Scarlet Sensei and the other teachers will probably push us beyond our limits. She did call this a training camp, after all. You have a point, but that is nothing new to us. And just because we have to train hard doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves too. True. By the way, where's Kaminari? I haven't seen him this morning. Wendy pointed her finger toward the main entrance of UA. He's over there. He's been talking to Jiro all morning. Midoriya looked where the wind user indicated. Indeed, Kaminari was talking to the purple-haired sound user. Although, to Midoriya's eye, it looked like a one-sided conversation. I wonder what's going on over there. Not really our business, but I guess we'll see. At that moment, 2 buses pulled into the courtyard. Urza Scarlet stepped forward and spoke in her usual firm tone. Students, it is time to board the buses. Suddenly, the members of Class 1B appeared and boarded one of the buses, under the direction of Itsuka Kendo. Mineta got a pervy look on his face at the sight of the 1B girls. Midoriya and Wendy got exasperated looks on their faces. The 2 would have to keep an eye on the girl-crazed classmate. No telling what kind of trouble Mineta would get into at this camp if left to his own devices. Wendy called for Class 1A's attention. Okay, guys, let's load up and head out. All of the students loaded the bus in an organized manner. The driver revved up the bus and took off to the campus location. Urza stood at the front of the bus. We will be on the road for a couple of hours, but you should all keep your wits about you. The red-haired teacher turned around and saw that all of her students were engaged in ritualist exchanges. It did the teacher's heart good to see that the students were all getting along. The sight brought back old memories of a life long gone. But the sight of the warm and friendly atmosphere of the bus made her think that some of her old world could still be revived. The educator still had her doubts if her students could face the evil that she knew was out in the world. As of late, Urza had a growing concern that an old foe would reappear. Even with these thoughts swimming through her mind, she decided to let her students be. After all, her students would not have much time for relaxation in the days ahead. After a long drive, the bus stopped by the road, and Urza told all of her students to get off the bus. Master, why have we stopped? Suddenly, 2 women dressed in flashy outfits appeared from a black car. The 2 introduced themselves as the Wild Wild Pussycats. All of Class 1A were confused by these 2 women. Midoriya fanboyed out of the sight of their 2 heroes. He explained that the 2 women were Mandalay and Pixie Bob. The green teen went on to explain in an epic rant that the 2 ladies belonged to a 4-member hero team that specialized in mountain rescues. All of Class 1A never failed to be impressed by their powerful fanboys' reactions. Urza walked over to Midoriya and chopped him on the head. That is enough. We have serious business to attend to. She's right. The hero known as Mandalay then pointed to a mountain in the distance. The camp you're all staying at is there. All of the students commented on how far it was. Mina Ashido spoke up at this point. If the camp is there, then why did we stop here?
Asui responded to the pink girl's question in her flat tone.
I think we all want to know the answer to that.
She is right, students. The training camp has already started. Pixie Bob placed her hands on the ground, and a tidal wave of dirt engulfed the teens. They were all washed off the cliff into the forest below. Mandalay spoke from the top of the cliff. The cat-eared hero pointed off into the distance.
Start walking! It should take all of you about 4 hours to complete the journey.
All of the students turned to walk in the given direction. Suddenly, a massive group of creatures emerged from the forest. They began to attack the students. The tiny Mineta was the first one to feel the wrath of the monsters. Midoriya slammed his fist into his right hand. Looks like we get to fight! The teen then lit his hands on fire and spoke in an energized tone. Are you with me, everyone? Wendy backed up the flame user. He's right, everyone! Pixie Bob is probably the one who created these monsters! Look at him! Wendy pointed to the mouth of one of the creatures. Part of the creature's giant tooth dissolved into dirt. We have to defend ourselves! All of 1A members shouted in agreement. All of the young heroes unleashed their fury on the monsters. Many of them worked in pairs to clear the way. While it was fun for the students to unleash their full power, it was also hard going. When they would defeat one monster, 2 more seemed to take their place. After many, many hours, the group finally made their way to the camp. All of them walked into the camp breathing heavily. And with their heads lowered, they were all covered in dirt, cuts, and bruises. Pixie Bob responded in an excited tone. Congratulations! You all did much better than we expected. We thought it would take you much longer to get here through the Beast's Forest. Kaminari spoke up while trying to catch his breath. You said it would only take us 4 hours to get here. Mandalay replied to the electric team. Sorry about that. We based that figure on how long it would take us. Mineta then broke out in tears and exclaimed, You made it through all that just to show us that you were better than us? How could you be so cruel? Midoriya's eyes were fixed on a grumpy kid behind the 2 pussycats. The green teen decided to ask a question. Excuse me, I was wondering who that kid is. He was with you guys back on the cliff. Oh, this is my nephew, Koda. He lives with us now. Come forward, Koda, and introduce yourself. Midoriya walked up to the small boy and introduced himself. Hi there, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a student of the UA Hero course. It's nice to meet you. As Midoriya extended his hand in a sign of friendship, Koda got an annoyed look on his face and balled his fist. The angry kid tried to punch Midoriya where the sun doesn't shine. However, Midoriya saw the attack coming and caught the boy's punch midair. That was a cheap punch, kid. If you want to hit me, you'll have to be faster than that. Koda looked at the fiery teen, confused for a moment. He wondered how he moved so fast. However, Koda quickly got over his shock and got even angrier. He stormed in a huff and muttered, Stupid heroes! After that, the students were all taken into the dining room and served a massive meal. The Pussycats told the group to enjoy the service, because the students would be responsible for making their own meals in the days to come. Finally, the students went to get a bath. It turned out, the boys' and girls' baths were separated by a high wall. This obstacle was no match for one Minoru Mineta. The short teen tried to use his quirk to climb the wall. The pervy teen was stopped by Midoriya. The Dragon Slayer grabbed the small boy by the shoulders and told him to behave himself. Kaminari then backed his friend up by telling the small boy that he would get the wrong attention from the girls if he kept acting that way. The next morning, Urza Scarlet woke her students up before the sun rose. Today, your training begins in earnest. The armored woman then tossed a softball to Bakugo. Give that a toss, Bakugo, just like before. All of the students knew that this action meant Urza wanted to check their progress once again. All of the students figured Bakugo's throw would be even more ridiculous than before. You want my best teacher? Then that's what you're gonna get! Bakugo pulled back with all his might and threw the ball while shouting, Go to hell! A reading came onto Urza's phone and she said, That was 707 meters. The class was surprised by this result. None of them could understand how Bakugo could have made such little progress with everything they'd been through. Make no mistake, you've all improved since coming to UA. However, these improvements have basically been to your stamina and the technical applications of your powers. Your powers themselves have not changed on a fundamental level. Such changes normally happen as you grow, but we do not have time for that. This training camp will force you to use your powers at a new level. This process will make you feel like you're dying. I hope you are prepared. While the students of 1A were freaked out by Urza's statement, the crimson-haired hero was glad to see that none of them were backing down. All of the members of 1A had come to UA to become true heroes. None of them were going to be scared away by a little hard work. Urza gave a serious glance to her students. The Pussycats will be giving you the training regimen I have laid out for each of you. She then pointed out the Dragon Slayers. Midoriya, Marvel, and Kaminari, I have something different in mind for you three. Follow me. The three students followed Urza into the woods. After a short walk, they came to a cave on the mountainside. Standing outside the cave was Loxus Dreyer. Kaminari was the first to speak. Master Dreyer, what are you doing here? I am here to help out with your training, if you want to call it that. Midoriya was concerned by Loxus's words. What does he mean by that, Master Scarlet? I will explain shortly, but first it is time that you three knew the truth about your powers and the enemy we face. Wendy responded in a concerned tone. What do you mean, Master? Listen closely. You three have been told how you got your magic powers, but that story is a more simplified version of events. Me, the other Masters, and Wendy come from a country called Fiora, on a world called Earthland. Midoriya and Kaminari looked at Wendy with a concerned look. The two did not know what to say. Wendy was even more concerned by the two boys. The skinny girl responded to Urza in a panicked tone. That can't be true, Master. I remember my childhood and my parents. I remember growing up and being found by Lucy and Natsu. Allow me to explain. Your master has told you how Dragon Slayers and magic came to be, but that was the story of how Earthland came to be. All of the magic users on this world came from Earthland. This all happened because of an ancient evil from our world called Acnologia. He was a human who was empowered by the dragons to fight against other dragons. The problem was that Acnologia was too good at it. He killed so many dragons that he became the most powerful being on Earthland. He also gained the ability to transform into a dragon by bathing in the blood of the dragons he killed. It was Kaminari's turn to respond. Okay, that sounds gross, but what does that have to do with us? This guy would have to be dead by now, right? Loxus walked over and hit Kaminari on the head. Quiet down and listen. Do you think we would be explaining this if he was? As I was saying, Acnologia also gained the lifespan of a dragon, which can be ridiculously long by human standards. The villain's only goal was to destroy the world. This is where we came in. Me and your masters all belong to a wizard guild, kind of like a hero agency in your world, called Fairy Tail. We came into direct conflict with Acnologia. I'm afraid to say that our battle failed and our world was destroyed. But you're all here, Master. You see, after several battles with the monster, we lost many of our friends and allies. It took one last effort to defeat Acnologia. We teamed up with a powerful wizard called Zeref and his minions to accomplish the goal. We were going to do this by using a powerful magical gate to open a portal to a realm called the Void. It is a place of nothingness. We figured that would give us some time to find a way to defeat Acnologia. But the Dark Dragon did something we didn't expect. He used his power and the power of the gate and then destroyed the world. A huge flash of white light overtook us and we woke up here in this world. But that doesn't explain how come I don't remember any of this. Wendy, during the final battle, you were beaten badly. During the fight, we thought you were dead. If I had to guess, you probably don't remember you died as the flash overtook us. The process that brought us here probably caused you to be reborn into this world, but with your magic intact. But what about me and Kaminari? And Stain using magic too? Stain is still a mystery. He was not from our world. There was a Shadow Dragon Slayer, but he looked nothing like Stain. The man also fell in an early battle against Acnologia. We also don't know how you two got magic powers, but we don't plan on looking a gift horse in the mouth. It is our plan to train you three to face its ancient evil. Where is the guy now? We have not been able to locate him. For such a powerful force, Acnologia has been good at staying hidden until he wishes to be seen. I fear we would only leave ourselves vulnerable to attack if we focused on trying to find him. Well, what do you want from us, Master? Kaminari nodded in agreement with his green-haired friend. Urza held out her hands with a flash of light. A suitcase appeared in them in a flash. The red-haired teacher opened the case. Inside were 3 glass orbs filled with swirling energy. In the center of the energy was a dragon-headed symbol. Midoriya responded in a quizzical tone. These look like the spheres that Natsu gave me during the sports festival. Yeah, you gave me one of those too, Master Loxus, before the finals. Those were normal magic lacrimae. These orbs were just replacing the magic power you had depleted. Of course, this process is not to be done repeatedly. These are dragon lacrim. We managed to create these with the power of surviving allies from the final battle. We plan on implementing these into the three of you. This process should make you three much stronger. However, this process will not be easy. It will be very painful. The three teens looked at each other and made a silent agreement. Let's do it! If this will help us get stronger, then of course we'll do it! Okay, then let's get started. Urza chanted a spell over the magic orbs. The three objects levitated into the air and flew at the three teens. The orbs then transformed into a thick energy and fused itself into the teens. A moment passed and nothing happened. The teens thought they were in the clear, but then the pain came. The teens felt as if their bodies were being ripped apart from the inside. Their magic surged to levels they thought were impossible. This is how the next 30 hours went. Little did the younglings know that they were going to need every bit of power for the struggles ahead.
After 32 torturous hours in the cave, the dragon Lacrima fully absorbed into the three Dragon Slayer teens. Loxus left at some point during the process. The three youths were too consumed in pain to remember why the scar-faced man left. After the whole process, the last thing the three remembered was the voice of Urza Scarlet. Well done, you three. I thought the process would have taken at least 3 days, but you have surprised me again. Relax now, young ones. You have all earned it. The crimson-haired knight spoke in her usual stern tone, but all three could swear they heard a tone of pride in her voice. That, or the pain from absorbing the lacrima, had fried their brains. After hearing this praise from their master, the three youths passed out completely. Urza spoke out toward the cave opening. Could you take care of them for me? I have to attend to the other students. A male voice spoke to Urza. Of course, darling. I'll take them back to their cabins to rest for the day. I'll also keep watch over them while they sleep. Even here, we cannot be too careful. After all, these three may be our best hope for defeating him. A tall man walked into the cave and stood beside Urza. The man had short-cut blue hair and a tattoo on the right side of his face. I don't like the idea of forcing these young ones to fight our battles for us. They should not have to bear the burden of our failures. Don't forget, Urza, they will not be fighting alone. We'll be there to support them. Also, it's not just our fight. If our enemy has his way, then this world will be destroyed the same as ours was. We cannot let that happen again. True, but it still makes me uneasy. Urza then turned and gave the blue-haired man a loving gaze. However, I am glad that we are back together, if even for a short while, Jalal. The woman wrapped her arms around the man in a fierce hug. So am I, Urza. Jalal then returned the embrace. The two broke their hug. Urza left the caves first to return to the other 1A students. Jalal then waved his hand through the air. The limp bodies of the teens levitated into the air. The three hovering forms then followed Jalal as he left the cave. Elsewhere, Shigaraki sat at the bar in his hideout, enjoying a drink. Kurogiri noticed that his master looked unusually happy today. Master, are you all right? You seem out of character today.
I'm fine, Kurogiri. I've just realized how narrow my sight has been.
How so, Master?
I was so focused on destroying All Might that I missed the big picture. Even if I destroyed that smiling jerk, his legacy would still remain. The Hero Society, all those smiling civilians, and those little punks who foiled my plans were all inspired by All Might.
So, have you decided not to destroy the number one hero?
Not at all. I just think that it would be more fun to destroy his legacy in front of his eyes. Oh, to see the despair on his face. Only once he realizes that all of his hard work was for naught. Then, and only then, will I end this ridiculous life once and for all.
Is that where the team of new recruits come in?
Before, I tried to overwhelm All Might and the heroes with numbers. It wasn't a bad idea, but all the villains I employed were super weak. I now see that to take down the Hero Society, I will need heavy hitters. That's where the Vanguard Action Squad comes in. If they achieve their mission, good. If they fail or members die or are captured, then I know I'll need to get stronger pieces.
You plan to use them as cannon fodder?
Do you really think I'm that heartless? We are teammates working toward the same goal. I would never belittle their importance, but I am the player, and this is my game. And no matter what game you're playing, some pieces will need to be sacrificed. I can't wait to see how they handle themselves. This should be entertaining.
At yet another hideout, the villain Acnologia sat in the dark. The monstrous man held out a lacrima in his hand. The orb was black in color and glowed with a sinister red light.
So it seems All for One's apprentice is making his move. Good. That will give me the cover I need to make my plan happen.
A huge grin broke out across the disturbed man's face.
The first part of my plan is complete. I have the first item. It was easier to get than I imagined. All I need to do is get the other item. Fortunately, I have found it.
The jaxed man shoved the lacrima into his chest. The glass orb vanished into the broad chest of the ancient monster. He then stood up and walked towards the door.
Before I get the other item, let me go and try out this new power of mine. Shigaraki's assault team should be gathering outside the camp for their attack. That will be the perfect cover for my test.
Acnologia walked into an empty alleyway. The man started to glow with a sinister black aura. The man then took off into the sky like a rocket. Back at the camp, the 3 Dragon Slayer youths were fast asleep. Jalal then took Wendy back to the girls' cabin. The small girl was being watched over by Lucy, who had been recruited by Urza to help with the training camp. The blue-haired man had then taken both Midoriya and Kaminari to the boys' cabin and was watching over them himself. Kaminari laid in the bed, jerking back and forth in his sleep. It was clear that the yellow-haired boy was having an awful dream. Suddenly, the teen started talking in his sleep. "No! No! No! Look out!" The young man then sat bolt upright in his bunk and shouted, "Fish sticks!" After a moment, the boy calmed down and looked around the room. The boy was wondering where he was. From the bed across from him, a voice replied in a somber tone, "Do you mind keeping it down, Kaminari? My head is killing me. Not to mention the rest of me. Midoriya, how did we get here? I imagine that guy brought us here." Midoriya pointed to Jalal, who was seated in a chair behind the 2 boys' bed. "You're both awake. That is good. I expected you to be out for longer. Urza said you were resilient, but this is something else. Not to be rude, mister, but who are you?" Midoriya, the hero fanboy, broke in. "He's the heavenly hero, Alteris! But I have no idea what he's doing here." "Midoriya is correct. That is my hero name, but you 2 can call me Jalal. As for your question, Kaminari, I brought you 2 boys back to the boys' cabin after you finished assimilating to the dragon Lacrima." Jalal noticed that Midoriya was getting a worried look on his face. "Don't fear, Midoriya. Wendy's fine. I took her to the girls' cabin to rest. She's getting watched over by Lucy Hartfilia." "Oh, that's good." Jalal nodded. "As I was saying, I brought you here because Urza Scarlet asked me to." Just then, the door to the cabin opened. Urza Scarlet walked into the room. "Well, I see that you boys are awake. That is good to see." Urza turned to Jalal. The armored woman had a tender look in her eyes as she spoke. "Thank you for looking after them, Jalal." Midoriya spoke up at this point. "So, Master, how do you know Alteris?" "I know him, Midoriya, because he's my husband," the tall woman said matter-of-factly. Both boys' minds were blown. Neither boy would have called Urza unattractive. Quite the opposite, actually. However, the idea that the stern woman was married to was a total shock. Midoriya was very familiar with Alteris. While the man was not as popular as someone like All Might or even Urza, he still had a strong following. The man was also a capable hero. Standing in the same room as the man, Midoriya now knew that the man was also a wizard. While all other information was impressive, it paled in comparison to the fact that he was married to a hero like Titania. Kaminario got a goofy look on his face. The boy thought to himself that Jalal must be a true superhuman to survive living with a woman like Urza.
Urza saw the idiotic look on the bolt-haired boy's face. The crimson-haired knight pointed her gauntlet hand at Kaminari. You're thinking something unseemly, aren't you, Kaminari? Stop that right now and remove that ridiculous look from your face. Kaminari replied in a panicked voice. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Now, do you two think you can rejoin your classmates? They've been hard at work. Both boys nodded to their teacher. Both were still feeling very drained from their time in the cave. However, after hearing the story that Urza and Loxus told them, the two knew that they needed to get much stronger. Master, how is Wendy doing? She's doing fine. The girl was as eager to get back to the training as you two. In fact, she and Lucy have already joined the others. Then we should get going. Right, get changed, both of you. Urza turned to her husband. Jalal, when they are ready, you can put them to whatever we discussed into action. Of course, my dear. You can always count on me. After the boys got changed, Jalal led the two to join their other classmates. When the two boys walked up on their classmates, they saw that the members of 1A were indeed at hard work. Each one of their classmates was involved in a different type of training to improve their powers. Several members of 1A saw Midoriya and Kaminari approaching. A small group of students, including Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Uraraka, and Aoyama, led by Wendy, ran up to the two boys. They asked if the boys were doing all right. The dragon teens answered that they were, and that they were ready to start training. As the group interacted, Loxus came up to the group. The man spoke in a firm tone. Hey, who told you five you could stop training? The 1A group all freaked out at the sound of the man's voice. Kaminari knew that tone all too well. The man had used that very voice during their training as a wizard. The blonde understood why his friends all shrinked from their former master. The man could be scary easily. The man with the bolt scar looked at the students with a demanding glare. Wendy and the group turned to return to their training. Loxus then replied, Not you, Marvel! Huh? What did I do, sir? You three are coming with me. Jalal, take my place and keep these younglings on task. Of course, Loxus. I wish you luck. Don't be soft on these kids. If you do, Urza will not let you hear the end of it. No need for a warning, Loxus. I know that better than anyone. The Electric Master and the Dragon Slayer youths walked a short distance away. Midoriya was the first to speak up. What do we do first, Master? We're ready to go all out. Good to hear. Now that you three have been charged with Dragon Mana, I'm going to teach you how to use Dragon Force. But before that, I want you three to get accustomed to your new power. To do that, we're gonna have to fight. Loxus threw off his large fur coat and attacked the three youths. The teens were able to dodge the tall man's strike. Good. To see that you three still have your agility, I'm impressed that you three recovered this quickly. The three thanked the Lightning Master for the compliment. Okay, follow me. We need some more room for this training. We do not want your classmates to be on the wrong end of the fight. The group walked to a clearing in the woods, a long way from the camp. Loxus then started to fight again. The youths found that their movements were faster, their senses keener, their strikes more powerful. It took some getting used to say the least. Many hours later, Loxus had exhausted the teens. All three were laying on the ground, breathing heavily. Wendy and Izuku now had a greater respect for Kaminari. The idea that the electric teen had endured years of training like this was mind-shattering. No wonder Kaminari was as strong as he was. I'm impressed by you three. Urza did not lie about your strengths, but you still have a ways to go. Catch your breaths and head to dinner. You have all earned a good meal. Meanwhile, a group of fearsome villains were gathering outside the camp. A skinny, patch-faced man spoke. Looks like we're all only missing 2 members. Once they arrive and night falls, we'll execute the plan. A large man wearing a cloak and a mask replied to the dark-haired man with a gravelly voice full of irritation. Come on, already. I just want to rage. Let me off the chain already. A young girl with a crazed look in her eyes came up to the group.
What a plan! What a plan! I get to cut people. I just want to start now, too.
No chance. Shigaraki told us this plan. I think it's a good one. We wait for the others and then we attack.
The thin man mused to himself for a moment.
You know, at first I thought Shigaraki was all talk. He was also way too hot-tempered. But now look at him.
He gathered this elite assault group and came up with a great plan of attack. Now it is up to us to carry out the plan.
Back in the campgrounds, the young wizards joined their classmates at the fire pits. The members of 1A were glad to see that their classmates were okay, and asked where they had been for the last day. The three teens did not know what to say. They figured that Urza would not want them to tell their classmates about magic, or the other information their masters had given them. Wendy was about to answer when a hand touched her shoulder. It was Lucy Hartfilia. The blonde woman replied to Class 1A's inquiry in a kind tone.
Urza had some special training she wanted these three to undertake before they began. She pointed out Jalal. Alteris is one of the best trainers when it comes to elemental powers. She wanted him to give them the extra instruction on basic control before they started going hard at it.
Momo was the first one to speak up.
That does make sense. Alteris was focusing his attention on Todoroki and Tokoyami the first day, and he was very knowledgeable about their powers.
The rest of the 1A members all nodded in agreement with this explanation. Suddenly, Pixie Bob popped out and shouted,
Okay, let's get cooking. After you all eat, we have a special surprise for you all.
The hero known as Ragdoll then spoke.
You'll all get to prove your bravery in a test of courage.
That sounds like more work. We're all exhausted.
With that, the members of 1A and 1B started to prepare their dinner. Midoriya and Todoroki used their fire powers to help the other students light their grills. Urged on by Ida, the students took on the task with little energy they could muster. After a short while, the group had prepared and eaten a delicious meal. This served to re-energize their bodies, but they were still a bit weary. The UA students gathered by the forest. The four pussycats explained how the test of courage would work. Class A would enter the woods in pairs, while members of Class B would hide in the forest and use their quirks to scare the members of 1A. After all the members of Class A had traveled through the woods, the two classes would change places. Mina Ashido responded with an exclamation with her normal enthusiasm.
This sounds so cool! I can't wait to get started!
Urza replied to this show of excitement with a firm tone and a stern glare. I think not, Mina Ashido. I was not impressed by your efforts during training today, so the remedial class will still be coming with me for more instruction. Ashido's eyes went wide in terror. You've got to be kidding me! Urza's requip spawned a rope into her hand. She then wrapped the remedial students and dragged them back to the main building. Outside of the camp, the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad had all arrived and gathered on the hillside.
Looks like everyone is here. You all know the plan. Get to work. We meet at the rendezvous point in an hour. Make sure you get to find the priority targets.
The villains all spread out into the night. Their attack had begun. The Vanguard Action Squad and the students and heroes were in the camp below and did not know that a certain monster was hiding. In the shadows, his presence would make the events of this night turn out differently from how any of them expected. The test of courage was underway at the training camp. Class 1B had finally dispersed into the woods. The 1A students had paired off. Wendy had been paired with Yaoyorozu. The two girls had already been sent into the woods along with half of 1A. Many of the students' screams could be heard in the distance. Midoriya had been teamed with Kaminari. The two boys were waiting for their turn to enter the woods when a strange collection of scents hit the Dragon Slayers' noses. Kaminari spoke in a disgusted tone.
What the hell is that smell? It's burning my nose. I smell smoke, but I also smell a weird vapor.
Suddenly, a bright blue light glowed in the distance and a purple haze appeared out of the forest. Many of the pro heroes did not know what was going on. Out of nowhere, three villains appeared. A man with scaly skin spoke in a dramatic tone.
Prepare to die, false heroes! My name is Spinner. I'm a member of the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. This is my teammate Magna. We are here to avenge the hero killer Stain.
The Pussycats, Mandalay and Tiger tried to connect with their teammates Ragdoll and Pixie Bob, but they could not get a hold of them. Magna overheard the two and replied,
Are you guys trying to contact the other kitties? I'm afraid that they're out of commission, sweethearts.
Tiger got a furious look on his face. He screamed in an equally enraged tone.
What did you do, villain?
I knocked out the one in blue myself. The one in yellow was already out when I found her. I hope they don't get caught in the fire.
The muscular villain gave a cruel chuckle at this comment. The thought of his teammates being hurt sent Tiger into a rage. The stretchy man launched a fearsome assault against the magnetic villain. Spinner went to attack Mandalay.
The lizard-faced villain raised a huge knife sword over his head to strike down the leader of the Pussycats. Fortunately, this attack was intercepted by Jalal. The man was glowing with a yellow light. He caught the blade in one hand. The blue-haired man spoke in a calm tone. He never took his eyes off the enemy. Mandalay, get the students to safety. I'll help Tiger disable these villains. Mandalay then spoke to the students. I need all of you to run toward the main building. Your teacher will be there, and it should be safe. Midoriya then realized something. Mandalay, where's Koda? The brunette looked around and realized the small boy was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! There's no way to know where he got off to. Kaminari spoke up. Mandalay, let me and Midoriya go. We can find him by scent. Your teacher would have my head if I let you go off on your own. Besides, we don't know how many villains there are. Jalal spoke up as he deflected Spinner's attack. I know Urza better than anyone. She would not be happy if her students got attacked. However, she would be more upset if we lost the life of an innocent child. The two boys are very capable of defending themselves. Plus, we need someone to gather the students in the forest. Let them go, Mandalay. The cat-eared hero gritted her teeth. Okay, but stay clear of the villains and find your classmates and Koda. I'll use my telepath to inform everyone of what is going on. The two boys nodded and ran off into the forest. Jalal saw the two boys out of the corner of his eye. The man could not help but see both of their masters in them. Both ran into certain danger with no hesitation to help their friends. The two acted like true members of a fairy tale guild. Midoriya and Kaminari ran at top speed through the dark woods. Kaminari made a curious remark. You know, we cannot stay clear of the villains. Even with our senses, they could attack us from nowhere. I know that, my friend. We'll just have to ask for forgiveness later. Just like in Hosu. The blonde cracked a smile. Okay, have you got the kid's scent? It's hard with all the smoke and vapor in the woods, but yeah. The brunette pointed ahead. He's near that rock, outcropping over there. But before we deal with that, we need to go get Wendy. I know you two have gotten close lately, but she can take care of herself. I know that, but she's our class rep. She can also help find the others. Her nose is just as good as ours, after all. Good idea. Where is she? She's between us and the outcropping. If we can keep running this way, we should find her. We can tell her what is going on and then go after Koda. I like the sound of that plan. With those comments, the two boys picked up their speed as they ran into the night. Wendy and Momo were caught in the middle of two terrible situations. They had a poisonous gas cloud that is to one side and a giant fire on the other. Wendy cast a protection spell and a dome swirled above them. That should protect us for a few minutes. Momo scanned the area and came to a shocking conclusion. Those flames are too high to be natural. Someone must have sent them. Wendy then added, That cloud is moving strangely. It's not spreading out like smoke or vapor should. It seems to be swirling around a central point, almost like a hurricane. How do you know that? Just trust me. Suddenly, a giant Nomu appeared out of the woods. The creature attacked Wendy's air barrier, but the structure held. The girls wondered how they were going to handle the monster, but they never got the chance to plan. Midoriya and Kaminari jumped into the clearing and struck the Nomu with powerful punches, coated in their elemental energies. This sent the brain-headed monstrosity flying off into the distance. Are you two girls all right? Wendy lowered her barrier and spoke. We're fine. Thanks for the assist, Izuku. Momo interjected. Do you two know what's going on? The boys told their classmates about the villain attack. They then told Wendy and Momo that they needed to gather the members of Class 1A and 1B in order to get them to safety. Wouldn't it be better if you two did that? I mean, with your ability to track and scent and all. No, Momo, the boys are right. My healing powers and tracking ability make me the better choice to tend to our classmates. More than likely, there will be several people who are injured by the fire or the vapor cloud. Momo got a powerful, thoughtful look on her face. You're right. I'll use my power to help you overcome any unexpected occurrences. Good. What about you two? We're on our way to find Koda. He's not on the path of the fire or the vapor, but we could not leave him out there. We have no idea of how many villains there are. You're right. Go, both of you. Momo and I will handle things here. Be careful, both of you. What he said. With that, Midoriya and Kaminari took off again. After a few moments, the boys had reached the rock outcropping. Koda was standing in front of a massive figure. As the two got closer, they saw that the figure was a large, muscular man with a fake eye, wearing a red muscle shirt, black pants, and boots. The man raised his right arm to deliver a powerful blow against the small child. Without a word, The two Dragon Slayers launched their Dragon Roar attacks at the man. This sent him back several feet. This allowed Izuku and Denki to place themselves between Koda and the man. Koda got a shocked look on his face.
What are you two doing here? We came to save you, Koda.
The dark-haired child had no words. He figured that no one knew he was there, but somehow these two had found him. Midoriya stared down the large man. Without taking his eyes off the villain, he said to Kaminari,
Denki, take Koda and get out of here.
You don't plan on taking this guy on, do you, Midoriya? He looks dangerous.
I know, but it's the only way I can think of to get Koda to safety. He's the priority here. We can't let him get hurt. If we both fought the guy, then Koda could get caught in the middle. If he grabbed him and tried to run, I get the feeling this guy would catch us.
Yeah, you have a point. So the best option is for one of us to stay and fight.
That's why I want you to go. You're faster than I am, but I'll be more durable. I get the feeling this guy uses brute force. I'll last longer. The plan makes sense, but I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. A fierce smile broke out across Midoriya's face. I have no plan on dying here, my friend. Trust me. Kaminari nodded to his friend. He picked up Koda and ran back towards the camp. Hey, I know you. You're one of the targets that the boss said that we could kill. The man flexed his arms and his muscles expanded. Before I do you in, could you tell me where a kid named Bakugo would be? So, you're targeting students. Why am I not surprised? If Izuku didn't miss his guess, these guys were working for Shigaraki. The thin man probably figured he could turn Bakugo because of his fierce nature. The green teen knew that would never happen. Despite his villainous demeanor, Izuku knew that his rival wanted to be a hero just as badly as he did. Don't get so nervous, String Bean. Let's have some fun before you die. Answer me one question. Are you the villain that attacked the heroes called Water Hose? That kid asked the same thing. Yeah, I was. They were tougher than I thought. That is why I have this false eye. But they still weren't enough to stop me. The blonde giant laughed maniacally. Midoriya clenched his fist so tight that his hand started to bleed. The boy's body became enveloped in flames. His face was a mask of seething anger. You killed that boy's parents, ruined his life, and you're happy? What is wrong with you? Don't get so high and mighty. I wanted to kill people, and that is what I did. It was their fault for not being able to stop me. And you know what? You won't be able to stop me either! The man whose name was Muscular charged at Midoriya. His body became wrapped in muscle fibers. The large blonde hit Midoriya with a punch powerful enough to crack solid rock. Midoriya just stood there, seething with anger. The punch hit him like a freight train, but the boy did not move an inch. The force kicked up a huge cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Midoriya stood there with his hand out, holding back the strike from Muscular. This surprised Muscular. No one had ever blocked one of his punches with such ease. He wondered what this kid was made of. Then the villain got a closer look at the grenade as the smoke cleared. What happened to your skin, kid? Midoriya looked down at his free hand. The skin has become scaly. The teen could feel that it was also firmer and more dense than usual. In fact, his flesh now looked like dragon scales. This must be Dragon Force. Master Loxus was right. I feel way more powerful. What are you talking about, kid? You sound crazy. Midoriya tightened his grip on the villain's hand. This made the behemoth wince in pain. It's nothing. Just know that this change means that you are gonna pay for what you did to Koda's parents. Midoriya summoned his fire to his hands. The teen noticed that his flames looked different. Instead of being red-orange in color, his flames now were a bright silver. The name of these flames appeared in the mind of the Dragon Slayer. Let's see how you like the flames of the righteous. The two combatants spoke no more. Muscular threw a punch with his free hand. Midoriya jumped out of the way. The boy then attacked with a giant in his blind spot. The green teen delivered a powerful Fire Dragon Iron Fist attack against the villain. This burned the muscle fibers on the Muscular's body. Izuku was surprised at how powerful his attack was. These new flames were way more powerful. He had used more power than he thought he had, but in this situation, he knew that this was not a bad thing. He needed to finish this fight quickly. His friends needed him. No telling what was happening to him now, but he would have to finish the enemy in front of him first. The adamant boy channeled his fire power through his mouth.
The boy yelled at the top of his lungs, "Fire Dragon Roar!" A giant silver fireball erupted from the teen's mouth. It impacted the large villain and lit up the night. For a brief moment, the forest below the outcropping and the surrounding area was lit up like it was the middle of the day. As the attack ended, the light dissipated and revealed the villain. Muscular was lying on the ground, his eyes a blank white. The man's body was just covered in burns and ashes. His muscle fibers had retreated back to the body. He was laid out on the ground and looked like he had gotten hit by a train. Midoriya was amazed at his new power. His new flames were way more powerful than he thought. His normal flame attacks would never have caused that sort of damage. He would have to be careful how he used his new power. If he had unleashed that attack in the forest, it would have burned it all to the ground. Suddenly, the dragon teen felt lightheaded. He only realized now that the fight was over and that he had used a lot of magical power. His body was starting to feel heavy and tired. The Grenette quickly reminded himself that his friends were still in danger. He needed to go help them. With his resolve reignited, the green-eyed boy took a whiff of the air. He could tell that Kaminari and Koda had gotten nearly back to camp. He could also smell Master Scarlet heading toward Kaminari and Koda. That calmed the teen's mind, just a little. He then continued to search for one specific scent. After a moment, he found it. He then took off running toward the scent of nitro sweat. "Hang on, Kachan! I won't let these villains take you!" In the woods, Bakugo and Todoroki were being attacked by a villain with blade teeth. The teens were also trying to defend several other students that had been knocked out by the gas. This made it hard for the pair to take the offensive. This wore on Bakugo's nerves. The two had been lucky to avoid the gas cloud. They did not know why, but the cloud had dissipated a few moments ago. "We need to attack these guys directly, Icy Hot!" Bakugo just barely dodged a wave of blade teeth. Todoroki created an ice wall to protect them from the blade villain. The teen then said in a stoic voice, "Don't you think I know that, Bakugo? The problem is that this guy is really good at using his quirk in battle. He makes the villains at the USJ look like preschoolers. Plus, you can't use your explosions, and I can't use my fire in the forest. If we did, we could set this forest on fire." "I know that! But if we keep this up, then we'll be sliced and diced." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Lightning Dragon, Heavenward Halberd!" A massive electric spear flew through the forest and hit the villain directly in the mouth. The villain's body writhed, and he screamed in pain. The light from the attack was blinding. Bakugo and Todoroki had not seen where the attack came from, but they knew who had caused it. After the attack concluded, the two teens saw that the villain had been knocked out cold. His teeth, the source of his power, had also been knocked out of the powerful attack. Bakugo and Todoroki also saw that Denki Kaminari was standing behind the villain in an attack position. "You moron, I was just about to do that!" "Maybe, Bakugo, but I did it, so you're welcome." Kaminari gave his bombastic classmates a thumbs up. This seemed to enrage Bakugo more. "Thank you, Kaminari. We would have been finished without your help." "Speak for yourself, Icy Hot!" Bakugo turned around and faced away from the electricity user. "Thank you all the same." It was then that Wendy and the group of students came into the clearing. The blue-haired girl set to work healing the injured students in the clearing. It turned out that Wendy and Momo ran into Kendo and Tetsu while searching through the woods. Momo gave the two gas masks and sent them off to deal with the source of the poison fog. The three boys were impressed by Wendy's planning and leadership during the crisis. She had come a long way from the timid and frightened girl she was on the first day of UA. She was now a leader of future heroes. Meanwhile, Urza had returned to the main camp building. She had taken responsibility for Koda when she met Kaminari in the woods. She then sent the blonde teen back out onto the battlefield to help his classmates. Most students would have questioned a teacher sending a student back into harm's way. Kaminari knew better than that. He had no wish to be on the receiving end of one of Urza's swords. Urza spoke to Koda in a calm but stern voice. "I need you to go inside, Koda. The teachers of 1B and several students are there. You should be safe. I must rejoin the battle." The young boy did as he was told.
No need to leave, Titania. There is about to be a battle right here.
Urza knew this voice. Even if she lived another 100 years, she would never forget that voice. The voice of the beast who had destroyed her world and had taken the lives of so many of her family. The sound of this voice made her blood boil with rage. Urza's face became a mask of hatred. Her voice screamed with an uncharacteristic passion. "Acnologia! It is not enough that you've destroyed one world.
You now have to destroy another? Power corrupts. These quirks have made people just like this, just as destructive as the dragons of our world. They all deserve to perish. We won't let that happen again, you monster. We will always stand against you. You mean your beloved fairy tale? As I recall, they did not fare very well against me. Most fell to my claws. This world has many heroes that will fight by our side. We will find a way to end your reign of destruction. Unlikely. Now that I have this new power. New power? I wanted you to be the first to see it. Half dragon. Acnologia raised his head to the sky and inhaled. Suddenly, streams of colored energy flowed toward the beast from the surrounding area. Some of these streams came from the inside of the building. After a few minutes, the scaly man had consumed all of the energy. What was that? It wasn't magic. That was the magic of this world. I believe they call them quirks. I just devoured the powers of every quirk in the surrounding area. They were mighty tasty. Urza's face went from enraged to panic. You couldn't possibly have that power. Unless... A dark smile crossed Acnologia's face. Unless I managed to take the quirk of this world's most powerful villain? The man gave a cruel chuckle. Well, that is just what I did. And the funny thing is that he was the one who came to me. It was really considerate of him. He probably figured he could control me. Oh, how wrong he was. Is there no end to your desire for destruction? No, all worlds will fall to me. It is only a matter of time, and with this power of this world, I will achieve my goal. Suddenly, the man transformed into a large black dragon. The monster's body glowed with a dark, strange black light. The creature then roared with and released a powerful wave of darkness that engulfed the area for miles. Urza didn't have time to react. The dark light enveloped her before she could even think of requipping. Her last thought was, I must protect my students. Urza awoke in a field of green grass. As her vision was cleared, she found herself standing before a building that looked like her old guild hall. This can't be. It was destroyed along with the rest of Earthland. This must mean that I'm dead. Urza's eyes filled with tears. She figured that this must be heaven, but she did not feel worthy of it. She had failed to save her homeworld, and now she failed to save her new home. And worst of all, she had let her students die. She had been useless. A soft voice spoke. Dry your eyes, Urza. You have not failed yet, and you are not dead. Urza turned toward the voice. She was surprised by what she saw. It was a young girl with long blonde hair. Master Mavis, what are you doing here? I thought you were dead. Reports of my death had been greatly exaggerated. If I'm alive, then what about my students and the other heroes at the camp? They're all safe, and they're waiting for you. Follow me. Mavis led Urza into the guild hall. All of the students from Class A and B were there, along with Jalal, Loxus, Lucy, and the other instructors. A knot of guilt and concern untied in Urza's guts. She was glad to see everyone was safe. Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari approached their teacher. Midoriya asked the crimson-haired woman a set of questions in a quizzical tone. Master, where are we? And who is that? The green teen pointed at Mavis. Before Urza could form the words, Mavis broke with an answer. I will answer the second question first. My name is Mavis Vermilion. It is nice to meet everyone. The young woman spoke in a super cheery voice. As for the second question, that's a long story. Listen up, everyone, while I explain. Mavis Vermilion stood before the group of heroes and UA students, many of whom had just lost their powers to the insatiable Acnologia. She explained how her and the other wizards all came from a parallel world called Earthland, how this world had been full of magic. She then told the story of how the world gave birth to the creatures that ultimately destroyed it. Mavis then moved into more current events. A small group of wizards from the Alliance against Acnologia managed to survive the destruction of Earthland. We had no idea how it happened, but it did. We figured that if we survived, then so did Acnologia. So we survivors decided to band together and prepare to combat the beast. We would have succeeded where we had failed.
the monster would not destroy another world. Lucy Hartfilia stepped forward to take the story from there. The wizards decided to split into two factions. The first would try to find where Acnologia was hiding in this new world. The second group would prepare for the battle to come. That second part was done by recruiting new wizards we found, which were few, and by training to get stronger ourselves. Mavis then took over again. That is where the prep team decided to move out into the new world we found ourselves in. It was important that we understood the ground we would be fighting on. That is when we discovered a world on edge. We had arrived during the Dark Age at the beginning of the superhuman society. Because of our powers and abilities, we were hunted and accused of being in league with the villains called All for One. Many of our numbers were imprisoned during this time, but we eventually got the authorities to trust that we had nothing to do with this Dark Lord. That was where the time that pro-heroes came about. We also created this place using dimension magic. We call it Fairy Space. We designed it after our guild hall. We made it in case we needed a place to fall back to in the coming battle. Uraraka stepped forward with a burning question. But that was so long ago! How are you all still here? Wouldn't you all have died of old age by now? Mavis thought this was a smart question. You see, my dear, it was only as time moved forward that we discovered that all the survivors were ageless. Is that normal for wizards? Very few had that ability. We all figured it was a complication from the event that destroyed our home and sent us here. The pink-cheeked girl nodded in understanding, even though her face was still very confused. It was the consensus feeling in the room. All of the UA students, except Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari, all wore confused looks on their faces. Some of them were surprised, while others were consumed with worry. None of them were able to vocalize what they were feeling. Everyone remained silent for a long period. The first one to break the silence was Mina Ashido. The pink girl remarked, "What are we gonna do? If that monster does have the ability to take quirks, how are we going to fight him?" Mavis was surprised by this response. The short woman spoke in a curious tone. I take it. From the way you formed those questions, you plan on fighting then. Momo Yaoyorozu spoke up then. Of course. We do not want to put all that hard work in at UA to sit on the sidelines. If there is a way for us to help, please tell us. Do you all feel this way? Every student stood from their seats. All of the confusion had disappeared from their faces. Each and every member, whether they were 1A or 1B, all responded with an affirmative yes. They had all come to UA to go beyond, plus ultra. Mavis was glad to hear this. She nodded in approval. Good news for all of you. There's a way for your powers to be restored. Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari, stay here. We have special training planned for you three. The rest of 1A and 1B follow me. The tiny woman turned and walked out of the main room. The small wizard led the large group down the staircase into the basement of the guild hall. At the bottom of the stairs stood two men. One was Makarov Dreyer, and the other was Natsu Dragneel. The two men stood guard at the large set of doors. The students all wondered what could be behind the door. The door gave off an ancient dungeon vibe. Many of the students thought that the wizards had something unpleasant in mind. Mavis stopped in front of the door and turned to face the students. Listen up. What you are all about to attempt is incredibly dangerous. I feel you have the right to know what you're in for. The green-eyed woman took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. Behind this door is one of the most powerful treasures of the Fairy Tale Guild, the Fairy Heart. It is a magical totem of nearly limitless magical power. With the proper ritual, it can be used to strengthen a wizard's magical power many times over. Because of this fact, many wizards have tried to absorb all of its power and become unstoppable. Fortunately, this never happened. Most of them were either vaporized or driven mad by the process. And you want to put us through that? That sounds horrible! Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. The wizard glared at the students with a stare as cold as ice. The wise woman then continued. As I said, if a powerful mage was to get near this artifact, it could increase his power. However, if the proper ritual was used, I believe a person without magic could gain access to magical powers. So, we would be as powerful as Midoriya, Marvel, and Kaminari? Probably, but the powers you gained from the ritual would be different from your friends, but only if it worked. Asui spoke up at this point.
Ma'am, what would happen to us if the ritual failed?
In most cases, nothing would happen, but there is a slight chance you could be reduced to ash. Many of the students got worried looks on their faces at the words, reduced to ash. Mavis then asked bluntly, I will need your answers now. Those of you who wish to undergo the ritual, step forward.
Those who don't care can go back upstairs. Know that there is no shame in refusing. Everyone here will understand." All of the students looked back and forth at each other for several minutes. Their looks on their faces were a mix of concern, fear, worry, and panic. It took only a moment for that mixture of emotion to resolve into a great mass of determination. All of the students stepped forward. Mavis was moved by the great will to fight she saw in these young people. She knew that these children would be fine, no matter what came next. "Okay, let us begin." Mavis waved her hands before the crowd of students. This action caused a symbol to appear on the arms of the students. "Fear not, students of UA. The symbol that you have been given is the mark of our Wizards Guild, the mark of Fairy Tale. This is the first step in the ritual. Only those who have this mark were allowed to stand before the Fairy Heart. Now that it is complete, let's restore what Acnologia has taken." With those words from Mavis, the large doors behind her swung open to reveal a bright white light. This video is back in the main room of the guild hall. Midoriya, Wendy, and Kaminari were getting worried about their classmates. Jalal and Urza were looking after the youths. The two could see concern on the children's faces. Urza spoke in a calm manner. "You three need to relax. Your friends will be fine. Master Mavis may look young, but she is a wise and accomplished wizard." "It isn't that, Master." "Oh, really? Then what is troubling you three?" "It's the monster Acnologia. If he has destroyed a world already, then how are we going to stop him from destroying our home?" Kaminari then added more cold water. "Not to mention that this guy now has the ability to steal quirks. How do you stop a guy like that?" "Honestly, I have no idea." Urza then pointed to a large fairy tale symbol that overlooked the room. "That symbol does more than mark the members of our guild. We members wore that mark to show our devotion to the guild and its members. When you wear that symbol, you never fight alone. It was enchanted so that it would never fade as long as you held Fairy Tale and its members close to your heart. It has always been the way of our guild to stare overwhelming odds in the face and beat them into submission no matter how many times we're knocked down. We rise again until the enemy is vanquished." Wendy and Midoriya started crying at the beautiful speech. Kaminari tried his best to hide it, but even he teared up a little bit. After a few moments of blubbering, Midoriya managed to gain control of his emotions and speak. "That's really moving. Thanks, Master. What can we do to prepare for this battle?" Wendy and Kaminari both nodded in agreement. "I'm glad to hear to see you guys have fighting spirit. Even in the face of this overwhelming odds we face, follow me." Urza turned and walked toward a bar in the background. Behind the bar stood a pretty young woman with long white hair. "Students, this is Mira Jane Strauss. She is the keeper of the Fairy Tale mark. She also keeps an eye on fairy space for us, and acts as the main line of communication. Before we do anything, I want you three to be officially inducted into Fairy Tale. You have more than earned it." "What do we have to do? We don't have to get tattooed, do we? I can't stand the sight of needles." Mira smiled at the ridiculousness of Kaminari's comments.
Of course not, silly.
The cute woman took out a large stamp from behind the bar.
All I have to do is stamp your skin with this, and you'll have the Fairy Tale mark.
The three teens looked at each other with impassive looks. The three turned their back on the adult wizard. The teen got into a huddle and spoke in a soft tone. After several minutes, the three turned back with a huge smile on their faces. Wendy spoke for the group.
If being part of Fairy Tale means that we get to learn and be around amazing wizards like you three, as well as Master Lucy, Natsu, and Loxus, and Makarov, we would be honored to become members.
The boy nodded in agreement with their diminutive classmate. The three elder wizards all smiled at their response. Urza smiled and spoke in her usual impassive tone. I am happy to hear this. The crimson-haired knight turned toward Mira Jane. If you would do the honors, Mira.
Of course, it would be my pleasure.
The curve woman then took the large stamp and applied it to the three teens. After the stamp was removed, the symbol of Fairy Tale was left on the children's arms. Midoriya's mark was a forest green. Wendy got a noble blue, and finally, Kaminari's mark was a shocking yellow. As the teens admired their new body art, Makarov Dreyer walked into the room.
Well, looks like we have even more members joining the guild. It does an old heart good to see such things.
Master, how did the ritual go? The teens got a worried look on their face. They remembered that Urza had told them that Makarov was with Mavis and the other students. The small man's presence set up an emergency signal in the teens' mind. Wendy was the first one to express these feelings. She spoke in a tone full of concern.
Master, are the other students okay? They didn't get hurt, did they?
Oh, they did hurt, young Wendy.
This news shocked the teens.
But they are all alive.
The group breathed out a sigh of relief.
The ritual was a punishing ordeal, but all of your friends came through with flying colors. They've all gained magical abilities similar to their quirks.
That is great news. I knew that many of them were feeling bad after having their powers taken.
Don't cheer too loudly, my children. Even though they are no longer powerless, it will take some time before they can use their new magic to the same proficiency as their quirks. It'll be a lot of work for us masters.
But where are they?
Makarov smiled at the brunette.
Have no fear, child. Your friends were worn out after this ritual, so Master Mavis used her power to transport them all to their dorms to get some rest. They will be up and about in a few days.
Urza stroked her chin in deep thought. She then spoke in a quizzical tone. How long do you think it will take to make them battle-ready, Master? Makarov thought for a moment.
Given how motivated this group is, we can probably get them comfortable with their new powers in about 2 months.
And to face off against Acnologia?
I would say that a further 8 months would be needed, but that may be pushing it. It would be better if we could have a few years, but I doubt that Acnologia would give us that much time.
True. If he sticks to his old pattern, he will now commence his attack on the world. Makarov nodded in agreement with the crimson-haired woman. The old man then turned towards Wendy.
I have a favor to ask of you, Wendy.
What is it, Master?
There is someone here I think can benefit from your healing powers. Follow me, you three.
The short man led the trio back to the rooms of the guild. They were all walking down a long hallway in a room with a sign on the door. The sign read, "Occupied. Do not enter," in big, bold letters.
Here we are.
Makarov opened the door to the room. Inside the room was a bed. In the bed laid a tall skeletal blonde. The thin man sat up as the group entered. He spoke to Makarov in a weary tone.
Makarov, are the children okay? They're fine, All Might. Don't worry about them. You need to focus on yourself for a change.
Upon hearing that the weak figure in front of them was All Might, the teen trio's jaws hit the floor at the same time. They all wondered what other surprises were in store for them. The elderly master then explained how All Might was seriously injured.
The man was in a fierce battle with his mortal enemy, All for One, many years ago. He received several major injuries, none as bad, though, as a major injury to his stomach. We used our knowledge of healing magic to help him recover. All seemed well, except that All Might did get a silent decrease in his time he could form to be in his hero form. But altogether, he was able to return to his hero duties for the most part.
If that's the case, then why does he look like a deflated beach ball?
His current state is due to an exchange he had with Acnologia. The beast attacked him in a dark alley one night, while he was on patrol. I know you all have been focused on your training, but you must have noticed that All Might has not been around the campus lately.
All three teens realized the master was right. The group could not recall seeing All Might much after the USJ.
Nezu asked if he could bring here to recover. That way the public would not be freaked out hearing the main protector was down. But the injuries Acnologia inflicted were more serious. We were able to stabilize All Might, but our healing abilities were not enough to get him back on his feet. So he has been here ever since.
That's all interesting, Master Makarov, but what can I do?
I want you to use your cure magic to heal All Might's injuries, young Wendy.
Without pausing, Wendy replied,
Of course I will, Master.
The girl went to start healing the blonde hero at once. Before the girl could reach the weakened man, she was stopped by Makarov.
Hold on a minute, child. You and the others have been through a lot today. I want you to get some rest first. That way your powers will be at their best when you heal All Might.
The blonde man coughed weakly.
He's right, young Marvel. My condition may look bad, but I have no plan to die. You can start healing me tomorrow. For now, get some rest.
Makarov looked at the two boys.
That goes for you, too, also. I and the other wizards have a harsh training regimen lined up for all three of you and your classmates. You won't get stronger sitting on your rumps.
With those worrying words, the three Dragon Slayers were taken to the dorms by Urza to rest up for the trials ahead. UA students underwent 10 months of brutal training. The classes at UA had been tamed compared to instructions under the fairy tale wizards. All of the students agreed that they were insane. The students of 1A had always believed that Urza Scarlet had been a harsh taskmaster. But after training under her fellow wizards in the art of magic, they now understood why she was the way she was. After a long day of magical training, the UA students were all asleep in their dorms within the guild hall. A meeting was taking place in the upstairs room of the guild hall. Marikov Dreyer, Lucy Hartfilia, Urza Scarlet, Mavis Vermilion, Principal Nezu, and All Might sat around a conference table. Several magical monitors lined the wall at the head of the conference table. The images of men and women in business suits could be seen on the screens. Nezu cleared his mousy throat and spoke.
Welcome, everyone. I am glad you all can make it to this meeting.
The Bear Mouse Man then turned toward the scenes.
I also want to thank you ladies and gentlemen for joining us remotely for this important meeting.
One of the men on the screen spoke in a formal tone. Enough with this pleasantries, Nezu. Let's get down to business.
Very well. I think we should start with the report on the state of the world.
A well-dressed woman spoke this time.
That is easy. It is terrible. For several months, the villains called Acnologia has been attacking every major city on the planet. He appears in that black dragon form of his and consumes every quirk in that city, and then destroys the city. And then he moves on to the next one.
Another official spoke up. He has already wiped out over 10 metropolitan areas. If he keeps going, there will be nothing left. Why is he doing this? Marikov got a deterred look on his face. Acnologia's only desire is destruction. This is how it started on Earthland. Urza agreed. The master is correct. The beast cares only for destruction. He will keep fighting and destroying until everything is gone. I don't mean to be rude, but should we be listening to these wizards? It is their fault this monster is even here. Nezu was going to interject, but Mavis beat him to it.
The man has a point. If we had beaten Acnologia in our world, you all would not be facing this disaster now. For that, I and the other members of Fairy Tail are truly sorry.
The other wizards at the table nodded in agreement. Mavis then continued.
That being said, what do you think we have been doing since we arrived on this world so long ago? We have been doing everything in our power to find something that can end Acnologia's days.
The short woman pointed at the screens.
Is there any of you who can say that you have dedicated that much time and energy to such an important task?
Marikov added, Let us not forget that we've been warning all of your leaders about Acnologia's presence for many decades now. Each and every one of them did little to nothing to help us reach our goal. We may have brought Acnologia here, but you all decided to accept his presence. A silence fell over the conference room. The faces on all the screens wore looks of shame.
Well, that got heavy real quick. I suggest we get back on topic. Let us discuss a solution.
A man with a squid-shaped head appeared.
You have a point, Nezu. Passing the buck will achieve nothing. And the longer we fight among each other, the worse our situation becomes. I, for one, would like to hear what these wizards would have to say.
The other leaders reluctantly agreed.
Before that, though, we in America have seen some interesting information. When the creature attacked LA, he did not destroy the whole city. He devastated a large section of it, but then retreated. It also seems that his ability to steal quirks is limited to a narrow area. Our information shows that his radius is about 100 feet. Any quirk outside that area is safe.
Well, that is some good news, sir.
It also seems that he has a cooldown period. After he uses the city-leveling blast, he disappears for 2 weeks. It is only thanks to that and the help of the Fairy Tale Wizard's pocket dimension that we were able to keep casualties as low as they are.
Urza replied to them. Those pocket dimensions were a failed attempt at our guild to create a prison for the beast. Our hope was to trap him and give ourselves more time to find a solution. I am at least grateful that our research was able to be useful. All Might then spoke up.
Do we know where the villain is now? That is the weird thing. He was seen flying over the US towards New York, but then he disappeared from the radar completely. He has not been seen since. How long ago was that? About 2 months ago. It's a total break in his pattern of attacking a major city every 2 weeks.
All Might rubbed his Chadley chin in deep thought.
I can only speculate it is likely this destructive hiatus is due to his acquisition of All for One.
Marikov got a quizzical look on his face.
How so, All Might? As you all know, the ability to transfer quirks from person to person is extremely rare. In fact, All for One was the only individual in written history with that ability. It is likely that the process takes a toll on his body. Even as one as powerful as this Acnologia would have trouble using it full force like this has been. Right out of the gate.
Nezu nodded in agreement.
A good point, but we must use this time to prepare. After all, we know that this villain would not stop until everything is gone.
With those chilling words from this Animan, the War Council started to lay out their plan. After the meeting, Lucy and Urza stood in the hallway. The two women had worried looks on their faces. Lucy was the first to speak.
Do you think the students are ready for this? Can anyone truly be ready for something like this? The plan is set to take place in 2 months. I guess we'll have to prepare them all the best we can during that time.
That is our only choice. How are the 3 Dragon Slayers coming along?
According to Natsu and Loxus, they are improving every day. In fact, Natsu said it is scary how quick the 3 are gaining power.
That is good to hear. All 3 of them may only be 16, but the fate of this world and all other worlds rests on their shoulders.
Do you really think this plan is going to work?
I do. This group we have been training is strong. I have a feeling that they will make all the difference. Suddenly, a male voice spoke from down the hall. They may be facing more trouble than you know. The 2 ladies looked in the direction of the voice, and Zareth walked up to them. Elsewhere, in a dark and damp cave in America, Acnologia sat, breathing heavily. It seems that I overestimated the power of All for One. This quirk has taken a toll on my body. But that does not mean the destruction has to end. The destroyer's eyes glowed a sinister shade of red. Awaken, my soldiers. It is time for this world to fall! This video, deep in the bowels of Tartarus prison, the hero killer Stain sat in his cell. The man was restrained in a straitjacket, with cameras mounted machine guns pointed at him. Altogether, a terrible place to end up. But the hero killer had more than earned his place there. The cameras were all focused on this dark-haired villain. 1 minute Stain sat calmly in his cell. The next, the villain began to shake violently. Stain's skin turned pitch black, and his irises disappeared from his eyes. Both of the villain's orbs glowed with a white energy. Both the strange force took over the villain. He replied in a panicked voice. Why, master? Have I not been loyal to you? The voice of Acnologia spoke into Stain's mind. Do you think you have special to me, Stain? How sad. You were only the first successful experiment. What did you do to me, master? Did you think that the power I gave you came without a price? I empowered you so you could deliver your brand of justice into the world. Now you will pay me back, and so will all those who used my power to strengthen themselves. Stain's body expanded. His hands became claws. His mouth and jaws elongated into something inhuman. The villain ripped the straitjacket and bound him to pieces. Standing there, the hero killer once did was dragon-human hybrid. The machine guns engaged. Powerful firearms unloaded many rounds onto the creature. Each bullet bounced off the creature's scales harmlessly. The Stain Dragon then broke free from his cell and went on a rampage through the facility. It attacked anyone that got in his way, and he was attacking in a mindless fury. And he was not the only one. Many of the imprisoned underwent the same transformation. The guards all freaked out. None of them knew what to do. So many prisoners were breaking out. It had never crossed any of their minds that any villains would be able to break out. Before they knew it, the whole prison was in chaos. The dragon soldiers destroyed everything and everyone in sight. The hundreds of floors above them collapsed from all the destruction. Tartarus caved in on itself. The ruins burned with a fierce black and white fire. But then rubble began to shift. The mini dragons exploded from the ruins, their eyes still hungry for destruction. Elsewhere, more criminals and lowlifes transformed into a dark mini dragon. Each one then set out on a rampage. Many heroes fought back against the violence of the dragon's infused villains. The dragon's strength was not the problem. The problem was their numbers. Even as they beat down one dragon, a new one would pop up. Back in the fairy tale hall, in fairy space, Urza, Mavis, and Zareth were in a meeting. Zareth held up a small glass orb in the other heroes. Urza took the small glass object in her armored hands. The tall woman then spoke in a worried tone. This is definitely a magic lacrima. It is much smaller than any I've ever seen. Zareth then added, but you will notice that the power coming off it is both malevolent and powerful. It is true, the magic feels like Acnologia's. It is. From what we've determined, these tiny crystals work just like the dragon lacrima we made. Mavis got a thoughtful look on her face. Meaning that if a person was to implant this crystal, they would gain Dragon Slayer powers? Correct, but since the Dragon Slayer power inside comes from Acnologia, it would not be bound by element. All Might came bounding up the hallway. You all need to see this! The group of wizards followed the number one hero to the conference room. The viewing scenes all showed the dragon's soldiers rampaging around Japan.
They then saw that there were a few of these attacks happening around the world. That explains the Lacrima. It does. All Might got a confused look on his face.
What are you three talking about?
Zareth then explained how his time working in the underworld of the Hero Society had led him to the Acnologia-powered dragon Lacrima. All Might took all this information in before speaking.
So you believe these magic crystals are what created these creatures?
I do. While Acnologia never used a tactic like this in our world, there is a first time for everything. Mavis chimed in.
If I venture a guess, the ancient Slayer probably realized after his long battle to destroy Earthland that he would need help. It is likely that he got the idea for these dragon soldiers from watching All for One's Nomu program for so many decades.
Zareth agreed. My investigation into the orbs found that they had not spread very far outside of Japan. That is why there are only pockets of dragon soldiers popping up all over the world. All Might nodded his head in agreement.
I guess we should be grateful for that. But these creatures, do you mean that our timetable has changed?
I agree. I hope the children are ready.
Urza's normally confident glare was replaced with a worried expression. They will have to be. All Might, you and Zareth go get the members of Class A and B. I'll go retrieve Midoriya, Marvel, and Kaminari. The four heroes took off for different parts of the guild hall. As they walked, they were each gripped by a sense of dread. None of them liked the idea of sending such young heroes into a situation like this. If it had been any other time, it would not have happened. But each of them knew they had no choice. They all prayed that these young people had grown enough over the last 10 months. Urza walked down the narrow hallways of the Fairy Tale Guild. Her normal energetic steps were less so today. In a training field behind the guild hall, the three Dragonslayer youths were all lying on the ground, exhausted. Both Loxus Dreyer and Natsu Dragneel stood over the youth with a big grin on their face.
That was awesome, you three! You've finally mastered Dragon Force, and you have made great strides in unlocking the final stage of Dragon Slayer magic.
Loxus nodded.
True, you three have earned some rest.
The three youths did not get up. They all just went to sleep on the ground where they laid. Urza walked into the training field. The clanging of her armor announced her arrival. She saw the Dragonslayer teens laying unconscious on the ground. The serious woman looked at the teens and then at Loxus and Natsu. The crimson-haired maid took a deep breath before she spoke. I see their training has been rigorous. How did it go? Both men started to sweat under Urza's menacing gaze. Natsu finally answered in a worried tone after several minutes.
It went very well, Urza. They've mastered Dragon Force.
What about the final stage? Did they get that? Loxus answered in a serious tone.
The potential's there, but no.
Urza bit her lip in frustration. That is not good news, but it is not unexpected. That power can only be attained under critical conditions, such as fighting for your life.
It isn't ideal, but it is what we were dealing with.
Okay, well, this is not what I came here to tell you two. Loxus and Natsu knew Urza well enough to know that she was about to drop a bombshell.
What is going on, Urza?
The Night Mage explained the situation in Japan. These events have moved up on our timetable. Urza turned to her pink-haired comrade. Natsu, take these three upstairs so they may rest.
Right away, Urza.
Natsu used his fire manipulation powers to create two giant dragon claw-like hands. The flaming appendages sprouted from his back. The dragon mage grabbed Kaminari and Midoriya with his fire hands. The flaming claws easily lifted one boy in each claw, and then Natsu gently picked up Wendy in his normal arms. The energetic man then ran off the guild hall, as Urza instructed. Loxus got a grim look on his face.
When does the attack start?
I shall need to meet with Master Makarov and Mavis, but these events mean that we need to move up our plans. I believe we now only have 2 days to prepare.
Not much time. Unfortunately, these kids have been working their butts off these past months. I believe they're ready.
They'll have to be, Loxus. What about Gajiel and Gray? Have they returned?
Loxus nodded.
Gray's been here for a while.
Really? I haven't seen him.
He returned about 6 months ago. You've been really busy with the War Council and planning. At the same time, he's been working with several of the students who gained Maker Magic.
Good to hear. And Gajiel?
Last I heard, he arrived just today.
Good. The plan would not work without him.
Loxus nodded in agreement. Urza then looked at her blonde comrade.
I will consult with the masters, but I need to tell you, to the others, to prepare for the final battle to start in 2 days.
You got it.
Loxus coolly walked off and entered the guild hall to carry out Urza's instructions. Urza stood in on the training field by herself. She looked up at the false sky of fairy space. Many thoughts swirled through her mind. After several minutes, she worried and spoke aloud in a fearsome tone. The plan will succeed this time. It has to. I will not watch another world die because of this monster's ravenous appetite for destruction. Urza raised her already powerful tone to an even higher volume. This time, Fairy Tail will succeed. Acnologia will not destroy another world. 2 days passed in fairy space. The Elder Wizards ordered Class 1A and 1B to get some rest. That way, they would all be fit and ready to face the epic battle that was ahead of them. On the appointed day, both classes gathered in the main room of the guild hall. The emotions of the group was a mixture of excitement and worry. None of them had been involved in a battle like this. However, they had spent every moment of the past 10 months training until they dropped. They all figured they were about as ready as they ever were going to be. Standing around the edge of the room were the Fairy Tail Wizards that had spent the last 10 months training the students in magic. Included in this group was Jalal, Grey Fullbuster, Lucy Hartfilia, Mira Jane Strauss, Mavis Vermilion, Loxus Dreyer, Natsu Dragneil, Zareth, and a few other assorted individuals. Standing before the group was their teacher, Urza Scarlet, a determined look on her face. Before I tell you all the plan of attack, I just wanted to say that I am proud of each of you. You have all gone above and beyond the call of duty. Even though you have not gotten a hero license yet, know that each and every one of you has the heart of a true hero. The encouraging words from Urza energized the teens. All of their worries evaporated. Now, each and every student was determined to end the battle that Fairy Tail and the Earthland Wizards had started against Acnologia. They were not going to let this monster destroy their world, or any other. Urza looked out at the gathered students. She was moved by the determination she saw on their students' faces. Even as her heart swelled with pride, the stoic wizard kept her face stern and imposing. The red-haired wizard spoke in a firm tone. I am glad to see that you have all not lost your fighting spirit. Now let's move on to the battle plan. All Might is already out coordinating our counterattack. He had the other heroes, who are still standing, evacuating the civilians from the final battle site. They'll be done shortly. That gives me enough time to tell all of you how this fight will go down. Urza re-equipped a remote in her hand. She pressed the button on the device and a magic screen appeared in front of her. The screen showed a projection of a large area beneath the volcano. This will be the final battle site. We have chosen it because it is far enough away from large cities that we can fight without worrying about destroying our surroundings. This is also the perfect area to gather the enemy forces together. Mina Ashido raised her hand.
Ma'am, what do you mean enemy forces? I thought we would face off against Acnologia himself.
That was the plan, but life is subject to change. Urza pressed another button on her controller. The image on the screen shifted and several images of dragon soldiers appeared. These creatures appeared a few days ago. Local heroes have managed to keep them contained, but they have caused a lot of damage in Japan. Fortunately, casualties have been minimal. Thanks in no small part to many brave pro-heroes, these creatures were created by Acnologia using these. Urza held up the small black lacrima before the group. Everyone except the Dragon Slayer youths were confused. The red-haired educator explained that they believe Acnologia had been selling the magic crystals on the black market as a power enhancer. The dark magic inside the crystal would empower the user, but they would also be contaminated by Acnologia's evil. Urza then stated that Acnologia used his own power to cause the users of the magic crystals to transform into the dragon soldiers. Momo then raised her hand.
Sensei, do these soldiers each possess the strength of a dragon slayer?
A good question, Miss Yaoyorozu. We do not think so. From reports in the field, these minions are strong and durable, but not at the level of a true dragon slayer. These facts allow the group to relax a little. None of them were looking forward to having to fight an army of crazed dragons monsters that were as strong as Midoriya or Kaminari. With that new information out of the way, let me explain our plan of attack. Urza pulled up a map of the battle site. We are going to divide everyone here into 3 groups. The first group will act as a primary attack unit. This group will take the position on the side of the mountain. That way they will be attacking downhill. Once the battle begins, Master Mavis will teleport the other 2 groups into position on the field to get us maximum advantage. The students all thought the plan sounded good. However, a few of the more strategic-minded students wondered what part the heroes were going to play. While some individuals thought the plan would leave them exposed, they had no way of knowing how many of the dragon creatures there were. Urza could see that several of her students questioned the plan. The firm-eyed warrior continued.
As for the pro heroes, All Might has been organizing them for 2 days to aid in this plan. Also, many of you will probably be wondering how we plan to bring Acnologia and his army to the battlefield. Firstly, Acnologia loves to crush the strong. The drive to face strong opponents is hardwired into all Dragon Slayers. The gathered heroes and wizards at the battle site should be more than enough to draw him there. Secondly, if the lure of battle is not enough, then we plan on using this. Urza pressed the remote again, and a large locker emerged from the floor behind her. The giant crystal glowed a blinding white. All of the students were shocked by this action. They all knew what this crystal was. The Fairy Heart. This object had given most of them their magic powers. The thought of using such a variable artifact as bait seemed like overkill. Urza replied to the group before anyone could speak. Many of you are probably thinking that this must be overkill. The students now wondered if their teacher could read minds. The fact that her reply was so close to their thoughts made all of them uncomfortable, especially a certain grape-headed teen. Urza continued. We will only use the Fairy Heart if a plan A does not work. As I taught you, students, it is always best to have a backup plan. Midoriya chimed in at this point. What is the first plan, Master? Plan 1, Midoriya, will place you, Kaminari, Marvel, Natsu, and Gajul in direct danger. Your Dragon Slayer energies will be like a magnet to Acnologia. The beast harbors a strong disgust for the dragons, and the slayers made to fight them. Since you all are very strong, it should lure him to the battlefield. Midoriya did not like the idea of being used as bait, but he had faith in Urza and the other masters. They had trained him and protected him until this point. He had no problem putting his life in their hands, especially if it meant that the world would not be destroyed. The green teen nodded at the warrior mage. The boy's face glowed with an aura of confidence. Urza smiled at the boy. She then turned to the rest of the crowd. With that, I will now divide all of you into the attack teams. After a while, the students of 1A and 1B were teamed up with 1 or 2 of the Fairy Tale Wizards. The groups were then led to the field behind the guild hall. In the field, Mavis Vermilion stood before a strange-looking device. The tiny wizard were casting a spell over the giant metal arch. Several white magic circles appeared around the base of the device. The machine activated and absorbed the circles. The device went on to make several interesting noises. These included several barnyard animals. All right, everyone. That is our portal generator. This will allow me to deploy all of you, and the heroes in real space, to where I need them during the battle, so prepare yourselves. Midoriya leaned over and asked Wendy a question. Is it a good idea to go through that thing? It sounds like a kid's toy, and that woman seems a little crazy.
Watch your tone, Midoriya. Master Mavis may be a little off, but she's a brilliant strategist. They call her the Fairy Tactician.
Midoriya got a weird look on his face after hearing that. Wendy took a deep breath and replied,
Just know that our masters trust her with our lives. And it was thanks to her, the magical knowledge, that our friends got their magical powers back.
You're right, Wendy. Besides, it's too late to back out now. The portal generator started to emit energy that looked like an Arctic aura. The energy started to swirl within the structure and formed a portal.
All right, Dragon Slayer unit, you're up first.
The unit consisted of Midoriya, Wendy, Kaminari, Gajul, and Natsu. The group stepped through the portal. After passing through the kaleidoscope-like passage, the 5-man unit walked onto the chosen battlefield. They stood on a flat plain at the foot of the mountain. All seemed calm in the area, but the group knew that this would not stay that way. Elsewhere, Acnologia sat in his cave, his body nearly recovered from the strain of using All for One in such an over-the-top way. But the draconian villain also felt a strange uneasiness flowing through his body. Acnologia could only describe the feeling as indigestion. The villain figured his body was still adjusting to all the powers he had stolen over the past weeks. Of course, feeling a little under the weather would not stop the ancient Dragon Slayer from completing his goal of world destruction. These thoughts all swirled through the creature's mind when this dragon sense started tingling. Acnologia could sense a strong dragon energy. The powerful man's ability to sense the world had gotten so much stronger in the past weeks, due to mainly in the influx of sensory quirks. Acnologia could tell that the signal he was getting was from 5 powerful dragon slayers. He knew that 2 of them must be the fire and iron dragons from Fairy Tale. The ancient man knew he had killed the other dragons back in Earthland, that the only left the lightning dragon, but he was not a true dragon slayer. No matter how powerful he was, one of the signals reminded Acnologia of the Sky Dragon Slayer, but he thought she had died. A sinister smile crept across Acnologia's face. The man spoke in an equally sinister tone. It doesn't matter how many dragons there are.
They will fall to my power. All of the other dragons have.
The giant man stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs.
The world has no need of dragons. All must be destroyed.
The Lord of Destruction crouched down and leapt into the air. He then proceeds to crash through the roof of a cave he was in and earth above. Actilogia emerged into the air and transformed into his dragon form. The monster activated the quirk of Kurogiri, Warp Gate, which the Slayers stole after he killed All for One. Back on the battlefield, the Dragon Slayers were all waiting for their opponents to appear. This caused Gajiel and Natsu to become very impatient. Suddenly, several warp gates opened up on the battlefield. The army of dragon soldiers came storming out of the Stein gates. The group probably numbered in the thousands. The black-scaled beings encircled the Dragon Slayers. Then a giant gate opened in the sky above the battlefield. The draconic form of Acnologia appeared through the shadowy mass.
Well, it is just as I thought. They're the 2 surviving dragon slayers from Earthland.
The villain then saw the 3 teen slayers.
And what do we have here? 2 dragons I don't know and the Sky Dragon Slayer from Earthland. I thought you died. Oh well, I can fix that.
Acnologia's body started to glow with a whitish-blue energy. The creature then opened his mouth up wide and released a beam of pure magical power. This move would have made Gyarados flee in panic. As the force beam plowed through the air, the Dragon Slayer group below kept their cool. Each one of them gave the others a nod of assurance as they all knew what to do. The group then jumped to the sides to avoid getting hit by the massive attack. The Dragon Wizards got out of the way as the beam hit. Unfortunately, many of the Dragon Slayers then had been surrounded, and the Dragon Slayers had been caught in the blast. The poor foot soldiers were reduced to ash by the powerful blast. As the dust and smoke from the blast cleared, Midoriya found himself all alone in a sea of dragon soldiers. The green teen lit his fist on fire and started attacking the soldiers around him with reckless abandon. The teen hit each soldier square on the maximum force. The problem was that the soldiers were far more durable than Midoriya knew they were going to be. It took 10 to 20 of his fire fists to take the soldiers down, one by one. Midoriya knew they were going to need help soon. Back in fairy space, Mavis was watching the battle unfold on a magic viewing screen. So far, the battle was occurring as she had planned. The short woman knew it was time to activate Stage 2. Mavis waved her hand in the air and brought up a smaller viewing screen. The screen had All Might's face on it.
All Might, is your squad ready to engage?
The giant man responded in an enthusiastic tone.
We're ready and waiting. You just give the word.
Is that special plan we discussed in the meeting ready to go also?
It is. We will need 2 portals for this strike to be effective enough, though.
I'm aware of that, All Might. This is my plan, after all.
Mavis waved her hand towards the portal device, and then spoke to the small viewing screen.
All Might, proceed through the portals. You are a go. Give that scaly bastard hell.
Back on the battlefield, a giant portal opened up on the high part of the mountain. All Might and a large group of pro heroes emerged from the rainbow-colored entrance. The group spread out along the mountain. All Might then shouted at the top of his lungs, loud enough for all enemies below to hear.
You know what we came here for, heroes. Now let's end this creature's threat. Let's all go beyond. Plus Ultra!
With those words, all of the heroes gave a loud shout and charged down the hill. This video is sponsored by NordVPN. Staying safe online is an ever-growing difficulty, and hackers could exploit you. NordVPN allows you to change your IP address, making you harder to track, securing your privacy. In addition to providing you with safe passage through the web, you can also expand the reach of your favorite streaming services. Are you tired of going through 2, 3, or even 4 streaming services to watch your favorite anime? Well, with NordVPN, you can change your country and be able to binge shows like My Hero Academia, Naruto, and many others on your favorite streaming services with just the press of a button. Check out the link in the description to get 72% off when buying for 2 years at $3.29 a month. This deal is only for a limited time, and thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. Above the battlefield, Acnologia saw the mass of approaching heroes. The monster thought to himself, how stupid these humans are. Do they not realize I can steal all of their quirks? They'll just make me stronger. Acnologia activated All for One within himself. The villain's body became cloaked in a dark energy, but just as the energy appeared, it dissipated. The villain tried again, but this time the energy did not activate. Acnologia spoke in a quizzical tone.
What is going on? All for One won't activate.
The villain wondered if his body had still not recovered from overusing the power. The creature did not think this was the answer. This felt like something was blocking his power. Acnologia scanned the battlefield. On a ridge, high up in the mountains, there was a group of heroes. This group included the normal hero Manuel, the underground hero Eraserhead, and a hero that was using a barrier power to protect the two. Eraserhead stood looking up at Acnologia while Manuel hydrated his eyes.
So that is it. If I remember correctly, that hero has the ability to stop quirks from activating. Well, that's easy enough to stop.
Acnologia opened his mouth to release another powerful blast. The energy was about to eject from his maw when a powerful blow hit the Dragon King's lower jaw. This caused Acnologia's mouth to close suddenly and sent the creature flying toward the ground. The creature managed to pull out of the dive at the very last moment. Standing a short ways away was All Might. With his fist raised, the powerful hero then spoke in a loud and affirmative tone.
Thought you could get rid of Aizawa and the others to get your powers back, monster? Well, it's not going to be that easy. To get to them, you'll have to get through me first!
Suddenly, Midoriya and the other Dragon Slayers appeared by the number one hero's side. He's not the only one! Your reign of terror ends today, Acnologia! Kaminari, Wendy, Natsu, and Gajul agreed.
You will fall, just like everyone else who stood in my way. Now prepare to die!
The three dragon teens knew it was time to go all out. The three teens summoned forth their full power. Their teeth elongated into fangs, their skin became scaly, and their magical power became visible to the naked eye. This was the form known as Dragon Force. Midoriya added to his power by summoning forth his enhanced elemental energies. Midoriya called forth his flames of the righteous, his flaming turning into a deep silver and growing in heat and ferocity. Kaminari remarked at seeing his friend's power boosted by saying, "You're not the only one with a new power." Kaminari's lightning went from yellow to deep crimson red. "I call this my awesome lightning!" Wendy, Natsu, and Gajul all took on their Dragon Force forms as well. Wendy then cast a spell called Sky Equip. Wind Chariot, and 5 powerful rings made of encircling wind formed around her teammates, and All Might. All of them then flew into the sky to fight Acnologia. Back in fairy space, Mavis saw that things were going well in the battlefield. The hero squad was dealing with the dragon soldiers. All Might and the Dragon Slayers had taken to the sky to face off against Acnologia, all according to her plan. The green-eyed woman activated the portal device again, and 2 portals opened in the yard.
Okay, everyone, you know the plan. Classes A and B split up and go through the portals. Finish, I'll follow the dragon soldiers quickly so we can focus on Acnologia.
Urza turned to her students and gave a firm command. You heard the master. Everyone forward. Fight with everything you have. On the battlefield, the 2 portals opened and the members of 1A and 1B charged onto the battlefield. They were accompanied by the remaining fairy tale wizards. Urza and her students joined the heroes in the battle against the dragon soldiers. The 2 forces combined and went to work. The soldiers were tough, but against such a powerful force, they were no match. It took some time to finish them off. In the sky, All Might, Midoriya, and the others waged a fierce battle against Acnologia. All Might used his speed and power to lay powerful punches against the villains. Each blow had the power to knock over a building. Midoriya and the Dragon Slayers flew around and tried to bombard the creature with Dragon Roar attacks, but Acnologia just ate their attacks. After a heated exchange, the group backed off and came up with a new plan of attack. Guys, I think we're going to have to execute the final part of our plan. Natsu replied in an energetic tone.
You're right, Midoriya. We have no choice. If we wait any longer, we won't have enough magical power to perform that move.
Gajul complained. Well, it may be a good idea. That monster is not going to stand there while we prepare the attack. All Might broke in.
How much time do you need?
Natsu answered the blonde man.
About 5 minutes.
I'll get you that. Get started.
With those 2 short sentences, All Might flew off toward Acnologia. As the number 1 hero flew through the air, he summoned all the power that One for All had into his right fist. The hero then gave a loud and dramatic shout.
Take this, you monster! United States of Smash!
All Might hit the Black Dragon with his most powerful attack. The blow caused a hurricane of force to explode through the sky. Wendy saw that All Might was going to do this last minute. The clever girl created a wind force field to protect the group from the force of All Might's attack.
You heard All Might. Let's get started.
The group got inside a circle. Each one of them started to chant a spell in unison. Each one began to glow their elemental color. Gajul in gray, Natsu in fiery red, Midoriya in silver, and Kaminari in crimson red. The three then completed their chant by saying in unison, "Dragon Slayer Ultimate Magic Acnologia's End!" All Might's attack sent Acnologia plummeting into the ground. The powerful Dragon Slayer's body was battered and bruised.
That was impressive, All Might. You are different than most heroes in this world. But even you could not finish me off. All I have to do is absorb some magic and I'll be as good as new. I think not, Beast. Your time ends today.
Suddenly, the 5 Dragon Slayers appeared around Acnologia. The 5 then placed their hands in front of them, and a giant magic circle appeared on the ground beneath Acnologia. Chains of magic energy emerged from the circle and wrapped themselves around the destroyer. There would be no escape from this spell.
You Dragon Slayers are short of memory. Do you remember that I have no magical alignment?
The creature then opened his mouth and began to consume the magic from the spell.
We didn't forget, Acnologia. We were just prepared for it.
What is that supposed to mean?
Suddenly, a feel of nausea overcame the ancient warrior. It felt like his stomach was on fire.
What did you do to me?
Wendy displayed a bracelet on her wrist. She then spoke up in a firm tone.
The masters knew that you would just consume any spell we threw at you, and they had no real way to combat that, until you disrupted your energies in those Dragon Soldier crystals. Zeref got a hold of some, and was able to reverse engineer a type of magic that you couldn't consume easily. He then placed in these wristbands, the way that you could release it when we were ready for our final attack.
Midoriya and the others nodded in agreement. The green team then said, "Let's do it, this guys!" Each one of the wizards took a stance, and a magic circle of white energy appeared on the ground. Acnologia knew what this spell was. The beast could not hide the worry in his voice when he spoke.
This can't be! There's no way you could use that spell!
A bright white light enveloped the group as they chanted in unison, "Fairy Law!" Acnologia was consumed by the blinding light of the spell. But even though he was battered, he refused to be beaten. The dragon started to glow with a sinister black and purple energy. This energy fought against the light of Fairy Law. A short distance away, Urza, the UA students, and the heroes had defeated all the dragon soldiers. The scaly creatures all laid out unconscious or immobilized on the ground. The group stared as Agnologia's darkness fought against the light of the Dragon Slayer's spell. Momo was the first to speak.
Master Scarlet, is that supposed to be happening?
No, the Fairy Law infused with Dragon Slayer magic should have destroyed the beast instantaneously.
So what is happening?
My guess would be that since Acnologia cannot use the quirks inside of him, he is using them to power his dark energy. Even the 5 of them may not have enough power to defeat Acnologia. Uraraka spoke up then.
What about Unison Raid?
What do you mean, girl?
All of the 1A and 1B students, along with the other wizards here, link our magic together with the 5 Dragon Slayers. And together, do you think that could work?
It would be dangerous, and a unison raid between so many people has never been done before, and so much magical energy could destroy everyone connected to it. It is a crazy idea, but if we don't try, then Acnologia will kill us all for sure. Urza opened her mind to all of her allies. Everyone focus your minds and hearts toward the Dragon Slayers. Remember, magic is based on emotion. Have your hearts connect to them and your powers should link up. With those instructions, everyone, even the heroes, all focused their minds on the Dragon Slayers. The students and the wizards began to glow in the same white light as the Dragon Slayers. Good. Now give them all your power. Hold nothing back. The group did as instructed. They all forced every bit of power they had towards the combat zone. The Dragon Slayers were going and doing everything they could to hold the Fairy Law spell, but the darkness of Acnologia was pushing them back. Suddenly, each of the Dragon Slayers felt a burst of energy, as if their magic had been multiplied. The 5 felt as if each and every one of their friends and allies were standing beside them. This feeling renewed their desire to defeat the evil that stood before them. The Dragon Slayers took their new power and poured it into the spell. The light of the spell grew stronger. The light grew so bright that even the sun was no match for its brilliance. Acnologia struggled mightily, but even his darkness was no match for this light. The creature had lived for millennia and destroyed a whole reality, but this was the last moment. As the spell enveloped him, his last thought was, "Destruction will be mine." The light burned through his very existence. It erased every cell and fiber of the creature until there was nothing left. All of the wizards passed out after this attack. The heroes set to work with the cleanup. A few days later, Midoriya was lying asleep in a hospital bed. Suddenly, the green teen woke up with a start.
What is going on? Where am I?
You're awake. That is good to see. We were all getting a little worried about you, Midoriya. As the fog of sleep cleared and the green teen's eyes opened, he saw that Urza was sitting at the side of the bed. Midoriya then let out a series of questions in his rambling style.
Master, what happened? Did we defeat Acnologia? What is this place? How did I get here?
Urza got up from her chair and punched Midoriya in the gut to make him shut up. Calm down, Midoriya. You have been asleep for 3 days. It is not good for you to get so panicked when you first get up. Midoriya thought to himself, it probably isn't helpful to get punched in the gut, either. Of course, he didn't say that out loud, out of fear of getting punched again. As I was trying to say, you have been out for 3 days. All of us were brought to this hospital for observation. The others and myself woke up 2 days ago. After they were cleared by the doctors, they've all been helping with the cleanup in the cities. Those dragon soldiers caused a lot of damage during the weeks they were active. Midoriya was glad to hear that they had won the fight. If he never saw a monster like Acnologia again, it would be too soon. Urza continued. As I said, you and the other Dragon Slayers have been out for 3 days. The doctors were getting worried, but I told them you had channeled a large amount of magic through your bodies. It would take time for your systems to heal from that. I'm glad to see that you're right.
Are Wendy and Kaminari still here?
Yes, they are. Urza walked over to the door and slid it open. They've been waiting for you to wake up. Kaminari and Wendy walked in and saw that their friend was awake and okay. Kaminari gave him a thumbs up. Wendy ran over and wrapped the green-haired boy in a fierce bear hug. Urza left the room and let the friends catch up. A few weeks later, the Fairy Tail Wizards and the UA students of 1A and 1B gathered on the battlefield where they had fought Acnologia. Mavis Vermilion and Marikov Dreyer stood in the front of the assembled group. Marikov was the first to speak. My children, I'm glad to see that you could all gather here on this glorious day. We have finally put an end to the menace to all the life that was Acnologia. And it's all thanks to you. Mavis picked up from Marikov.
We wanted you all to be here for this event. You've earned it.
Both Mavis and Marikov stood apart and placed their hands before them. A magic circle appeared before them, and they chanted in unison, Return to this plane once again, O home of the fairies, so you may once again be a gathering place for our family. Suddenly, the Fairy Tail Guildhall appeared before the group.
Now that Acnologia is gone, it's time that we focus on the future of Fairy Tail.
Mavis waved her hand, and the sign of the Guildhall changed to read Fairy Tail Hero Agency.
Even though you all have proven yourselves to be great heroes, you must still pass your final 2 years of UA. Once you do that, know that there will be a spot available to each of you as part of the Fairy Tail Agency.
The group of students broke out in a round of cheers. Every one of them agreed to this. They said they would work even harder at their students and graduate with honors. They would then return to the place of true heroes. Mavis and Marikov nodded in approval. I'm glad to hear that. The Elder Wizard then waved his hand and the front door opened. Let this day mark the new beginning of Fairy Tail and the world of heroes. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that we the Celestials have many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description. So feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. Now that's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day.